Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to NA Div 2 DPC. We are closing out week number 2 here. This is our final day. Hey, we got Lager and what's going on
I'm
here?
here, I guess.
What's going on here? What? This isn't right. Oh, get those guys out of here. I don't want to see their face. I don't want to talk to those two. It is actually going to be Fear and Gods joining me on panel. While we'll fix that one up, we can run through the replays, the highlights, and have a chat about yesterday, because my oh my, did it deliver on the entertainment side of things. Started off with Eternity versus Fart Studios, and this is, I would say, the best that Eternity has looked, Gods.
Hi, yeah, I hope I'm joining you, Nat. But this was the best game we had from Eternity. Unfortunately, they still couldn't pull it together to get the win in either of the games. Like, I think at this point we're just hoping for an Eternity game win, not even necessarily a series win. Yeah. Particularly, I think it was this game one where it really. Game 2 was where they had a ton of momentum with the Terrorblade, but it was the best they've looked. I think it also raised some doubts about the Fart Studio squad. They're just looking nowhere near as good as I think we thought they would be coming into the tournament.
It was one of those things that the series Fart Studios had to prove themselves. Yes, they got the win, but especially in game number 2, you already highlighted, there was so much momentum for Eternity. They were pushing high ground. They were getting the racks. Unfortunately, Fart Studios, or fortunately, depending on which team you're going for, were able to scale into this game. For yourself, Fia, is it possible for a game win for Eternity based off of the performance we saw in this series?
I hope not, because I'm rooting for C-Dub here, and I don't. It's a team that I feel like has a lot of potential to be a good team in the future, whereas I don't feel that potential from Eternity, so I don't want to see C-Dub look like they're having a shaky performance against Eternity here. Okay.
The second series yesterday was Felt up against the Cut. Again, another series that really delivered. Game 1, it's weird to say, it's probably Felt the most standard out of all 3 games that played. I can't wait for the highlight clips for game number 2. Gods, you said that was your one game that if you had to, you'd go back and you'd rewatch for the rest of your life.
Wait, am I answering this one?
No, that was to Gods.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question. I'm sorry. I had some other sound.
That's all right. I was saying that this game number 2, when the highlights do go, here it is. This is the game that you could go back and watch over and over again.
Yes. This one was absolutely chaos. Just so many back and forth team fights. Unfortunately, it was the Roshan that where they really lost things. When it came to Felt, there was one where, they were trying to take it. They just couldn't quite pick it up on the Spectre before they got blown up by some Mortimer's Kisses. I think it got delivered on Ogre Axe. And there's some insane team fights around Roche. Poor Enigma could never really get a black hole up playing against the Silence, so we talked to Fade a bit afterwards where, they don't pick the Enigma for the black hole. It did a lot to slow down the Lina early on, but when it came to late game Dota, it really, suffered the fact that they couldn't reliably get any black holes, as we see here in the highlights.
Game number 3, though, Felt absolutely bounced back. I say that a lot of this game was actually going heavily favored towards the Cut for about, 25 minutes, but in the end, Felt knew their timings, and they were able to close this series out 2-1 Fear.
Yeah, I think this last game specifically was... They were trying to cheese a bit, They picked the Huskar, but their game plan and execution, the Cut is not a team that has the most amazing teamwork. They like to win games off of individual performances, getting farmed, crushing lanes. They had a little bit of all that in this game. They were winning their lanes, but Felt, they used their teamwork and their superior, I would say, well-rounded lineup to just pick off the Cut in this series in general and just killing heroes one by one. And I believe Shaggy on his Huskar in that last game didn't have the best performance, even though he did have a good laning stage.
Yeah, that's true. The Huskar Emma matchup in that game didn't go as a lot of people would have expected, and because of that, the leaderboard shapes up this way. Dogchamp still out on top. We will finally be seeing them playing again today, I believe. No, we're not. Just kidding. My brain mixed up the day. We're not going to see them play today either. So, Dogchamp out on top. Then it's Felt. Then the Cut. Ant, C-Dub, and Fight Studios all on the same scoreline there, and the Penguin Squad and Eternity right now, the two teams in the relegation position. We can just have a look at the schedule instead of me getting it all mixed up and trying to guess. It's going to start out with Eternity versus C-Dub, then Ant versus The Cut, Fight Studios versus Penguin Squad. Fia, which series out of those three are you most excited for? Which one do you think is the most amount of weight for the teams?
Ant versus The Cut. I think this match is going to be incredibly important. Ant, they lost their first two series, then started to pick up a bit of steam. And they're about to go against what I would call like a hard opponent now. This is kind of going to be their test. But The Cut, they just recently lost. They didn't look super good against Filt, or maybe Filt is that good. We're going to start seeing like who is like the true like middle of the pack team type of here after this series.
And for yourself, Gods, which one do you think is going to be the most entertaining? Which series is going to deliver in your eyes out of the three on our screen?
Oh, Fart Studios Penguin Squad. That's going to be definitely high entertainment value. Every time we've talked to them, Fart Studios, they're not playing the most polished Dota. They're having a lot of 3-game series. I think more than any other team so far here. They've had 2 of their 3 or 4 series go 3 games. Penguin Squad look good on day one, have since then been not the greatest, but they're just picking random stuff. It feels like they have no idea how to win games, so they're like, let's just pick some crazy heroes and hope it works and just throw them all together. And I think the end result could be a very entertaining series.
Oh, well, there you go. No matter what you want to watch, whether it's for entertainment or if it's because you want to see how teams deal with pressure, we've got a series for you guys. The first one, though, Eternity versus C-Dub. It's best we talk about that as it is our starting series. I'm going to say it again. I know I've already said it today, but Eternity looked great yesterday. They kind of showed up. They're not going to be playing with their normal position 3, though. I do believe Skyward is not playing today. It is going to be the same sub as Equal playing for Eternity. They also looked good when they had him, though, Fia, during a different moment. So for you, is this another moment? I know you want C-Dub to win, you've already said this, but is this a moment where Eternity could look to be taking a game?
I mean, anything's possible. I mean, C-Dub has had their moments of not looking very strong either, but I'm just going to go back to, I want to see C-Dub do well just because their core fundamentals, they have a lot of promise as a team, and to see them, not do well against Eternity, who has not looked good in any series, let's be real here. Either Eternity just overnight just woke up and became an amazing team, or C-Dub is still going to be showing that inconsistency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, C-Dub, the scoreline when we went through the leaderboard, they were 2 series wins, 2 series losses. The ones that they have won have been against Ant and Penguin Squad God. So with that track record and knowing what the leaderboard looks like, they should be secured for a win against Eternity, right?
They should be, but I also they also have losses against Fart Studio, who have started looking weaker and weaker. So I think that's a small little blemish on their record, but definitely coming in, I think C-Dub are not just favorites, but pretty solid favorites. I would say 3 or 4 to 1 favorites here. They just have a really good understanding of how to draft and play in this meta. They're and also picking and playing heroes around the meta. They're not just saying, we're going to play our own stuff. Their stuff is good meta heroes, like Ela playing Beastmaster, playing Lycan, playing these zoo heroes, but then he can flex onto normal stuff. Mark in the mid lane, he's got a pretty diverse hero pool. And then I think the most kind of interesting kind of picks come out of a lot of the time from Double King. He's played some carry Dawnbreaker. His carry pool is some of the standard heroes, but then it's also some stuff that maybe you're not going to be ready for or not going to expect.
I would love to see the carry Dawnbreaker.
Sorry, that team lives and dies off of Mark, whether or not he has a game or not. And it's been a coin flip recently. Some of it is a little bit him outplaying himself. Some maybe they're picking his hero a bit too early. But if he has a good game, C-Dub look really good. If he has a really bad game, it looks pretty tough for them.
Okay. I know that we have a player comparison stat. Hopefully we can pull that one up in a little bit, because one of the players that you didn't mention on the side of C-Dub was Afromoosh. It felt that every time I was watching this team, he was always standing out as a player. Individually, his skill was insane. So we could compare Afromoosh on the side of C-Dub up against Moonlight on the side of Eternity Fear.
Yeah, I mean, Afromoosh, Rubik, he's gone MVP almost every game he's played it for the most part. And he's a beast on the hero. He likes playing these ranged position 4s that like to just sit in the back, cast their spells. It's kind of the meta right now, and it fits his overall playstyle, so we love to see it. On the other side, you do have Moonlight. He is playing a lot of the Snapfire and Hoodwink, so kind of like following that trend, but he likes to mix in a lot more of these melee pos 4s, playing like the Clockwork, even the Tusk, which we see a lot in the mid lane. He'll play it in the off lane, and Spirit Breaker. So he's got a mix of the meta right now, where I think Afromusha has like a firm grip of like what's strong right now.
Yeah. The other thing I also found interesting looking at Moonlight is the way he itemizes is completely different in a lot of ways to like Afromush. Afromush is, Rubik going, Blink, Ether Lens, and Force Staffs. Even on his Skywrath Mage, he was going Force Staff and Veil. So he's going for like, fun playmaking. On Moonlight, he's going Greaves. He's going Spirit Vessel for the team. Like he's bought Greaves and Mech in like half of his games. So he's very much itemizing more for the team than he is for himself, as opposed to Afromush, who's trying to be more of a playmaker.
So a difference in how the two supports are helping their team there. The team comparison will be coming up as well, and we can see how these two teams have been going. For once, the comparison, I was going to say, for once the comparison, we can look at it and go, they both played 8 games, they both played the same amount of series, so when we look at it, we can have a more whole picture feel.
Yeah, I mean, just C-Dub with the 2 wins already, just leading in XPM, GPM, and hero damage. No surprise there, as Eternity has, in a lot of their games, honestly got stomped. They had like one competitive series, but other than that, they've been on the receiving end of heroes doing damage to them, taking their EXP, etc.
Yeah, that would have been an interesting stat if we just had a one like hero damage and then hero damage taken instead.
Yeah, I mean, they'd be pretty high on that, I'm sure.
We could have compared it that way. But game 1 draft here, Rubik, is it going to be banned out? Is the Afromush even going to get the chance to get his hands on a Gods? Yeah, there you go.
Possibly not. I think he's just looked so much better on Rubik than any other hero, and the fact that they're going to first phase it anytime they can. He's played it in 5 games so far, so I think putting him on, one of the other heroes, he hasn't looked as good. Like, his Skywrath was a loss in their recent series versus the Cut. He played Chen pretty well early on, but all in all, I think, they're most comfortable when he's on Rubik. Yeah,
they seem the weakest when he plays POS 5. It's kind of a strange team, because he'll just randomly play POS 5 sometimes, and then they'll have, like, the Earth Spirit on Sanctified playing POS 4, or the Hoodwink even, Sanctified was playing the most part, and then you'll see him play, like, this Treant or Chen, which is, like, a very, like, defensive support, right, on Afromush, and then he'll pop off the next game playing Rubik or something. A very strange team dynamic, for sure.
Yeah. What do Eternity ban out here? Like, surely they didn't want to let the Lena through.
Surely, right?
Surely.
Mm-hmm. There's Tree if they do ban Lena. So they get Tree or Lena, which are pretty common picks in this position. Some might argue Brood, but I think Div 2 NA does not have enough Brood specialists to really comfortably pull this one. I feel like Brood just doesn't get picked or banned right now in most of these games.
Yeah, the teams who have tried it have honestly not looked like they should be first phasing Brood some of the time, so... A Dawnbreaker ban. They are just giving away Lena and saying that some of these bans, like Ricky and Dawnbreaker, kind of came out of nowhere. Like, yeah, we have seen Ricky in, like EU DPC as one of these, as well as NA Div 1 with TSM as this annoying, unstoppable hero, but no one in Div 2 has played any Ricky, really.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
I understand Ricky can be pretty annoying. Sorry for you to cut you off.
Oh, I mean, I was just saying random words. You can continue.
No, please. Say more random words.
All right. Lena. Everyone likes Lena. This hero is very strong. How do you counter it? Maybe Tuskar? I think that's a reasonable response. And I think, was it Skyward saying Tusk was his favorite hero? Is that correct?
Someone was saying it.
Okay, I'm going to say it was Skyward, but he's not playing, so that's completely irrelevant, as the tournament do seem to, like, swap their offlaner, every other game, but it's still good versus Lena. I'll continue on that. It could be something good. Repositioning, I mean, this is a response we saw in Division 1, actually, where TSM pulled out the Lena, and then Shopify Rebellion tried to counter the Lycan, but failed. So there is some data there saying that this has not worked in the past in North American Dota. But in theory, it is pretty good because this is a hero that can get on top of Lina. So heroes that can jump the Lina, we've talked about the Spectre before. Heroes that can reposition the Lina, which some like to go for the Magnus. The Tiny route was really good with Enigma the other day. Just kept tossing the Lina backwards. These could be some good options.
Radiant team back.
Well, they pair it with the Hoodwink and the Brood. There we go. Well,
We got this number 1 and number 2 meta heroes on the same team. Almost never
Yeah.
going to see this unless you're in a position like where some teams just don't value these heroes, right?
and this is the one team who I think has played Brood the best. I mentioned we've seen some Broods that weren't great Brood performances, but I feel like Ela is the best when it's come to playing the Broods, the Zoo heroes, the Beastmaster. But Brood, in his hands, I would have a pretty high level of confidence in, especially getting to pick it now with some bans to protect it as well. It makes it a lot harder for Eternity to deal with the Brood.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 Brood players that I can think of in this region. Italiana Gangsta and then Ela. These 2 guys know how to play Brood. Outside of that, I feel like there's not that comfort level to play it. So, and a Double King. We saw his Lina before too. Someone did give him Lina and he showed up. He looked really good. So C-Dub already getting very powerful heroes in the meta, and they both have players that can play them. So I'm sure they're really happy with their opening right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't feel like Eternity got a good trade here at all either. Like,
Maybe the Hood. I feel like there's a case you could try and argue the Hood, but yeah, the Lycan definitely a bit of a question mark in just how it is going to work as a response. But bans for Eternity, where do they want to be looking to put theirs? Because right now it's just gone into the tree and the Clockwork.
Yeah, they're just banning heroes that lane with Alina to make Lycan's lane hard. So I think their bans are pretty good because normally we see the Lina, you want to pair with a melee pos 5, and Clock and Tree are, I think, the number 1 and number 2 to do so. So they might continue down that trend and maybe ban a Tusk or something, though I think a Tusk would be great for them if they had the option to pick it.
10 seconds remaining.
and on C-Dub side, banning out kind of just mixed array of heroes. Batrider, Slark, CM, like, oh, here's an offlaner, mid, here's a carry, here's a support. I think they probably looked a bit into what Eternity have been playing at times, but also, like, yeah, some of these bans just seem a little bit odd and random. Like, they didn't really target the Brood counters so much with their bans per se. I think Batrider is probably the one here that maybe stands out the most as something that's good against the Brood, but it does seem like C-Dub just kind of, didn't really look to protect the Brood when it came to their bans.
They've clearly prepared themselves for this, although I'm sure there is still some shock to getting a Lina and a Brood mother in your opening phase. You're like, wow, we got both of them? What?
Yeah, they ended up banning the Tusk as well. I'm very surprised they didn't want to opt for that, but I guess they don't really need to pick it now because C-Dub is shown, right? They have their carry, they have their offlaner, so they can go ahead and just counterpick what they see now. It may have been a wiser idea to pick a core there, I'm thinking. I think normally you're kind of like, yeah, let's not show any more heroes here, but you can get some value on a support on the last pick,
10 seconds.
potentially, if you do pick your earlier cores, because like you do see the Lina already. I guess Lycan's going to go there. I think maybe picking a carry there could have been good, but this isn't a bad option either. You are playing Enchantress. It's not easy for Brood to kill an inch once you're level 6 because you have the Untouchable, but you don't have any wave clear, so in that regard, like, they don't have any heroes right now that can deal with Brood post level 6.
Yeah, I got to imagine that's where some of their last picks come in, but it does feel like they're, you've seen the Brood, answering the Brood earlier isn't a bad thing. Like, they could, like you say, save that support pick for later and just address the Brood now, but definitely does feel like something they're going to need some answers for. They also, don't have much catcher lockdown. Like, we've seen some of these teams, deal with the Brood from the support role. Like, Disruptor looked really good against it, for example. Just being able to, pull him back when he tries to run away from trees and trap him. Like, I don't really feel like the Ench brings that kind of ability to shut down Brood in the mid game. The early game, the lanes can go well, but you also get now kind of support countered. Like, we've seen these Enchantresses struggle when you're up against heavy magic damage. Some teams have used stuff like, Pugna against it. The Skywrath Mage is a great hero to not get too heavily, bullied by the Ench, because you can just, throw spells right back at her.
You're going to have to pick another support here. Oh, they read my mind. No, what? Sven. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Lena
all
mid?
right. Yeah, well,
It's pause 5,
pause
son.
5? Yeah.
Yeah, it's pause
yeah.
5, son. It's really good. I mean, this is also something Shopify Rebellion ran the one time they got to play Lena. Fly ended up playing it, and with the Lena and lane, it fits the same category, right? You got your melee kind of guy there when you don't have the tree or the clockwork. And Lena is really weak in the armor department, especially against the Lycan, right? And you can get the shard and the war cry, and it'll help make the Lena a lot tankier in these like mid-game engagements once Lycan starts putting all the summons onto the Lena.
Okay, now we finally get to see another core for Eternity
Pick your
Gods.
carry, please.
The carry? That's all we want?
Like, you see the Brood, surely. They go TB. I'm very skeptical of this Eternity draft. They did play well with TB last time. Like, they got involved early and, took a lot of early objectives, but it doesn't feel like... It's like, as soon as this Brood hits 6, you're forced in the jungle. I guess the good news is you have a carry that can jungle, but this is just very slow. Like, TB with Lycan, it does feel like a game where Brood is going to take over all the map and just take whatever towers she wants this game.
Mm-hmm. And then we're going to see all the mid laners banned out. It's already started. Ember Spirit there. What else needs to be taken out, Fear, when it comes to mid laners?
I think for the side of C-Dub here, Mark most likely, I mean, he kind of needs to play or kind of like a Space Maker, Roamer. Tusk is banned. Ember's banned. Primal's banned. They're all going to get banned, honestly, for the most part. Like, surely there's going to be something left, but both need something like that. Eternity's draft, they just don't have a way to deal with Brood right now. And yeah, sure, TB can lane versus the Brood. Maybe their lane versus Brood might be okay. I can't even promise that because Skywrath is always the X factor there. Can turn any of these lanes and burst the TB quite easily. But like, even if TB gets really farmed, yeah, he's better in a 1v1 matchup against the Sven, and he will quote-unquote out-carry him. But yet again, Skywrath, if he has items online, get something E-Blade, he can solo kill the TB here. So I think it's a very interesting draft for Eternity here, and I think they really need to round it out by having on the mid laner. What's his name again?
Blessed Kid, yeah.
Yeah, Blessed Kid. He needs to make some space. He's got a TB, he's got a Lycan, him and the Ench need to collapse on his lane with the Hoodwink, and they need to make things happen because there's a lot of farm going around on Eternity if their lineup needs to function. Same for C-Dub, though. Sven farms a lot, Brood farms a lot. Lena is the carry. Got debated there for a second. Lena still farms a lot. Brood also farms a lot. Their mid laners need to do stuff on the map. And as you can see, all the playmaking mids are going to get banned out here. But C-Dub has the first selection of them, so I'm expecting a Tiny they're going to pick up on C-Dub if it is left in the pool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Some good, kind of the AoE nukes can be nice against, TB illusions, Lycan summons too. I think the other hero we just haven't seen, except getting banned every now and then, is like something like a Puck as well. Although Puck has completely fallen off. It feels like, you ban all these mid laners, at some point it may come back. Here I just hope we don't see Fear is that Void Spirit. That Mark every now and then is like, I want the Void Spirit. Please.
Yeah, I hope not.
Why aren't you guys the fans of the Void Spirit?
Oh, just the hero just is terrible right now. Like, oh, there's a Pango. Okay,
that's good.
That's good too. I mean, in a way, it's good. I feel like it is incredibly good in this game versus TB and Lycan. So, whatever, it's good. But they do have a low amount of, reliable stuns for the Sky, right? It's only the Sven stun for the most part. But Mark could just solo carry this game, as if he gets an Ags or something, will just destroy Lycan and Terrorblade in this game.
And Eternity, that time is ticking down for their mid laner, who is going to be Conker. Okay.
There's some wave clear, some ability to maybe deal with the Brood a bit. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Kunkka. We haven't seen much of this. I think every now and then we've said, oh, it could be a good Kunkka game. Like, Kunkka or this other hero could be good here against, like, the Brood, the Lycan, these summons. And I think it's the kind of hero that, like, they needed this game. But it is important that this is, like, a very active Kunkka. You can't just have Kunkka, like, trying to sit in the Brood's lane and deal with the push. You need Kunkka to be your big playmaker.
Fear, are you liking C-Dub? Is it, full faith in them? You wanted them to win? Do they have the favorited draft here too?
Yeah, I mean, I think Eternity needs to have like a 10k gold lead by like, 20 minutes or something, because this Kunkka, once BKBs are aligned, they're gonna have no catch anymore. So I don't think they have what it takes to really win this game. And C-Dub, they're looking good. Their draft looks really good. They got all the meta heroes, and I'm just gonna go with them for sure.
I thought you were going to say they need a 10k gold lead by 10 minutes, and I was like, yeah, okay, that's a
Maybe
big
not that
call. Yeah, I was like, holy heck, Fear. And Gods yourself, the same thing. You're just not too sure about the execution that Eternity could bring to this lineup.
Yeah, and I think I'm liking C-Dub's draft more as well, and they've just looked very clean with their execution in most of their games, so I would go C-Dub here for game one.
Okay. All right, well, it is game one between Eternity and C-Dub. Our cast is full, so going to be Wagger and Breaky.
Thank you very much, panel. We have our drafts. We're going into game number one, and for a team like Eternity, I mean, it's not technically it, but let's be honest. They're winless so far coming into this. We're at the point now, you need to start picking up wins if you want any chance of not being knocked out here going into the next part of Division 2. The DPC for North American Dota. We'll see what happens, though. Looking forward to a fun game one. Waga, what are your thoughts on these drafts?
Yeah, I agree. They need to clutch a win, and having that feeling and going into the game with this draft, I am more than worried for them. I think the panel is on point here. The draft for C-Dub, it just looks so much stronger to me in almost every department. Like, yeah, you on paper have TB, who's a very strong late game hard carry, but I'm not even sure you can out carry in late game against a Pango plus Lina into this. And I think Kunkka was probably the best last pick they could have gone for. That fit really well. But the rest of their draft, it doesn't deal with Brood. It probably doesn't outscale late game either, to be honest, because you're going to be so much on the back foot. I am beyond worried here for Eternity.
Yeah, it really does feel like they're kind of setting themselves up to be in a difficult spot off the bat. And now, to the credit of C-Dub, this is a team that the praise they have gotten, their 4-4 overall record individually. The praise that they've really gotten, and deservingly so, is that their drafts have been overall, very strong. And this is just another case of that. I mean, yes, when you have the chance to first pick Lina, obviously you're setting up for that in itself, but there really is across the board more things that help make this draft complete, including a position 5 Sven. Sanctify going to be playing the Sven here. Talk to us about that a little bit, Waga.
Yeah, this is something that's not entirely new. They're gonna do some harassment here with the stun into stun combo. This is, one good reason to have these two heroes. Attempted body block by Sanctified, getting good damage here on the Hoodwink, who's sticking around to try and trade hits a bit. And Lycan doing his best to push them back. It's really just a nice setup stun for both the Sky and the Lina, but also you get a melee plus 5 that can frontline a bit. You have this range plus melee combination on both the side lanes now, which is nice. And like Fear pointed out, the extra armor can be very useful. That shard going into the mid game is not that bad.
Yeah, armor is always going to be nice against heroes like the Terrorblade, the Lycan, not too shabby to have. And speaking of Sven, trying to help set up that first blood. We saw what they did earlier in the Moonlight, softening him up. They're going for the kill this time, but it's just enough of a response to keep them at bay, and Moonlight will survive for now. But clearly, they are not afraid to play aggressive at this bottom lane.
It's interesting, this Howl level 1 build. I haven't seen it. Usually it's Summon Wolves, but I suppose if we didn't have Howl there, the Lina would probably have gone last hit on the Hoodwink already in the stun combination. So I suppose it's maybe the best play. I'm not a Lycan spammer, but I think every Lycan I see skills Wolves level 1.
yeah, expecting that aggressive nature play, which we certainly are seeing. I mean, obviously that's where that howl helps, but yeah, that is a very interesting point to make. The Feral Impulse even picked up at level 2. I mean, you got to figure the wolves are eventually coming, but it's just a matter of when. But speaking again, the howl once again going to be used right there on Double King as they're going for the play on Moonlight. Hoodwink hiding in the trees. Sven just kind of beating down Lycan in the meantime, but the blows continue on either side. I mean, a first blood, it's certainly bound to happen at the bottom lane somewhere.
It feels like it, yeah. They've cut a lot of the trees now as well, using the Quelling Blade on their Sven on this lane. They don't have a Quelling Blade on Lena. Actually, she gets one delivered right now, so she can also join the Woodcutters Club here, and that makes it harder for the Hoodwink. Having a Quelling Blade ready also helps you later in the game. If you run into Hoodwink, you can cut the Acorn Shot when he uses it. But bottom lane definitely looks to be the most aggressive. Meanwhile, in mid lane, though, they're trading blows a little bit. Nobody should really be dying on this lane. And what we haven't talked too much about is the Terrorblade and how his start is going, because he's laning against a Brood, and that lane is fine and all until Brood starts getting enough levels to just spell spam you, so he should be having a good time until Brood gets, you know, level 5, level 6. When that ulti comes in, the lane shifts entirely because Brood becomes that spellcaster.
Well, yeah, so far he's kind of neck and neck with the Brood, you could say, when it comes to CS. Maybe a slight advantage, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as we continue to progress, kind of naturally expecting that Brood to do pretty well here in the laning phase. And to that point, Waga, you know, the answer that they eventually got was the Kunkka final pick on the side of Eternity, right? Where, okay, now they have at least somewhat of a tool to deal with Brood. Is that the ultimate answer for them, though?
I mean, I think he was a perfect fit because they needed something that could do a lot of different stuff and something that could fight with low downtimes so that they can create the space for Lycan and TB. Something a panel mentioned was that this is kind of a greedy composition, you know. You have Lycan and TB both want to just hit creeps. So Kunkka, he can just fight non-stop. Ship is the longest cooldown he has, that's only 75 seconds. And Kunkka is quite fine even without Ship, just running around X-marking, torrenting, and hitting stuff.
Bottom lane, trap on a Double King. Good opening from the Hoodwink. Nice LSA. Did not hit Hoodwink, though. Thought it did for a second. Only hit the Lycan. Double King still alive. A couple more auto attacks. The Wolves in chase. And looks like maybe too fast. Oh, he gets hit on, but the Wolves are going to die. It doesn't matter. Moonlight credit for the first blood. Sven at least gets the immediate turn kill, but well worth the chase for Eternity. And, oh, elsewhere. That's Terrorblade going down at the top lane meanwhile.
Yeah, laning into this Skywrath, he's been working hard setting this up bit by bit, and Sky might go down. He's gonna be fine. Runs away from this illusion, has enough movement speed to get away here. Yeah, Skywrath is one of the heaviest magic damage nukers in the game, and picking TB, you know, you might get punished by stuff like this. The spellcasters who just keep nuking you, and so far, this was the easy part of the lane before Brood gets level 6. So dying already when Brood is only level 4. I think TB might have to go jungle fairly early on this lane.
Yeah, for now, holding his ground in the lane, does have that meta active as mentioned, but maybe when that wears off, with that time to start seeing him move on over, but playing fairly aggressive right now with that Centaur backing him up nearby. Of course, the creep that Enchantress currently has taken over. Mentioned Lycan does have level 2 in the Wolves now, so a 2-1-1 style build, has that early Helm of the Iron Will, and of course going the Helm of the Dominator, so it seems things seeming a little more typical as laning stage advances on now.
Yeah, but we see a damage from Lena's right click starting to scale up now as well. She has a stun ready, gonna miss it on the Hoodwink though. She didn't have it ready when the Sven threw out his stun, so not gonna be able to do the combination there. But yeah, Lena's auto attacks are starting to get to that point where she can bring down heroes with it.
And you also see the Warcry now even level 2 as well, so that's 9 armor instead of the 6 SP front. Of course, it's so much armor that they're having to break through here on this dire side, and Lena's able to tank this damage a bit more effectively because of that. So it does feel like perhaps the scaling certainly going to benefit that Radiant side a bit more against the Hoodwink and the Lycan. As the
also
game
nice Quelling Blade there on the Acorn shot as Hoodwink tried to catch her. Stops it. Top lane. We're gonna see Aphromush get caught out by the bear here. The Enchantress finding a nice chance to catch him out.
Yeah, making use of the Helver Smash here, so that's a big kill certainly. Able to take out the Skywrath mage who's causing issue. But look at Pango. Oh, cut the bottom lane, yeah. they're going in for the initiation down here. Then Lena will fall, so Blessed Kid proven to be a great rotation. Pango was headed towards the top lane during this, so both mid players trying to go to their appropriate lanes elsewhere to set up some kills, and Sanctified still trying to run this whole time, but Hoodwink in pursuit. The bushwhack hits, and nope, gonna make use of that stick, so alive a little bit longer. The Acorn shot finishing the job. Meanwhile, at that top lane, I had mentioned Mark was heading up there, and sure enough, they do kill Enchantress, but I think it's safe to say Eternity getting the better of that overall.
Yeah, for sure, and good timing as well. They come down and they keep the siege creep alive, so they're pushing. Now TPing down to bottom lane is Pango, trying to stop this push. Doesn't want to lose the tower. He's gonna chase after Lycan. Lina coming.
As LSA hits, Lycan, Helm of the Iron Will, it's helping. Oh, but missed her Dragon Slave, and now
What a
Kunkka
stun.
gonna throw out the X, but yeah, that Hammer Storm Hammer even, causing issue against the Kunkka combo and allowing Lena to survive, so very close call there.
Yeah, that was perfect timing by Sven coming in there. That was really, really clutch, breaking the torrent combo. And Blessed Kid gotta find a double bouncer in here just a second before Mark as he tries to get the refill on his Pango, but he's gonna get pulled back. There's no way to get out. He already used his 2 abilities.
Yeah, no Rolling Thunder either. That was just coming off cooldown, so no chance to survive. And this roaming Kunkka coming from the mid lane has certainly proven to be very worthwhile. And you take a look at the net worth. He is topping the net worth chart as well. Has those 3 assists, but CS also looking great. So Kunkka, certainly the X factor, continues to feel like for Eternity.
Yeah, this is pretty much what he has to do as well. So he gets Faith Boots to enable him to play even faster, but the thing is, he can't be everywhere at once, right? As much as he tries, he's gonna maybe get the X-Mark combo here on Sky, throwing everything.
Is it worth it though? Pango's gonna try to make him pay, so he does kill Skywrath, and the quick answer is absolutely it's worth it, because he's gonna be fine. It's Enchantress the one that might be in a bit of a trouble situation. Has the heal though, only level 1, but it's enough in that with the Centaur Stomp. Is going to allow for Enchantress to survive, so very good kill, and they both get out in the end.
Yeah, Sven getting run at bottom by a Hoodwink and 2 Wolves, and looks like he's gonna get out. Oh, maybe not. Hoodwink chasing, not gonna be able to connect.
Unable to finish the job, and the Wolves are going to be finished off as well, so Sven making his way back to base, going to have to get some regen, perhaps bring an item back for his partner. But Lena, I mean, how about Lena? Her net worth, it's a little bit of a struggle. I mean, she is beating the Lycan technically, so both this bottom lane, neither core is necessarily doing the greatest. Oh, Moonlight goes down. Good rotation.
Yeah, Pango staying
From
very
Pango.
active here, joining stuff. Lycan having to use his ulti, but not going to be able to go aggressive or anything with it. So kind of a wasted ulti for him as well. So while it was just a kill on a support, it's a little bit more painful than that, losing Lycan's opportunity here with the ulti before Dominator arrives. Like you mentioned, Lina, her farm is not the greatest. This bottom lane has been very scrappy. But I think the bigger issue is that Eternity, they haven't got the Dominator at 9 minutes in. I mean, he has it, but he hasn't gotten it delivered yet. And this tower is still standing. And the later into the game you go, the harder it becomes to take that tier 1 tower, since more people will be free to leave their lanes and move around. And usually it's really crucial for pushing heroes like Beastmaster, like an offlane, etc., that they remove that tower. Look at Brood. She has done that. She has achieved the first goal for a Broodmother. Take the tower, then start using the enemy jungle to accelerate your farm. That's why we see Broodmother now #1 in net worth, and she's going to be having a great time here top, being able to farm so much space.
Yeah, glad you brought that up, because exactly, we're seeing that right here. Has the Arcane Boots well on the way to the mech, and I know the Guardian Greaves are going to follow up on that, and as usual, proven to be a very effective item. So certainly Eternity is going to have to put their attention and focuses, if it wasn't already, on that Broodmother a bit earlier than later, perhaps. I mean, ship is off cooldown in 10 seconds. Kunkka in the area as we're sitting in this timeout currently, but with the players reconnecting, soon to unpause, I'm sure. But I wonder if they're going to try to make a play on the Broodmother up here out of this.
Yeah, it's an option. It's difficult though to say who's gonna do it together with Kunkka while he's in the area. Hoodwink being dead maybe could TP in, but Hood is only at level 4, so they might still be lacking damage, to be honest. The Broodmother having that Wraith Band, a lot of armor, And once the Greaves are complete, that's something I wanted to talk about. The armor here is going to be so useful against Terrorblade, against Kunkka, Lycan. There are a lot of right clicks coming in, or right click based damaged, and Broodmother will be able to mitigate so much of it.
You do see Kunkka makes his way up here. Broodmother using that spawn spiderlings, and that's the end of that. So no rotation really. What's Pango doing? Pango's got his diffusal blade almost finished, I should say. So not there yet. It still looks a little bit, but at least has the Blade of Alacrity delivered. So that diffusal blade in the works. And you look at the net worth is keeping up with the Kunkka the best he can, as we have the 10-minute rune spawn, and there's that haste rune bottled up for Mark. So certainly potential to make a play with that, especially with the Rolling Thunder ready to go.
Yeah, he's trying to pair up with Skywrath here, and also Sanctified has put up nice vision, so the intention seemed to be around the mid tower. Difficult to just brute push this, even though you had the catapult. But they're gonna push it with Pango and then smoke around, it seems. Maybe joining Brood even. Because Kunkka is still top.
Yeah, they're roving up here. They mentioned that Kunkka's still up top. He's running into his own jungle, but running right into a trap apparently. The Stormhammer comes out, and before Kunkka could even blink, not literally, but suppose with his eyes right there, it just doesn't matter. He's just caught out, and he throws out the ship just in a panic situation. It's not nearly enough, so easy killing a Kunkka coming out from C-Dub and proving to be a good rotation.
Yeah, they have the nice combo. There you see the value of the Sven as well. It's one of the best setup stunts for Skywrath. It's so point and click. It has the long enough duration of 1.8 seconds right now. Gonna be 2 seconds soon. And with the silence combo as well as the Mystic Flare, Kunkka not having bolt buff up yet, he just dies immediately.
Yeah.
He is rushing a BKB, so, you know, he's gonna try and prevent this from happening again. But Moonlight mid might get a similar treatment.
Exactly, this combo, it's like, how do you handle that? You really don't. There's nothing you can do at that point. It just happens so immediate. That stun hits from Sven, and you got the burst from Skywrath, and of course Broodmother from a distance. That spawn spiderlings, it's just, you're just dead before you know it. So yeah, the BKB on Kunkka will be huge, but he still needs a bit of time before that. And they saw Kunkka up here. They're coming right back to the top lane. The Dire Skin misses. Oh no, he might feel a little more comfortable. Okay, it is going to hit there, and he will go back in the tree. So that was a close call, actually.
Yeah, he's gonna play it safe. He doesn't want to have a repeat happen. So Kunkka is trying to take the dangerous area. Again, what we talked about, letting his Lycan and TB get time to come online. But this is such a slow draft in that sense. We see net worth being quite even, but the intentions are so much more aggressive here on C-Dub. You can see the way they're playing is just dominating map a little bit more.
Oh, ship combo onto the Broodmother, but kind of by himself. Meanwhile, just south is Sven running into a massive army between Enchantress and the Hoodwink. And Sanctified, that level 2 Warcry is not going to be enough to save him. And now Ela is left alone. So the Sharpshooter is going to miss right there. Ela still avoiding, misses the turn as well. And going to make his TP out back to the tower. He actually got stunned at the last second, yeah.
Yeah, but they have no way to really catch the Broodmother. She can just sit in the trees here and she's going to be completely fine. So ultimately, big rotation. They got the pulse 5, but the miss on the Sharpshooter there, they might have been able to get a kill. Now it's C-Dub looking to turn it here.
Oh, bless kid. It's like, wait a second, help me. Torrent coming out. Sanctified running a great 2-player stun. The Mystic Flare doing damage to both. And Kunkka's dead before he knows it once again. Moonlight. These two will follow. That's a double kill for Ela. Great response coming up from C-Dub yet again.
Yeah, gonna be sending out the full Greaves now. Ela gonna be pretty happy about that. Not having the mana cost on the mech is a pretty big thing for Brood, who's such a mana intensive hero. So, also a nice detail. He's got his mana boots just coming off cooldown right now before the Greaves arrives. Always nice, you can pop the mana boots, and then the Greaves have no cooldown anyway.
Make use of it there. So both cores, I know you briefly mentioned Terrorblade there, but even Lena on the other side, haven't talked too much about them recently. It's been everyone else around them has kind of been fighting. But Lena does have a Maelstrom now finished, and sure enough, looking to engage in the mid lane. However, the X is going to pull back Affirmation. He'll pick up the regen much needed to get that full life and full mana.
Yeah,
but yeah, you'd assume Lena's going to get more useful, or more active here, I should say.
Yeah, probably. I actually think that Lena might keep playing pretty farm heavy here, and similar story for the Terrorblade. He is working towards his Manta. Once he gets that, might be able to join, but the downside is Pango, right? Pango can always burst your illusion so fast. And he can also burst an Enchantress, perhaps.
That's definitely a supporting cast there. Doing a work. Rolling Thunder. Gonna stop the Lycan army. Shapeshift has been activated. Sven popping the war cry though. They're killing that Lycan army, and now it's just dead. So Zico by himself. Somebody's trying to run down the Skywrath, spawning some more wolves. Ela nearby too though. Moonlight gonna try to finish the job. No, in fact, Moonlight goes down to the Broodmother, and Skywrath able to kite the Lycan that whole time. And Lycan just having to give up and go elsewhere.
So much of that was the war cry. Like, normally, Skywrath would die immediately there. He has 2 armor, this hero, and when he gets run at by a Lycan ulti, you're used to him dying in like 2 or 3 hits, especially with the Howl coming in for the minus armor. But Sven is there, and Sven just changes that equation entirely by plus 12 armor for his teammate and keeps him alive. Also uses the stun to clear out all the Dominator and the Wolves, and now setting up an Enchantress.
Yeah, this is going to be another free kill. And to that point even further, I know you mentioned it earlier on, but he's going to have the shard suit. And that's just going to amplify it that much more. It's always going to be up when he's around. Like, they have so much armor they're going to have to break through, though. And this is a very physical, heavy team. Hence why they picked up the position by Sven in the first place, so...
Yeah, I think it's gonna be very tough for them since, you know, you mentioned it correctly there. The one big timing to have is the BKB. Perhaps that's gonna help them a little bit to take the fights.
Oh, Moonlight again in a dire situation. That's Mystic Flare, easy kills. The 4 players coming together as Ela's at the top lane. I wonder how those odds are looking currently. Thanks to esportsbet.io, the watch to earn platform, and well, there you go. It is favoring overall C-Dub. I assume the series overall favorite for them pretty heavily. Again, Eternity coming into this winless, and right now this draft is falling behind a bit, and it could fall even further behind because Kunkka, he's probably dead. There are TPs, but it's all 5 heroes showing up to collapse and secure the kill. And now Hoodwink, who just TP'd in. Oh, no. He is going to run through the trees.
Yeah,
so he'll survive, but...
Managed to get out, but now he's kind of stuck in an awkward position there. He has 15 seconds cooldown on the Scurry, and no real way to get out of this, and he's in no man's land, having no TP as well. Meanwhile, the Tier 2 tower did go down bottom, so credit to Eternity there. They did manage to bring it down using, I think they had a Dark Troll Summoner there for a bit on Lycan, which gives a lot of damage to all the skeletons as well. So this frees up a bit of space, but look at what they do. C-Dub immediately. They're not going to give that space. They just invade it, coming in with the smoke rotation.
Lycan, no longer there. Just evaporated. That was a very quick kill, even for the Lycan. As tanky as he may be. Not so much.
Yeah, I don't think any hero on Eternity is really going to be tanky against the smoke gangs coming in. There's such balance in the damage. They have a lot of magic damage, but they also have decent physical damage coming out from C-Dub. And mostly this magical burst that kills you quickly. There's no one who can sustain it other than the Kunkka now with his BKB, if he reacts in time.
So curious on your thoughts on this. You got the Manta, sure, that's expected on Terrorblade. He's queuing up the Eye of Scotty next, which, definitely a typical item, but is this game in the state it's at, does he need a BKB as well?
You want BKB for sure to be comfortable, but the issue is you need to build stat items, as we see mid again, Eternity getting caught out. Oh my god, and a solo kill
it's
top.
A solo kill.
Yeah, okay, solo kill by the Greaves, Broodmother top as well. Not really the build that is excelling at getting solo kills, but still, it's just a little Hoodwink, and the Broodmother is level 13 already.
So yeah, it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations, it sounds like for Terrorblade. So he's going to go the stats route, more typical with the Ice Scotty. I mean, sure, a BKB after, but it's just that timing. Will that come into play? Ela, he is going to be fine toying with the Kunkka at the top lane. But yeah, Terrorblade has been quietly doing his own thing. He's 0-1-1. He's just been farming in the jungle.
He's been doing a good job farming up, but there are multiple issues for him later on down the road. The disarm and the clear from the Pango, and also the armor from Sven is going to make it difficult for the TB to kill stuff. And the movement speed from Sven is a big thing. Combo onto Skyra. Gonna miss the silence.
He is silenced up, so he's kind of running away for the time being. Not silenced any longer. Enchantress though getting blown up and eventually will fall. Ela in the back lines going for that Hoodwink. Kunkka realizing his team is falling apart and he's continuing to try to run. Elitha still chasing the Hoodwink and will finish the job onto him. And you got the Metamorphosis activated by Terrorblade hiding in the trees, but now he's in a bad spot. Disarm, stunning up. Can he get his ulti off? No, he cannot. No Sunder for the Terrorblade, the LSA, as well as that Laguna Blade coming out from Double King as he shows up. And that overall net worth lead just really jumped up for C-Dub.
Yeah, this is just a beatdown. Eternity, their chances of this game are quickly just dropping. Their draft looked very sketch going into this, and we can see the issue. C-Dub, they have a clear plan, they have clear execution. Their lanes were also quite strong, and now I don't see the comeback play for a lineup like this. When you have Lycan, TB, none of those heroes are heroes you can play around at this point. So it's all gonna have to happen around the Kunkka, because you need some core to be involved if you want to turn this around. So Kunkka and Hoodwink, sure, you have some burst and some combo there, but then you have Enchantress, also not the best hero to gank and set up when you're behind. So I just don't see the tools for them to make a big move. And meanwhile, C-Dub, they're wasting no time. Get that Roche, get the Aegis, get yourself a comfortable situation for Lina here, where she has BKB and Aegis. Now they can really threaten everything on the map.
Yeah, she is absolutely showing up now. As you mentioned there, the BKB is finished on Kunkka, though, so he has the full duration of the 9 seconds, good to go. And that was one of those kind of key items we're talking about that Eternity certainly is needed to feel like they have a fighting chance. I have Scotty on Terrorblade would also be nice, but falling a bit behind that due to that recent death. Lycan also still trying to finish that Helm of the Overlord, which actually he has enough gold for now. So a couple of items, trying to keep a little positive here for Eternity.
Yeah, it's, nice to try and remain positive, and that's what the players have to do, because right now they need to defend high ground at 21 minutes without a lot of their power spikes, and I think we might see them just drop this lane of Rax. I don't know if the players have an idea how to defend this. Kunkka is standing there, he's ready, but without any real friends other than Hoodwink.
Oh, Kunkka's just gonna run.
Okay.
No! That's not how you do it, especially when you have a BKB, unable to activate it, so he will just fight back. But to your point, they really want to defend this. I mean, giving it up could have been the strategy. They kind of half try, and it's almost the worst case example of what was to take place.
Yeah, I mean, either you commit for the defense and you try to make a play, or you don't bleed kills there. Losing the buyback on Kunkka as well there, it's just gonna set them even farther behind. They already had very slim chances. Now, Lycan getting too close. This is just one by one going close for no reason at all. This is looking very incoherent, not like a team at all. I'm gonna be a bit harsh here and say that this looks like a random pub to me, the way they're playing.
And there is something to be said. Again, they are using a stand-in. It's they're winless coming in. Obviously, it's been a disappointing season for them so far. So perhaps that mental aspect certainly taken effect here for sure as well, right? They a bit discouraged is potentially going on there, because there is no if and buts around it. It is a little bit of sloppy play, to say the least. But hey, as far as C-Dub's concerned, they're happy with their performance as they should be. They're taking care of business, and they're going to get both sets of racks there and start pushing out this bottom lane now, because Terrorblade, in the meantime, was pushing that out, trying to get ever so closer to that Aya Scotty follow-up. But I have a DC here quickly.
Yeah, I think that C-Dub, they knew going into this that they should be the favorites, and I think the moment that they saw the drafts conclude, I think they felt very confident going in here in game one, as they should. And meanwhile, as the pause happens here, we have a bit of time to talk. I want to bring up the heroes like Terrorblade and Morphling and these ultra hard carries. They just don't do very well in the current patch. Like, some of them can work if they're heroes that can also activate fairly early and do something. Like, we can see Void work out, who can join in with that Chronosphere and then back to farming. But these heroes that have no real impact on the game and just want to be tucked away and babysat for like 40 minutes until they finish their items, like Terrorblade, I feel like the only thing he wants to do is join for Metamorphosis tower pushes if your team is stronger. But when your team is behind like this, he doesn't want to do anything. He legit just wants to be where there's no enemy and hit creeps. That's it. Those heroes, they are not really thriving in the current meta. They are losing out to the carry heroes. That is Lina, Ursa, these tempo carry heroes that just join, no matter if you're behind or not. Lina didn't have the strongest start, but she has been part of so many engagements still.
Yeah, she's obviously on paper certainly able to do a lot more without as much farm than, say, a Terrorblade would need. So another example of that we're certainly feeling here is, speaking of Lina, she is back in, and she is now top net worth, by the way, where her and Pango are kind of bouncing back and forth with that top spot. But they're both farming very, very well is the ultimate point to make there, and she, in fact, finishes her Gleipnir as we're talking about that.
Yeah, that's going to add even more setup for the Skywrath and also combo for their chain stunning. And you mentioned the Pango there. He's got his Aghanims and his Shard, so he has the survivability of the Shard, which is great against the Kunkka combo. But his Aghanims is also one big issue for this Terrorblade. That we mentioned how Pango is a problem for TB, now even more so. That Aghanims allows you to deliver more swashbuckles, more chance to get the lucky shot trigger, and disarming all those illusions, and even just clearing them. So yes, the Skadi is finished now for TV, and he's getting more ready for fighting. But how much is he going to be allowed to attack in the next fight, or in the one fight that they're probably going to have in this game? I'm a little bit of a doom and gloomer here, but 13,000 gold leads, and the high ground is going to be pushed very soon. It feels like with this Aegis timing, 130. This is not going to be C-Dub backing out after a tier 2 tower. They're going high ground.
For sure. I mean, for me, it's if you're the Terrorblade here, specifically really the Team of Eternity, get this BKB next, which I assume he's going to go for on Terrorblade. Yeah, he queues it up even. Get the BKB and then go for a play. Obviously, if they're pushing your base for mega creeps, then you kind of just have to defend no matter what, even before that. But ideally, buy enough time, some way, somehow for that, and then kind of give it your all-in go of sorts.
Yeah.
Make use of those. But
I'd like to see the Kunkka just like sell bottle and buy Shard, or maybe he can clear some creeps here before the high ground push comes. He has 1,250 gold. The Shard would be a nice addition here to just get something, because you don't have time to reach the Assault Cuirass here. You need to be strong right now for this fight that's upcoming.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, they're going to have to defend against the Mega Creeps push, and looks like that's going to be the case, because for C-Dub, yeah, why would they stop? They have the Aegis for Lina. Still another minute plus remaining. They're going uphill. They understand that this solid lead that they have, and
they're trying.
Okay, yeah, good flank. Terrorblade in the front lines. Terrorblade going to be stunned up initially. They're going for the kill. Gleipnir's on him, and Bantastal, he's barely alive as Yellow Say hits. Gets the 4-step away. Pango's in the hit, but in the flank, speaking of that, Skywrath was picked off. You do see Blessed Kid holding his ground too. This BKB activate, a buyback from a Skywrath Mage. Gonna try to teleport it and get there as soon as he can. Sharpshooter not gonna do too much there from the looks of it though. And Kunkka's dead, and that means he's out for another 70 seconds. So, I mean, it was a chance. They got a good flank position. They gave themselves a slight opening, but Terrorblade was having too much trouble doing much in that fight.
Yeah, I think maybe TV could have turned it around if he immediately sundered his Enchantress there, who was popping the heal and standing right next to him. Thought he was going to go for the Sunder on her and just try to join the team and fight, but both of them got zoned out instead. Pango actually ended up solo killing the Hoodwink and, or the Enchantress, sorry. And yeah, everything
it's
is
just
collapsing
game over
here.
at this point. I know it's not official, but let's be honest. It's basically GG as the Mega Creeps are spawning, and they're pretty much pushing all the way to the fountain to C-Dub as they can. The Aegis gets reclaimed there, so Double King needed to be a little bit careful. However, gets caught and is going to get killed, actually. Has a buyback, but a slight overstep of sorts from the side of C-Dub. But with the game state, certainly a mistake they can make.
Yeah, that was really
just
close.
fine.
TB now gonna get chased down by the second Pango ulti coming in. He Manta Styles, but Pango turns the car around and gets the kill.
No.
Using the Shard to turn around there. Lina going down, by the way, was really clutch as well. He was getting 4-staffed by Sven, but Hoodwink landed the W and pulled him out of the 4-staff.
Nice. Oh, Terrorblade comes back in. He buys back, teleports right into a stun. However, Sanctified, the support Sven, doing his best to survive with that war cry. It's not going to be enough, though, and eventually gets run down. So, Eternity hanging in there. They're giving themselves a shot of sorts. Gonna say we're not going down without a fight, and, you know, something to appreciate about that, certainly, considering we talk about with them coming into this game and where they're at in the event currently, but they're not gonna go out without a fight, at least.
That's true. They're gonna try. Mega creeps are not, at least their heroes can clear mega creeps fairly well. Kunkka has now decided to go for the Crystalist to deal with the creeps a little bit better. And I can't help but laugh a little bit there as at the last retreat there, Broodmother turns around in a tree line and tries to channel the Meteor Hammer that she bought. I think she bought that third item after the Wraith Pact even. This is a third item,
so, yeah.
Meteor Hammer, not very common, but I think he just wanted to keep pushing, taking these buildings. And with the chain stance they have, he even connected sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him use it there to engage at the bottom racks as they were pushing for those mega creeps. So certainly had it at that point. And I think you're right. It's just one of those cases of maybe not in every game build, but hey, we're wanting to try to finish this game sooner than later. Made sense and making the most use of it. But already has another 3,000 gold saved up towards whatever he wants it to be, and had the Nullifier queued up. Now he actually switches it up and gonna go Crimson Guard because why not? Even more mitigation on physical. Pretty good.
Nice thing, by the way, about the Spanish Shard as well this game is that it makes Enchantress unable to dispel the Warcry with Enchant in this game. So something I didn't think about earlier is that you definitely want that Shard because then Ench can't slow people at all.
Oh, Enchantress is dead.
Also can't slow people when she's dead.
Yeah, I mean, Enchantress, not necessarily to his fault, just really hasn't been able to have much of an impact on this game at all. It's been a very rough situation, as we've been talking about right there. And they just burst down Lycan, using Laguna Blade to help do so. BKB for Blessed Kid. He'll just run away with it for the time being, as Terrorblade has a meta pop, but he too is also far back as they lose another support. So now it's time for tier 4 towers. And there's that Meteor Hammer once again coming into play, gonna help to get these towers and open up that Ancient. But again, the end once again is near, and a 1-0 lead for C-Dub is looking inevitable now.
Yeah, they're gonna finally close out the throne here. No way to stop it. Broodmother stands right on top of it and starts attacking. And I think for me, the summary of this game is that if you draft that much late game and that much right click damage, and then just get countered by Guardian Greaves and Warcry, you can't really do anything. Right? They were completely incapacitated by the heroes that C-Dub ended up with.
Yeah, I love the idea of the position by Sven. Again, not a hero in a role we're really going to see too often in the current meta, but it absolutely had validity to it with the draft that they were up against. And it goes back to, like I said, C-Dub, they continue to impress when it comes to drafting and adapting in drafts overall. That's going to continue to be their best shot as far as, dare I say, even claiming the top 2 spot. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, they're up 1-0 against Eternity. We'll see what our panel thought about that game 1.
Let's just pick up right where Breaky left us there, talking about the outdraft, talking about the way that C-Dub do draft. Fia, you were saying coming into this series that was something you really enjoyed about C-Dub, and the fact that they're able to get their hands on 2, maybe 3 extremely meta picks all within their cores, the Lina, the Brood, the Pango, and they play them all to net perfection here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this particular game, you couldn't be happier with C-Dub's draft, right? It was really up to Eternity, and it's hard to say, when a team that picks such strange heroes, right? Either they win and you call them geniuses, or they lose and you're like, wow, this team doesn't know how to draft. But either way, they're trying their best to play, I think, what they're good at. And the couple things that didn't make sense to me in this draft, it started out okay. I think the draft started fine, the Lycan Hoodwink, but why do they have an Enchantress in this game against a Brood and a Lina? Lina is notoriously known for having a ton of attack speed, and Ench wants to abuse that, play against heroes that have slow attack speed. Doesn't really deal with the Broodmother either. So they had something going here with their draft, but the way they finished it out, and I really dislike the support and carry they chose for this game.
On the side of Eternity, do you feel good that there was a way for them into this game? Did their start seem strong enough that with a couple of changes to maybe their play, they could have actually had more of a shot in this game?
I think it was always going to be really tricky because they really just they lacked a lot of kind of playmaking outside of the Kunkka. Once the game kind of dragged on, we saw later on, it was all up to Blessed Kid to make every move, every initiation. I mean, they had the Hoodwink as well. But outside of like some good early game rotations, like Blessed Kid came bottom, got a really nice kill onto the Lina, put a lot of pressure out down there. But it was really just early game strength, I think, coming out from Eternity. We've seen a few times now. They have these decent starts, and I think they're kind of meant to have a decent start. Like, that's the upside, I guess, of picking the Enchantress, which I didn't like, similar to Fear, is that you're meant to do well in these early game lanes. They did well in lanes. They were able to rotate a bit. They got a few kills, but then they just hit this wall where it's like, okay, what now? Now we have an Enchantress in the mid game that's useless. So I think they were always, I don't think this really was a winnable game, I guess, to go back to your initial question, even though there were a couple moments early on where things looked kind of good. It was kind of like false hope.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons for that is C-Dub's MVP. It's going to be Mark on the Pangolier. He was doing a lot. There's the rule. I don't know if you had it Fear in NA Div 1, but we can't give an MVP to Lina. It's just not deserved. So he's going to go to Pango instead. I mean, his scoreline was 10, 1, and 8. Did the most amount of damage on the team as well with 19.3k damage there.
I mean, we couldn't give MVPs to Lina in Div 1 because it barely won.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, it was very different in China.
Yeah.
I guess.
No, but Mark, though, I mean, I've been praising him for, well, I don't know if I've been praising him. I've been spotlighting him a lot, as the proper word. Like, he needs to have a good game, and he delivered. Like, whenever he has a good game, I think part of his good game was the fact that Bless Kid kind of, like, didn't really play to win his lane. He was really trying to play to win the other lanes, and Mark took full advantage of that by just using that space to be able to build up and then eventually just come online with a really great Pango pick.
Yeah, and it could have worked out, Blessed Kid sort of putting that importance somewhere else, but for C-Dub to get the win here, I do want to ask one quick question though before we do go to the break. Gods, coming into the series, we looked at the post-4s, we looked at Afromotion. Something you said was, he always pops off on the Rubik, and sometimes on other heroes, sure, he looks okay, but not to the same extent. Was it a similar story this time round with him picking up the Skywrath? Like, he wasn't bad by any means at all. He was still a decent player, just didn't shine as brightly as if he had been on a Rubik.
I think he was still great. Like, he was 5-3 and 17, 22 out of 29 kill involvement, second highest damage on his team. He was only just under the Pengo, so I think he did everything you want out of this guy. He died a couple times in lane. I think, he's probably more used to playing the Rubik, where you can, use telekinesis and Fade Bolt kind of defensively to protect yourself. Skywrath, you get going on, you die. But you're playing against an Ench. Dying a Sky once or twice is, it's not a big deal. He still delivered. He looked great on Skywrath.
Yeah,
Everyone
I mean, to add to that real quick, sorry. Yeah. It's like the only game where Afromoosh didn't look great was when he was playing against B-God, who had that monstrous series that just kind of was unreal, right?
On the hood, yeah. I do remember that one, yeah. But look, all of C-Dub, everyone doing their part, pulling the strings, and they get the dub in game number 1. We'll see if they can do it in game number 2 after this break.
Radiant structures are fortified. Innocents are
Welcome back. We are only in our first series, but it is game number 2, C-Dub versus Eternity. Game 1 went the way of C-Dub, and they got their hands on 3 very meta picks on their cores. They had the Lina, they had the Brood, they had the Pango. A last pick Pango as well. So C-Dub was set up for success in the game number 1, but fear for game number 2. One of those 3 definitely are not getting in their hands, but do you first phase ban both the Lina and Brood now?
What did they ban before? But short answer is yes.
Ricky and something else. Short answer is yes.
C-Dub.
Both of them.
I think C-Dub banned Ricky, right?
Oh, was it?
Yeah. I mean, yes. It doesn't even matter what they banned. Like,
Just yes.
Ayla is just too good on Brood. He's
It was
very
the
good at the
Rubik
Zoo
Dawn.
heroes. And, you know, Double King, his Lina, it was a little sus, you know? I feel like some of these players, you know, they don't practice the hero anymore because they don't think they're ever going to get it again. It might be something like that, unless they're really trying to win some MMR out there. He missed quite a few stuns. I was a little surprised with Lina being so meta, like, and his laning stage was not as crisp as I was hoping, but it was still Lina at the end of the day and good enough to get the dub there, so I do agree with banning that one out, and I think Brood is a for sure ban. And if you don't ban it, you kind of have to, like, pick it or answer it early before they even show it. Because I don't even know if they're going to first pick it. They'll probably pick it, like, they'll open up with some Rubik or something, which is still in the pool, right? Eternity's going to pick 2 heroes, and they're going to pick Brood, and Eternity's going to be like, oh, it seems like we have no idea how to deal with this Brood as we saw through the first game. So either they need a new strategy entirely to deal with it, which I don't really believe in, that they've had enough time to develop that. Yeah, you could try it, but just ban it is what I'm slowly getting towards.
Yeah, that's very fair. And something that you brought up there as well is, you know, now they have to toss up. Is it the Brood? Is it the Rubik that they ban here? Okay, well, it's going to be the Dawn instead, which means both Rubik and Brood are in the pool. We've already highlighted
I'm from
a
the
number
future.
of times.
They first pick Rubik here, and then they pick Brood after. Eternity doesn't.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, even if they ban the Brood, surely no matter what, if the Rubik gets through, they just first phase it. They first pick it.
Oh,
take
okay.
it.
No confidence.
Well, your future was wrong.
I mean, yeah, I was from a better future. Sorry.
But they've got a plan.
Just the opposite order. Whatever.
You had to mix up because you came from the future.
Look at him. He's
Yeah. It was backwards. It was backwards.
It's still the same future. We just got there a little differently.
Same outcome.
Yeah. But look how ready Eternity were. They slammed down that CM Mars. They had a game plan ready to go for this Brood. Whether it's a good game plan, we'll have to wait and see. They played the Mars a few times before. They love to go. Shippo talked about it. They like this blink rush and just get active as early as possible. So we'll see if that's the case. I think Ezekiel actually played it last time we stood in, so it seems to be a bit of a comfort pick. But I don't know if that's enough when you're giving away Brood Rubik to C-Dub.
I don't think there's anything that can fathom giving away a Brood Rubik. In
What about
general,
Lina Brood.
10 seconds.
same thing, same concept.
Okay. But which one's worse?
5 seconds.
I actually think that's a Lina Brood for sure. is
Yeah.
worse than
You
Brood.
are correct. Yes, that is
Yep.
the right answer.
Yeah. Thank you. How many
problem.
points do I get?
2.
Team back.
2. Hell yeah.
I mean, 1 for each correct choice. Anyway, moving on to the bans here. They banned Lifestealer, which is good versus both these heroes. High magic burst, the immunity to go through and just stand through the arena in the freezing field makes sense. Clockwork, pretty annoying for the CM to get on top of. So their bans do have logic behind them. They make sense. As far as Mars goes, it seems like a lot of teams that are kind of like not succeeding right now really enjoy like this blink dagger rush type of offlane style, kind of like the old school, right? That we don't see a ton of, where the meta's kind of evolved from, you know, Wraith Pack summons to Grieve summons. It's not really that much different from the patch of TI, I guess. Just Greaves are more popular than Wraith Pack right now. But, you know, teams that have not found their groove quite yet still haven't moved on from this like Mars initiation type of offlane style. And it looks like we're going to see a POS 4 Spirit Breaker as well as, I think, was it Moonlight has played this
Okay.
one? Yeah, he has played it.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a weak lane, and normally this style is like you're totally fine sacking your offlane for this, but you have two reliable stuns where you want your mid and carry to just kind of carry you as you just provide stuns.
remaining.
It does give them some way to hunt down the brood, I think, which is something that they didn't really have last game. Like, was that ability to make plays in the mid game outside of Kunkka. Now they've got multiple heroes that can initiate the Spirit Breaker charge and give vision, and just brood split pushing on the one side of the map. You charge her and you kind of set up for like a TP in and an easy gank on her. So I do like the pick quite a lot here. I think they're still in a bit of a hole because they've given away Brood Rubik, but I think they're at least responding decently to what they've given away.
C-Dub just getting meta pick after meta pick right now. Brood,
Yeah.
a Rubik. Now they've got a tree there to try and secure whatever ranged carry they will eventually pick up for themselves, Sphere.
Oh, more first pick meta heroes for C-Dub in the second phase. Huh? Okay. Yeah, Tree. This hero's pretty good. I mean, they got Brood with the Greaves. So Tree normally pairs super well with these summon Greaves offlangers because you hit this power spike where you have Living Armor, you have Leech Seed, you have Greaves, right? You just have so much sustain, and what a better hero to slap it all on top of than a Leshrac, right? Who can just run in there with the armor on, with the Greaves available, maybe going for a pipe this game as well on Ela. Like, just keep this Lesh alive and it'll do the damage, and obviously Aframusha's going to be sitting in the back as Lesh tanks everything, stealing whatever spell he wants to because he's quite the god on this hero, and dishing that damage out as well. So C-Dub's draft already, as usual, looking good and making a lot of sense.
They're definitely not a team who's struggled when it comes to drafting. I feel like so many of their games are like, yeah, C-Dub's draft looks great. It just comes down to the execution. But at least so far today, execution has been pretty flawless. And, I think Eternity is still kind of struggling to find what they want to do. This is a big pick. I think, they see the mid matchup here. It to me makes sense. They may just want to pick their mid. At the same time, they know, I guess, also what their carry's playing into with the Brood. So we'll see what they prioritize when it comes to this fourth pick.
Okay, a Bloodseeker coming out for them here. Someone that's pretty aggressive, hopefully can get involved in all these fights and wants to be active across the map gods.
Yeah, we saw. I mean, I'm high on this here just because yesterday, Fardas J looked amazing on it. First phase Bloodseeker 2 games in a row, and the hero just owned. Like, it wasn't just like this early mid-game tempo carry. It was scaling. It gives you a hero that can kind of self-sustain a bit in lane against the Broodmother. You've got, I think just this draft that wants to fight a lot and run at the enemy. You drafted 3 melee heroes. The issue is going to come down to, like, damage to a certain extent, because at some point I feel like Lesh wants to be playing against all these melee heroes. Like, that's great. Melee heroes that get on top of Lesh, that just enables Lesh to do more damage with Edict, with Pulse Nova, as long as Lesh stays alive, which you've kind of got with the Treant as well as the Brood Aura items that Fear mentioned. So I do worry because I don't think Bloodseeker is good against this Leshrac. It's like you rupture Lesh, yeah, it stops him running around in the fight, but Lesh will just hold his ground and dish out damage on anyone who runs at him.
Now there's just been all mid bans coming out from C-Dub against Eternity, and Eternity feel that they need to ban the Troll as a potential carry pickup for C-Dub Fear.
Yeah, I mean, give me a second to think about why they would want Troll. I don't think they did, but I mean,
Yeah, that's a weird ban.
Yeah, I think C-Dub could easily pick an illusion-based hero if they wanted. Naga would have came to mind, but that's banned. They want to go Terrorblade, that's okay. CK, a rare game where I'll say CK looks pretty decent for them. If not, they can just go any ranged carry here as well. Sniper was banned.
No. Razor looks okay as well. I know Double King likes that hero.
He does like strange here. That's why they banned Dawnbreaker, by the way, because he is a specialist. I think CK looks
I'm
really
sad.
good here. They could go. They did Pudge before. It could be a good Pudge game as well that gets in there. I don't know. I feel like he has a lot of options here, and I'd have to pull up a list of heroes to see what's left because he just has a ton. But I do want to talk about like one thing about like a misconception of like carry matchups in this patch. Like this Bloodseeker, why he looks so good in some games is because it doesn't come down to carry matchup anymore. It really comes down to like net worth, and a lot of things Bloodseeker you think isn't good at, like, oh, he doesn't kill illusions very good, right? Because he has single target blood, right? But he can just farm a Mjolnir so quick and just turn some matchups. So like whatever carry feels like has the most net worth is like going to be strongest in this patch, because items can fix almost all your problems in Dota now. It feels like there's an item for everything to like fill in a hole in your draft. You just have to get to those items. That one was slightly obvious too, but I didn't think of it at the time. But yeah, you don't want to rupture Ursa, because if you do, he just presses Enrage and walks it off, right? Doesn't do a lot of damage. You could struggle a little bit in the laning stage, however, but you are against most likely a double melee lane, which is pretty easy, so it should be a fine lane for Double King.
We saw with Fart Studios, both times they picked Bloodseeker, they insta-ban Ursa, so not sure about the troll and sniper bans.
Well, either or, they end up getting their hands on the Ursa for C-Dub. It's looking like a great lineup. They got the Ursa, they had the Lash, they have Tree, Rubik, Broodmother, whilst there's the Crystal Maiden. That's about the only meta thing on that list that I can say for Eternity. They have the Coddle mid now. It's going to be on Blessed Kid. Sophia, is it just a case of C-Dub really coming into game number 2 already having an advantage with draft, and it's going to be a very easy execution for themselves?
Yeah, it looks pretty straightforward as usual with their draft, so I definitely see a dub in their future here.
And yourself, Gods, is it just as easy as that for C-Dub?
I think so. I think this is more of an outdraft than last game. Eternity, I don't know if they're going to be around for much longer if they can't put together stronger drafts.
All right, we'll see if Eternity can pull something out of the hat here for game number 2. It's going to be our casters, Wagger and Breaky.
All right, so there's that consensus on the panel. Once again, the outdraft in favor of C-Dub. But hey, Eternity, they're going out a little spicy, that's for sure. They're confident with that Crystal Maiden Mars opening, and they finish with what's going to be a Coddle mid in the hands of Blessed Kid, by the way. So excited to see how that goes. But Waga, your feelings?
Yeah, this Coddle mid, though, means that they're running double melee on the off lane, going into an Ursa lane. That concerns me quite a bit. I feel like they have better chances this time than last game, honestly. I hated the last draft. I think this one, at least, I see a lot of potential to make plays. Moonlight runs into all of C-Dub here. He's going to back out in time, though. But at least this time I see Eternity, all the heroes have stuff that they can bring to the table even if they're behind. They have potential gank setups, and this is a lineup that doesn't intend to just sit back and farm and hope that you get away with it. This is a lineup that has a plan. It has a plan to be aggressive, it has a plan to contest and fight for things in the early game. Like Fear said, whoever gets the most farm will probably be the one to win, and usually the one who wins the contest early is going to have more map to farm. So I like Eternity's chances more here than in game 1, but looking at how they performed, it feels like C-Dub are going to take this one too.
I mean, I'm with you there on your initial point. At least this is a lineup that certainly brings a more aggressive nature play style to the board. And hey, if you're going to go out, you're definitely going to go out swinging. That's the mentality I'm sure that Eternity has here right now. So it's the 2-for-2 bounty rune, and into the laning phase we will go. But again, being a mid player yourself, I'm sure you're intrigued. This Coddle versus Leshrac mid. Yeah. So what are the expectations here?
It's a pretty farm tradey lane overall. The heroes are, both sitting far back and just kind of nuking the creeps. I don't think that Lesh will land too many connections where he can follow up into the Coddle with his stun, because Coddle is going to be channeling that blast as well. Coddle mid, it's something that 9 was doing a lot, back in the days, but it also got nerfed almost because of him single-handedly, I would say. I have a lot of experience playing it and testing it out for myself as well. The nerfs made it so that you have a harder time killing the range creep now. You need to go up and do those auto attacks. Also, you don't clear full creep wave with level 5 Illuminate, which is really rough. You used to be able to go for no talismans for spell amp. Now you can't do that. So there are some things to be said about Coddle. Usually, though, we see him rush something like earn into Orchid is pretty common for this hero in the current patch.
All right, we'll see Bluskid and what he decides to go for as far as the evolution in this game. But yeah, early on, as you're getting at, there are definitely some trading some blows right here and getting some back and forth CS fairly even for the time being. So bottom lane, been noticing, obviously, Ela, of course, playing the Broodmother back-to-back games, managed to get their hands on that. Yeah, the Broodmother Rubik opening. I mean, the fact that they were able to get that opening itself is, of course, well, very strong for the side of CW, and they were happy to have, I'm sure. Especially when you have Aframouche playing Rubik, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's getting his comfort zone, he's allowed to play it, and getting the Broodmother after last game is a surprise to me, but they have better stuff to shut it down now. Their reaction was better. A little bit of a toss back under tower here from Bloodseeker. Gonna take a lot of damage, and actually has no salve or tango for himself, so CM has to pass him one.
It's going to be fine. He throws out the blood right for a slight response, but yeah, no tango share yet, actually. Okay, there we go. Waiting for that eventually. Gets it to him and going to be able to regen slightly. But yeah, so you're getting at that they at least have more answers for the Broodmother, so on paper, ideally shouldn't be as effective of a game for Ela this time around, as that is going to be a kill though onto the Crystal Maiden. So, well, Aframouche gets credit for the first blood, but Broodmother there to assist, of course.
Yeah, this lane is just stronger early on here. I mean, Bloodseeker is a decent hero against Brood later on, but right now in the lane, the Rubik is just out-harassing the CM, and Broodmother being able to help as well, using that third skill, is offsetting the balance here in the lane. Because CM and Bloodseeker, they have a combo with a double nuke from CM into Bloodright, but overall, this harassment trade is going the way of CW pretty hard.
Mm-hmm. And of course, that leaves us on top lane, as we've been seeing a bit of brawling back and forth between the two supports up here. You got Treant Protector versus a Spear Breaker, both being those melee supports that aren't afraid to trade hits. But yeah, Treant, he hits hard, especially with the Orb of Venom in hand too. So, but Moonlight's been effective, using those boots of speed of his to pull some creep waves.
Yeah, he wants to get the courier, but Treant is protecting it. That's what he does, I guess.
Sure.
Gotta make sure that Spiritbreaker is not able to do anything. He also got his boots delivered now, so Tree with boots and Orb of Venom gonna be having a better time trying to go for pulls or just harassing in general.
Yeah, they're continuing to have their own kind of mini game off in the jungle, as the cores are focusing more on the lane right now. But Ezekiel's heading over, trying to say hello.
Worth mentioning, by the way, is mid. If we take a look at the Caudle, what he's done in the jungle, he's actually done 2 triple stacks now on the big and the medium camp down in the Radiant jungle. So he's prepared himself to clear that. And invading there and stealing that could be a massive play for Leshrac, as Caudle is only level 4 for now, and he needs more points in Illuminate before he can really farm it.
Yeah, that's big, and you see the Observer Ward going down over there as well from the dire side. So, but speaking of going down, it's Crystal Maiden going down again at the bottom lane. She has proven to have a very difficult time. So yeah, sound like a broken record, but it goes back to not much Bloodseeker. Down the line, sure, good against Broodmother, but right now, there's not a whole lot of assistance he can provide to help this Crystal Maiden other than that Bloodright threat, and clearly not enough so far.
Yeah, it's a one-time nuke combo that they have, right? And before that kills anything, they need to harass first. So it's a bit tricky how they're gonna get an advantage on this lane. But so far, these deaths mean that Broodmother is having a great time. Moonlight getting a bit close to Ursa here.
Yeah, they've been running at him for a while. He got his charge off to get away initially, but they're still running at him, as you mentioned. Ursa getting close, and he eventually gets too close, and one more auto attack needed, as you see right there, to finish off Spirit Breaker. So it's now that 3-0 lead coming out for C-Dub, as they'll comfortably farm at that tower as well, up at the top lane.
Yeah, and Caudle pulled back and farmed one of the camps. He farmed the medium camp, but we have a little gank here from Rubik. Might be able to set up on Caudle.
Yeah, trying to make him feel the pain here. Avoids the stun, though, and Caudle will survive. Has that spirit form active, and he's able to slip on out. So the gank from Rubik unsuccessful.
Yeah, just off the mark there. Leshrac not gonna connect with the telekinesis and the split earth combo. got some tower damage at least, but Blessed Kid is just gonna run back and keep farming those jungle stacks. And Rubik has this freedom, by the way, to make this rotation just because they've been winning bottom. But now he left Broodmother. Can she die here?
She is very likely dead. Insatiable Hunger goes for the creep hit to heal up a little bit, but had to dodge the blood ride. And yeah, they take full advantage of Rubik adjusting to go to that middle lane, and they get the kill on Broodmother. So actually a good capitalize from Eternity.
Yeah, that's really big for them. And mid tower is gonna go down already. Losing tower at 640 as a Caudle. That is almost unheard of. Like, you do not want to lose tower that early on a hero that has one of the best creep wave clears in the entire game. Sure, Leshrac did a good job staying in tree line, and he's coming bottom. Sentry down, though. Gonna get spotted by CM, who just frostbites him and runs away.
Yeah, that's that Sentry MVP right there. It just happened to be there from earlier, so...
Now Mars, though, in trouble, perhaps, but he gets his way out of that pretty nicely, maybe. Oh.
Ursa, another hit. Oh, the spear away, the perfect target. Sanctified unable to tank it, and he will eventually escape in the end. So, yeah, close call there.
As far as melee heroes go against Ursa, Mars is one of the better ones. You have two abilities that can both push Ursa away. So it is a double melee lane that they're running top, but Mars is one of the few who can somewhat decently survive against Ursa. The issue is, though, he's not contesting the farm at all. He is not able to touch the creeps. Ursa, having the face boots already and 1,000 gold to his name, is doing great on this lane. And wow, look at this. Speaking of stacks, C-Dub have actually been able to stack up their Ancients. Gonna get a quadruple stack here with the Rubik on the Ancients. So prepping for Lesh to clear that, I assume.
Yeah, that would be the obvious, right? He's got level 4 Diabolic Edict. He has the Pulse Nova.
Edict's really bad against big stacks, though. It does like no damage when there's a lot of creeps, but the Pulse Nova will do it. He can smoke do it. See, he's using smoke, and just gonna use his mana on perhaps Split Earth and Pulse Nova here. Gonna be able to take it out.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, so yeah, saving the mana. That's wouldn't get the most use out of that Edict, and yeah, the fact that he can just sit. This is riveting gameplay we have, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, is he gonna win? I think he'll do it. Can he beat him?
God. Well, he's got it, yeah. So, yeah, great stacking, though. That's Aframoosh there to assist, as we saw. These spiders, by the way, they're chasing on a Bloodseeker. He is going to live in the end, but needing his supporting Spirit Breaker to come on in and help bash up the Broodmother to stay alive. So, Brood's level 6, though, and thus the spiders are out.
Yeah, they're trying to go down there and help, but Bloodseeker's so low. They're going to charge in. Brood is in danger.
Any TP support? I don't think so. And yeah, it is going to be a kill. I mean, even Caudle's showing up. So, hey, they wanted that kill, and they make it happen. So that's the good news for Eternity.
Still, one thing that's going good for them is that they haven't lost their bottom tower yet. So be careful on Bloodseeker. He runs up and hits the tower with 100 HP here. Gonna get healed up, the Caudle at least, who does have that urn and travels. Trying to activate here on bottom lane.
Uh-oh. Oh no, Bloodseeker, be careful with it. He is going to be fine. Got it, he steals up, and Mark's actually going to end up dying. The auto attack hits him. Now, Bloodseeker did go down to the Treant Protector, actually. So it is a trade there of sorts. And speaking of the tower, remaining alive at half-life, and Chase is on by Sita, but unable to get close enough for any more.
Yeah, they at least defend the tier 1 tower. Not gonna allow Eternity to just push this tower, but they were the ones to have to react now, and Caudle just sits back, happily spamming. It looked like Bloodseeker was gonna live because of that Caudle heal coming in. At least it served to bait the Leshrac in, but I think ultimately Eternity, they are about to lose this bottom tower as well.
Yeah, just as you were talking about that, it's like, you know, good for them. They haven't lost bottom tower. It's now Cena positioning to take down the bottom tower. I mean, even 4 heroes are going to show up, including the Leshrac, as, yeah, it comes over with that level 4 Edict now. Now, this I do know, Waga. Edict is great at pushing towers.
It really is. Here. Yeah, Broodmother plus Leshrac in your team, you push really fast, and then you have Treant to start doing the repairs on the towers that your opponents are trying to push. The tower advantage quickly going the way of C-Dub here. And they even TP Ursa in mid to defend against the catapult to make sure that they're not taking too much damage on mid as well.
So clearly, understandably, Eternity just giving up that bottom tier 1 despite it being full life at the beginning of that. as Rubik and Ursa, or Rubik and Crystal Maiden more so, are going at it right here. Rubik dealing with that solar bind, gets frozen in place as well, and they eliminate to finish the job. So we got to give credit to Blessed Kid, absolutely. I mean, this Coddle he's top net worth. He's got a full Spirit Vessel now to go with the Boots of Travel. He is farming very well.
Yeah, it's the one thing that Coddle Mid is exceptionally strong at is that he farms really, really fast. You're supposed to be number one in net worth, pretty much guaranteed at this stage of the game, and he's doing his job. And now trying to activate and run around and gank a little bit. We're gonna see him go on the Treant here, and the Solar Bind, you can't really move that much. I think this is just a solo kill.
Yeah, it should be. The Illuminate's gonna come through, and yeah, no chance to survive that at level 4. That's a lot of damage that Treant Protector having to accept right there. So yeah, the ganking Coddle goes
There's
top
a
using that
stolen
farm.
charge though. Look at Rubik coming in hot.
Rubik, zoom, zoom, zoom.
I love the animation for him charging.
Kind of hilarious. He gets the bash there, and there comes Ursa with the follow-up. So making great use of the Spirit Breaker still. Not an ability you'll see stolen too often, but Rubik definitely getting the kill with it.
Wow, and getting Illuminate level 4 is a strong spell for Rubik to have now. That is a lot of damage that he can provide, and from so far away as well. It's very hard to predict it. He can use it from Fog of War, so that was a nice kill and a nice steal to boot.
And Ursa getting credit for the kill. That was almost 500 bounty there that he'll gladly take in as that Battle
God.
Fury. It's going to be purchased at Bloodseeker. He's just dead at the bottom lane. The Spiderling's chasing.
Yeah, they tried to go on the Broodmother with a charge, trying to come in with a Rupture, and then possibly the ulti from Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker held his ulti though, didn't decide to use it because too many spiders. He had to start running away, but Bloodseeker didn't have any HP as he came in for that gank, so he just quickly became spiders. Just happened.
Not what you want if you're the Bloodseeker, but he's going to be back up in a second, and we'll see when he makes use of his time. As making good use of their time is this Leshrac is farming up in his own jungle, been noticing, and very close to that Bloodstone now. We see the Aether Lens just finished on Rubik. We know what especially Aframush can do with that. So obviously a big item for him to have. And how's Broodmother, by the way, switching it up a little bit. We're not seeing that Greaves build. It's going to be more of the Orchid build himself.
Yeah, this is a different build, and that's because this game is not physical from Eternity. Last game was all in a physical damage pretty much, but good adapting to the game here, reading that, okay, there's a lot of combo heroes, there's a lot of spellcasting going on, there's CM ulti, there's Coddle who wants to nuke non-stop, and there's even Mars who wants to arena and then spear, which by the way did not work out for him top lane as he had to arena and run away from the top. So yeah, this is a better build for this game, for the Broodmother. Gonna work out really well for him, I think. And maybe he can go back for Greaves later if he wants it.
Now we'll see what he decides, but that Orchid's certainly going to be first. It makes sense as you're pointing out there. As, speaking of the Brood, though, they're going to go in for a kill. There is a TP happening. Nether Strike pushback, the Blinding Light as well, the Illuminate coming through with that Spirit Vessel on top. That proves to be an easy kill for Eternity. However, will it bite them in the ass? Mark is here with that Haster, and so there's the turn on a Spirit Breaker. He wants more, though. He's hunting for more. There's no tower here. He wants the Coddle, and Coddle's caught out. Frozen in place thanks to Rubik. And that Frostbite that he stole with the Bloodstone activation to Mark, even healing on up. So Coddle's still alive. This is a fast hero. Almost running at 500 movement speed currently, but it just doesn't matter. It was inevitable eventually. Gonna get run down. So good find on the Coddle, and he's out for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, these kills on Coddle are huge. Like I mentioned, Coddle is going to be the highest net worth, even after dying here, still topping the net worth chart, right? So that's on him early on, really, really staying. He gives away so much gold, over 500 gold for this takedown, and this is just Leshrac finding, you know, moments to connect as well. With this Bloodstone, he's going to have full uptime, never has to go to base. His mana is fantastic now. Mid CM might be in trouble. Jesus, the range on that Frostbite.
Yep, he's just dead. And also Moonlight going down to the top lane. No, they were setting up a kill. It looked like they're trying to make a play at the top lane, and eventually Spirit Breaker falls for that. But let's take a look at those odds. Obviously, you know, down 1-0 now, and this game is seeming to be going in favor of C-Dub. And yeah, no surprise. It's even gotten a bigger gap here, favoring C-Dub fairly heavily. esportsbet.io, watch to earn platform. Check it out yourself. But this is Cedar feeling very comfortable about their positioning now. Aframoosh a little too comfortable. He gets pushed with that rupture on him, so no chance to survive that one, and allows Leshrac to run, I suppose. But
yeah, he allowed Leshrac to even clear the triple stack on the big camp. So while he did die, and that is a low blow to C-Dub's advantage here, Lesh did steal away a triple stack, and if you think about it, he gained that gold, the enemy lost that gold, so it's honestly worth about the same as that kill on a support. Obviously, you'd probably still want to be Eternity in that trade as more experience from a kill.
Mm-hmm. Orchid finished on the Brood Mother, as we see. Kind of just chilling at his tower, but we're also seeing, Leshrac was in the Brood area, is now heading towards the top lane because the rest of the team is up there, and they're pushing that top tower, but Double King, following up that Battle Fairy with the Blink, did not have a stun, though, to keep Bloodseeker in place, so quickly goes back to the tower, but with Fortification being used and Spearbreaker charging in, however, he just quickly runs away. So it's like that. Is Eternity actually defending here? I don't know. I mean, they're kind of. There they are. Another strike in. Ursa. He's the focus. Has it arrayed. Can't use it yet. It's going to be coming out in a second, though. As the Overgrowth hits multiple heroes. I believe 2 or 3. Spearbreaker. He's just dead. However, the Illuminate. That's going to do some good damage. But the Bloodstone active onto Leshrac. Able to take out Crystal Maiden Ezekiel. Not sure about that, buddy. You were by yourself at that point. So it's a great opening, but there is 0 follow-up. He just melts.
Yeah, Leshrac gonna get away here if, or Leshrac not gonna get the Caudal here, so he's gonna get away here. If Lesh had his Eul Scepter as well, he could probably set up for even one more kill there, but perfect team fight going the way of C-Dub, and they're immediately moving towards the Roche. They have the Ursa on their team. Gonna be a quick Roche, and that's gonna be Aegis onto, I guess you put it on Ursa since he has Blink, but you could also use it on the Leshrac if you want. I think Ursa is better though, because when you have Blink on Ursa, you want to start getting aggressive, and Aegis allows you to do that more confidently.
And there you go. It is going to be for the Ursa.
Oh, that region.
So
the dream. Full mana.
Why not? Yeah, using all those mana there and about half life. It's like, yeah, I'll just pick up this thing that it gives me full life, full mana. No big deal. So there he's good to go. Again, with that Eul's finish as mentioned too. Bottom lane, Bloodseeker, life continues to be difficult, unfortunately, for the side of Eternity. Broodmother might get caught for this, but no, Ursa just melts Crystal Maiden immediately. And then Broodmother is fine, especially with the big bear showing up.
Ended up almost being like a kill secure more than anything, as the spiders almost brought down the CM already. He comes in for sort of the last swipe there.
Sure.
The one hit. But, that's the carry. You want everything. You want the gold. You want the kills. You need this to get to the Basher on Ursa. That's the point where he really becomes a counter for the Bloodseeker. Look at top now. They're trying with Arena. I guess they want the Leshrac.
Well, we saw the last arena. This time a little bit better because the team more ready to initiate follow-up. Oh, but the stun hits on a Spearbreaker as he was charging in. Mars is dead, and so is the Spearbreaker. The Overgrowth as well coming out. And what looked to be a decent opening from Mars, not so much. Rubik barely healed up enough to stay alive. He stole the freezing field. He's going to activate it, more of an intimidation factor, but a triple kill for Double King on that Ursa, and now the tower to fall as well. So again, the Mars initiation, they look pretty, but it's really not ending up in much.
I mean, he got the arena down, but immediately got combo breaker there by Rubik, and that's the value of this hero. He's a very, very fast hero to stop people initiating. He was spamming the telekinesis. I'm pretty sure he was spamming that before anyone even blinked in. They didn't have vision, but it looked like he lived so fast that he was already casting it before he came in there. So the team fights are not really going the way the Eternity want, even with that smoke initiation. Bottom lane, CM running for her life.
Trying, and it looks like it is good. Oh, she turned around. What are you doing? No, barely turned around for a second. And that means the death of Crystal Maiden. So thought for sure he was going to get away. Never mind. And now more push happening from C-Dub. You almost have to remind yourself, Wagga, that we're just 20 minutes into this game. It almost feels a little bit longer. But C-Dub is just really accelerated, and it's going to be even more after this tower kill.
Yeah, this is really ramping up quickly here, and C-Dub They are showing the full force of their draft, using it in a great way. I think one thing that we've mentioned before with this team, while their drafts always pretty much look very solid, and the panel and us casters, we usually really favor them in terms of just the lineups that we have, is that they have not always executed it flawlessly. But here in this series, they're looking like the stronger team by a mile. They're just dominating this.
Absolutely, and that's going to be another quick blow up on the Crystal Maiden, so she's out, no buyback chance. Here's the Mars initiation, but Spear Picker's also dead, so suddenly you're doing this in a 3 versus 5, and it's going to get worse as the Overgrowth use Blink on the Treant Protector. That helps to get pretty good positioning. Mars is dead, and now they're focused back on the tier 2
diving
tower.
For the Caudle and get him too.
Oh, sure, why not? just the mid Caudle. We'll just take him out as well.
Caudle
That's
is
Brood diving all the way to the fountain.
Yeah, Brood is just hanging out. She's not even worried. She has BKB now as well, and gonna make her way back. Like, hey guys. Well, decides that she likes this place, taking over the base.
But we'll focus on the objectives, which is of course killing the towers and the racks in the end. So, yeah, it's hard to keep any sense of positive hope here for Eternity. I mean, we knew going into this, obviously winless so far, and on the verge of almost guaranteeing the fact that they're going to be bottom 2 with another loss here. Well, it's looking like that's going to be the case. But on the positive side of the storyline here of the series, I mean, C-Dub does look good. They are drafting very well. They adapted their draft appropriately in multiple aspects, and they continue to be a team that's like, we're still not sure. I mean, they have potential to be a top 2 in the end. This is definitely a result that's going to help them at least get one step closer to having that chance.
Yes, C-Dub are, I mean, they're delivering. They're doing what they need to do here. This is good Dota, and GG gets called, and that's going to be C-Dub taking down Eternity. The name may be Eternity, but the game only lasted 22 minutes. Broodmother will do that to you.
That's one way to put it, yes. Very quick series, and yeah, you see some stretching coming out, but I think C-Dub as well is just like, yeah, like, they'll take it, right? You know, take the easy dub, what it was in the end, but, you know, also be happy with their own performance, certainly. So, I mean, what else is there to really say? But like I said, Eternity, they're going to continue the unfortunate winless streak. You know, for their own pride of sorts, you would hope that going to give it a valiant effort, and what will be now 2 more remaining series, I believe, for them. See what can happen, but things are looking fairly grim. But Waga, this series come to a close, and we'll see what our panel has to say about how this one wrapped up.
I'm sure there's a lot both Fear and Gods have to say about this, but C-Dub getting this series at 2-0 very quick here in game number 2 as well. They get their hands on the Broodmother twice this time around. Aframush getting his Rubik as well. Gods, like, there just was so much that went right for C-Dub in this game 1 straight from the draft.
Yeah, I mean, both drafts. You get Lena Brood, then they get Rubik. Rubik Brood, it's like C-Dub just in their element, getting to see Aframush on Rubik, using any spell he could get his hands on. He was charging across the map, ganking Coddle. I don't really see the point of this mid-Coddle. Losing your tower at like 6 minutes. I don't think it was like a huge misplay. It's just Leshrac singing the trees using Edict, but part of the reason you pick Coddle is usually just to keep your mid lane alive and just shoved out, and he couldn't even do that, so it just felt like everything fell apart and there wasn't really a game plan for Eternity here, it felt like.
Do you think that there was a game plan, Fear? They just weren't able to execute it? Like, when you look at this lineup for Eternity and how the game played out, is there anything that hindsight can give you towards this lineup?
I mean, it has what you kind of need in your drafts, right? It's got a little bit of stun, it's got some damage from the Coddle, it's got a carry. I mean, the draft itself is like, it's playable, right? It's just the execution wasn't the best, and I mean, you kind of highlighted how Coddle had like a rough laning stage. He did lose mid, but he did lose his tower at 7 minutes as well, but he also had the most impact on his team by far. Beside all of those things, it kind of goes to show you how the other side lanes went as well in this game, right? So, like, Blessed Kid, he tried his best to make something happen in this game. Unfortunately, you know, the Bloodseeker and the Mars were not able to find any impact in this game whatsoever. And C-Dub just completely outclassed them.
It feels like that's often our takeaway from Eternity games. It's like, oh, Bleskid actually looked all right. He's had some games where he even like really popped off, and even this game, yeah, he still looks like their most impactful player every single game we see of Eternity.
But Bleskid and Arates, I feel, did a lot for Eternity, or at least tried to. Unfortunately, there just wasn't really enough cohesion between all of the heroes and the players to be able to get much done. C-Dub, they just rolled over this. They had a fantastic lineup. We can see it there on our scoreboard graphic. And our MVP, Double King, on the Ursa. It couldn't go to anyone else. I mean, maybe it could. You guys can try and argue against it, but for now,
I don't want to argue against this.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could try, but the Ursa was just fantastic. He really, really stepped it up in this game.
Yeah. I think the area that perhaps to me stood out the most with Ursa was really just the laning stage. Like, he was doing a great... Anyone coming up to that lane was getting not just bullied, but just killed. Like, he was willing to, like, forego CSing to chase down a kill with the Treant Protector, making that, like, double melee lane work. It is a great Ursa game. Like, he's playing against all these melee heroes, so, you know, it should be a good Ursa game, but he made sure that he played the hero in the most aggressive way possible when it came to the early game as well as the mid game, getting involved with this fast blink dagger as well.
Mm-hmm. Was there anything extra special that he did in your eyes, Fear, or the same as what God said, just playing it to perfection? Because sometimes, even when a matchup is perfect on paper, it doesn't always go that way. You know, there's only so much theory that can occur for Dota.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game was pretty one-sided, right? And, like, sure, his lane was easy, but he did a good job, like, you know, taking that inch he was given and, like, going a mile with it here, because he, like, played the lane super well. He got really farmed and became a big threat, as he should have. He didn't really make any mistakes with it, so pretty clear game for him.
Yeah, nice and easy. Anything else about C-Dub that we can get from this series now? Like, when we look forward, are you guys really putting them up there again as potential for the second place team? Are you still a little bit like, no, most likely going to be sitting in the middle guards of Division 2?
They kind of dictate their own fate in some ways. They have the two toughest matchups left. They have to play Dogchamp and Felt. So on paper, they should be a middle tier team, maybe slightly above the middle, like a third, fourth place team. But theoretically, if they win those two series, they're what, 5-2, and Felt suddenly has, I think, 2 losses. So we could see them in a tiebreaker for top 2. We could see them finishing second place, but they have to win those 2 series, and that's a big if, because so far Dogchamp just looks way better than everyone. So I still see them as like a third place team, I think. Maybe fourth place if the cut's also stays above them, but they look good. They look promising. So even if they're not making it to Div 1 this tour, I feel like by the end of the year, there's a good chance we do see C-Dub making it up to Tour 1 just based on improvement and the fact that they seem very solid and well-rounded, like with their drafting, their work ethic. Like every time we've talked to them in interviews, they're going through the qualifiers, they're going through the grind, they're doing the hard work. Their team is definitely on the rise.
Yeah, that was something that you said yourself, is this is probably the most promising team in your eyes. So do C-Dubs have the potential, though, to take it off Dogchamp from what we saw today? Yes, they got a lot of meta picks, but in the way they executed that and how they were able to come out on top so convincingly, are you like, this will be a good series when they eventually do face off?
I mean, yeah, they have definitely inconsistencies, but I think we do talk about, oh, how did they get this hero? How did they get that hero? It's because they play them all, right? They play all the meta heroes, right? Which a lot of these teams don't do. So that's what you kind of love to see here. The one thing they are lacking a little bit is that they're a little bit inconsistent. Like, sometimes I don't know what we're going to get from Mark. Is he going to pop off, or is he going to have a really rough game, right? I feel like this team really does live and die off of that. So, like, depending on how he matches up against these top teams, I'm not really expecting them to go to Division 1 after this type of, like, league. But maybe the next tour they might. But one thing I do like about them is they're a team in Division 2 right now that is competitive. It looks like they're improving each day, and it looks like they're here to practice, and they're improving every time we see them.
Yeah. Well, they're improving, they're showing up, and they're showing up to winners' interviews as well. We do have Sanctified joining us. We get to ask him some questions. Sanctified, congratulations on the win here. How does it feel for the team getting another win under the belt?
Hey, it feels really good to have another win for sure.
Yeah. I want to ask, were you guys surprised that you got the Lena brood in game 1 and then got the brood again in game number 2?
Yeah, for sure. That was the first thing Afro said as soon as we ended. He was like, I don't know how we got that again.
Was it something you guys were prepared for, or how was the preparation for the Eternity series here? Do you guys do it individually, like prepare for each team, or just more focus on yourselves?
We prepare for each team, but I think we more focused on ourselves this game after our last series. Our coach was definitely saying, like, I don't want to confuse you more with information on the other team. Just kind of focus on our game.
Mm-hmm. And what was the main focus? Like, what was the biggest change from the previous series to this one, in your eyes?
I would say just we weren't on the same page for the last series. We were making sure to, like, after the draft is over, before the game, everyone talking about how the game's going to go, like what people need to be, where people need to be, timings and such. And we weren't doing that the last series, just kind of preparing our minds for what's going to happen in the game.
Okay. And one last question from me. From this series, what are you guys going to take away in preparation for your Felton Dog Champ series?
I guess just staying focused. Felton Dog Champ are going to be the hardest teams, I believe. So I think this was probably one of the weaker teams. So I think we just need to stay in communication with each other a lot better. So.
Yep. Fear, if you have any questions?
Yeah, sure. So I guess my first question will be, like, could you briefly describe, like, each of your players and their personalities?
Sure. Yeah. I'd say DK, I'd say he's the most quiet of all of them. Yeah, he's quiet, but he's a very intentional player. I think the hardest thing, we just needed to get him to talk some more. But he likes to challenge. Him and Afro have a little, like, challenging series about who's better about a lot of things going on. Afro's definitely more aggressive in play style and talking, and he's definitely our leader. Mark, I'd say he's more of the funny one. He likes to joke around, likes to mess around, especially when we're winning, and then when we're losing, he's the one who brings us back up, getting the team back together. And then Isla's also quiet, but he has a lot of ideas. He's kind of our idea guy. He comes up with, like, crazier ideas for the team. So.
All right, thank you. So one last question will be, there will be a new patch one day. Is there a certain, like, item or hero, or what do you want to see changed in the new patch, if anything?
Yes, I want to see Nature's Prophets gone from 5 pubs and his talents. He just farms so fast, and he just takes over the map. But for me personally, I want to be able to play more Nyx Assassin. I really like the hero, but he's just kind of weak, and with, like, Prophet and more Zoo heroes, he's just too hard to play.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. I had a couple questions. Firstly, congratulations, Sanctified. You talked about, talking to your coach between games. You're one of the few teams who has a coach. What was the kind of reason behind bringing in a coach, and what have you gotten out of having Kips working with your team?
Yeah, I think the owner was always kind of looking for a coach for the team, which was really cool. And I was super excited to get to work with a coach. And Kips is really great. She gives lots of, what did I say? She kind of works less on the actual like gameplay of the game, and I think she's an analyst, right? So she focuses more on. I think she helped us a ton with communicating. Like everyone, I think a lot of us had ideas about how the game's going to go, but they were unspoken. So people were like assuming that someone would be somewhere or that this would happen, and she's really helpful in getting us to like vocalize what we're talking about, so our people will have realistic expectations about what everyone else will be doing in the game. And then, yeah, like a lot of conceptual things that I think us as players don't think about as much. We're more focused on what's happening, and I think those really help in like the macro, like of the game. So it's been extremely helpful, and I love working with her.
Yeah, that's great to hear how like seriously your team's taking it. And I guess on that note, we've been ourselves hyping up your team as one of the kind of really promising teams that have kind of arisen. I'm wondering if you individually and then also as a team have kind of set goals for C-Dub as far as where you want to go this year. Obviously, making it to Div 1, staying in Div 1. Like, what are you kind of your goals right now, individually and as a team?
Yeah, individually, I want to see as far as I can go, for sure. I mean, Div 1 majors, of course, that's a lot of people's dreams. And I think as a team, we've set those goals as well. We've talked about getting to Div 1 and really striving for that this season, which of course, I don't think is going to happen anymore. But I think everyone has similar goals and just always improving and working with each other to improve. So I could see us trying to run it back next season for Div 1.
Awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, Sanctified, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on the win. I'm excited to see what you guys have in store for the Dog Champ C-Dub series.
Thank you.
See ya. Did you get all your information for each individual personality from the side of C-Dub?
I did.
What a question.
I mean, we had time, it was a fast series. We had time for a longer interview here.
Are you saying then if teams don't want to do longer interviews, they should just make the series go longer? Otherwise, you'll get questions like that from you.
I mean, I'll start thinking of longer ones if they don't, honestly.
Make them be there even longer. But look, it was a quick series. It was a 2-0 in favor of C-Dub. We could see the leaderboard and know what changes have occurred over there now with them picking up the extra win. And it's them now sitting above the Cut and Ant. They're going to be in third position now with 3 wins and 2 losses. They said Sanctified said that the dream for Div 1 might be out this tour. It's not. There is still a lot of potential, and there's many different ways in which it could still play out. First and foremost, obviously, them having to beat Felt later on next week, but there is a lot of space for it, and it was only our first series for today, so the leaderboard's going to change up a little bit more. We could see our schedule for the rest of the day because Eternity, C-Dub, it's all done and dusted for a 2-0. Does mean that we'll have Ant versus The Cut next series, and our final series of Fart versus P Squad. Now, no fear, this was the one you were most hyped for. You think this was going to be the closest, the Ant versus The Cut series coming up. I know we're going to have to talk about it a little bit more in depth after the break, but just for now, just some general thoughts. Is it going to go all 3 games for that series?
Yes, I think it will go all 3 game series as both teams are on the come up here, but not looking pristine. The Cut may be called the Cut, but they're not looking that sharp right now, and they're looking pretty okay.
Mm-hmm. And Eternity, I didn't really touch on it, but their leaderboard, they're going to be relegated now. God, it's not 100%, but it's pretty much what they played. 5 series now. So unless something really goes weird, they are going to be relegated. And when we see them play the last few series, they've definitely been improving. What do you think has been the biggest improvement for them, even if they're not going to be staying in Division 2?
I think Blessed Kid's just looked better and better as he's gotten a bit more competitive experience. He's not someone I've really seen before this tour of NA DPC, and he's definitely impressed me. I would, like no offense to like the team as a whole, but he's someone I could see like actually making it on like maybe a stronger team. So he's someone maybe to look out for in future seasons on other rosters. But I think they've just gotten better at playing the early game. Like they're winning. They're not just getting crushed in lanes. The first few series they'll just lose the lanes. Game was over. This time around, today as well as yesterday and more recently, we're seeing them actually do better in the laning stage. So their games have, not being complete stomps, but they fall apart in the mid game now. So it's gone from falling apart early game to falling apart mid game. Once they figure out their mid game, maybe maybe things look a bit better.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, you just work on how clean your Dota is based on time. You get the 10 minutes lockdown, then you get the 20 minutes, then you get the 30 minutes. But it's interesting, it's exciting to see what Eternity can bring out for the remainder of this division. We are going to jump to a break, but before we do, I want to give our sponsor a shout out, esportsbet.io. They have an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. So if you're a DPC fan, you have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet, almost guaranteeing you a win with no risk involved. So you can start placing your bets now. If you want more information, you can join the Discord. A link for that is below in the PGL Twitch channel. Sophia, before we do jump to a break, any other last words that you want to say about C-Dub? Hype them up, because the break coming up is a little bit of a long one.
Hype them up. Okay, C-Dub, my boys here, like, they can play every hero in the game. They can play the meta. They're looking good. They just need to, they just need to step up their game a little bit. They need to work more on, like, the communication, as they talked about, more about the individual gameplay. This is the type of teams I love to see in Div 2, the ones that have promise, ones that you say, if they stick together, sure, maybe they don't make it to Div 1 this tour, but if they stay together, they're going to get better, and I'm sure at some point this team will see a Division 1 if they keep at it, keep practicing, and continue drafting this way and continue training.
I'm hyped. Too we'll have to wait to see C-Dub play again. But Ant versus the Cut, I'm going to assign God's Ant and Fear the Cut. And when we come back from our extended break, I'm going to make them argue and fight each other for each team.
Radiant structure.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a very quick first series. It went 2-0 in favor of C-Dub, and now we have our second series of our third, well, out of our 3 series today, and it's going to be Ant versus the Cut. And this one is very important for both teams. You know, both of them wanting to be going up to Division 1 and in great positions to do so. Ant, more on an up and up, Gods. I assigned you Ant. That was going to be your team that you had to defend and argue with Fear. So, yeah, I'll just give you the space. Give me all of the points as to why Ant are definitely going to be winning this series.
It's like our opening statements here.
Yeah, we're like the United Nations, except it's team versus team of Dota.
Yeah, we're back in debate club.
Yeah.
Look, I think you're right. They're on the up and up. They started off slow. They was 0-2, but they've since bounced back in a big way. I think the big thing is they've kind of figured out a clear identity with Ush leading the team, playing, you know, his Mars, his other big playmakers. He loves to play these initiators, which I think works really well with him in this kind of captain role. And then you've got great talent kind of around him on the other cores. RL in the mid lane has been stepping it up, playing better and better. He's great on some of these spirit heroes. He's got a really good invoker. And I think RGS is just like, you know, looking to be this player I hadn't really heard of before NA Div 2. But every single time I see him, he's impressive. But I think the real shining point for this team is that offlane duo. Ush and the Warden just seem to crush their lane consistently and put a lot of pressure on opposing teams' safe lanes. That really gives them a ton of early momentum. All
right, Fair, this is your opportunity now. You get to absolutely disregard everything God said and say all the ways and all the reasons the Cut are going to take advantage of whatever positives Gods think Ants has.
All right, Scourge McDuck is going to, as usual, crush his safe lane, completely contradicting what Gods just said about how the off lane is going to be strong here. So, Scourge McDuck, he plays a lot of lane-winning heroes. He almost always wins his lane. He likes to farm. He's going to bring that to the table here, but I think the real player to really keep an eye on for the Cut here is going to be Sadman 01, also known as Shaggy. He plays a lot of unconventional mids, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse, but he will counterpick really hard in that mid lane. And I think RRL is the type of player, you know, he has a very versatile pool as well. So I think this matchup is going to be pretty even for the most part. However, I am supposed to be going for the Cut here, so let's go for more of an advantage they have here. So both of these teams, right, their favorite hero is Silencer, actually. However, the Cut has an 80% win rate with the Silencer, while the Ant has a measly 50% win rate with Silencer here. So big advantage for the Cut going into this one.
Yeah, massive. If they can even get their hands on the Silencer, that'll all be decided in the draft. I thank you, both of you. You know, I appreciate that you're willing to have a little bit of a back and forth there over the two teams. For now, though, we can have a player comparison. We can have a look at that offlane that you highlighted there, Gods, in Ush on the side of Ant, but also Chives on the side of the Cut. Someone you didn't really talk too much on Fear. I know you briefly touched on him, but give me some more information about Chives. How does he play? How is he the better offlaner between himself and Ush?
It's probably not the better offlaner.
Oh, okay. You're supposed to be hyping the Cut up. What?
I thought that segment was done. Okay.
All right, yeah. Going back to normal.
Non-biasness. I mean, I think Chives is a pretty good offlaner. He has like 2 modes right now. He plays Spirit Breaker or he plays Lycan, right? Those are like the 2 heroes he generally plays. But if you look at Ush at the same time, I feel like he's either playing Mars or Beastmaster for the most part. And we did say 1 game of his Tide. Gods did mention how, you know, the Warden plus Ush, that's Mars plus 1 combo, they've been dominating. But the 1 game he did get the Tide instead of the Mars, he actually lost his lane, right? He still did similar things for the team, but it looked a lot weaker. So I don't know, if he doesn't get Mars and if he doesn't get Beastmaster against a better team, they could put this team at a big disadvantage.
You know, that was just the game plan he was going for with the Tide. That's how he wanted to play it, right, Gods?
Yeah, are we still being biased? Yeah.
No, you know? we can go back to being unbiased. It was tough for him. We had an interview with him after that one, actually, and he was saying a little bit about like why they keep favoring the Mars, and why he does do a little bit better on it, just with that role swap that he did a while back, and it was just something that he was comfortable with. But game 1, we can look forward to seeing what they're going to be picking up. Definitely not the Mars. That was first phase ban. Mars Beast, 2 things that you pointed out, Fia, have been taken away from Ant, and the 2 openers, Nature's Prophet and Tusk for Ant, whereas the Cut have Tree, Ember. And looking a little bit more meta, maybe a little bit stronger for you.
I don't know if they're looking that much more meta. Like, you do have Ember, which is pretty meta, and Tree, right? I mean, and I think this just in general, this is very meta. So I do, as usual, worry for the mid laners who do early phase Ember, because they'll always ban a couple matchups, but one of them will always squeeze through, But maybe having the Treant is enough to kind of like offset that just a little bit here. But the Ember pick is kind of to shut down the Tusk mid, right? So Tree was first pick, right? And then they went NP into Tusk, and then they took the Ember to cover it with a couple bans here. So a lot to be shown still here in the drafts, whereas I think another NA team most likely will switch this Tusk to support now that the Ember has came out.
How do you feel about first phase Ember's gods?
Not as strongly maybe as Fear, but I think if you are going to first phase it, this is like the one way you do it. You pick it up in that 8 pick, the final pick of the first phase, and then you ban out to protect it, which is what he's kind of done. Like, we've seen the Ember matchup go a bit both ways, but the SF ban silencers a little to protect the Ember, but also just because both these teams love 5-position silencers, so I think it's kind of a no-brainer pick for Ant if they want a ranged 5, most likely to go with the Tusk if they do put that Tusk onto support. But all in all, I think just putting Shaggy on a hero that he's comfortable on is one of his most played, makes a lot of sense. And the only concern going forward is, like, can Ant cheese him? Can they play a Huskar? Can they play one of those lane-dominating heroes and make his life difficult?
Sorry, I lost some thought looking at the play cams, the times ticking down there. Disruptor, is that other one? What's the 100% still right, Fia? 100% out of 6 picks for NA?
Disruptor, yeah. Technically, it shouldn't have changed. Unless yesterday... Yeah, I don't think... Never mind, it hasn't changed.
Yeah. I was trying to think if it had been picked up since I last at the stat, and I was pretty sure it hadn't.
Yeah, I mean... It was Felt and Ant who played this hero the most, with, I think, Fart Studios also picking it up once or twice. But it hasn't lost yet, so that is a good thing. However, unlike Storm, Ember is a hero that is much more difficult to catch with the Glimpse, as you do not automatically glimpse him back if he is in the Remnant here. But nonetheless, still a strong hero. Just by looking at heroes in general here, it looks like the Cut has a bit more going on for them in this game. Like, they're kind of giving us a bit of a new look. They're normally the no stun team, don't pick the meta, just kind of pick your own heroes type of team. And they've got themselves a very meta draft here. So either they just sat down, had a big talk after their loss the other day to Felt, and decided to play, I wouldn't say more seriously, but like look at the draft at a different perspective. I don't know if that'll help them, because they looked pretty good with their own like wild type of style that they had here. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. We'll have to see, but their draft looks good. A lot of AoE, a lot of team fight. Whereas another NA team, kind of single target with the Tusk and the NP for now. Disruptor, sure, his ultimate does bring you a little bit of team fight control. And the Cut, of course, I told you Chives is, pick one, Lycan or Spear Breaker. Spear Breaker's banned, so he only had one choice here from the looks of how they draft generally. So going back to like their comfort.
Not much of a choice. And yeah, we finally get to go get that feel like, okay, this is the Cut draft with the Lycan pick, but it is still a very meta hero, and something that I feel like Ant are going to need to address in some way. They can play the Nature's Prophet into Lycan, but I'd almost wouldn't mind seeing like a Tusk Nature's Prophet offlane duo here. Put a lot of pressure on the lane. But I guess if you want to keep that flex potential open, I would most prefer to see Ant pick up their mid laner here, get that Ember matchup, and leave your final pick of the draft with the Nature's Prophet flexible, because I think there is a lot of merit going into that last pick for yourself, having that ability to change where you send Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, of course. The flexibility is something that always helps teams that have that overall last pick, which Ant do have. And we've got last pick of this phase. It's going to be the Leshrac. Okay, they're just picking up their mid matchup here between Ember and Leshvia.
There must have been something that has happened fairly recently that I'm not up to date on, because
In what way?
This mid matchup, most people used to really like picking Ember into Lesh because you do get that Flame Guard talent where Lesh can't really chew through it and do a lot of damage to you. And the laning stage isn't that difficult because you don't get harassed that hard as an Ember. You have ways to like dodge the stun if you time your slide correctly. So this is kind of like, you know, not exploiting the Ember, which I'm generally not a huge fan of. It does come with risk, as we did see yesterday. Shaggy did pick the Huskar against Ember. If you don't absolutely crush the Ember, that puts yourself in a pretty bad situation. And I don't think Lesh is going to crush Ember in this matchup. So I feel like Ant is really just trying to pick heroes that kind of like makes their lineup work a bit better. But they don't have like that type of sustain to keep Lesh alive that we saw in the last series, where you got this Greaves offlaner. You know, you got a Treant Protector. You have something that can allow Lesh to keep pushing forward. And as he is playing against like a Lycan, I'm a little afraid that he will not have the sustain here to be able to just run into the fights without dying.
Well, anytime Lesh pushes forward, there's no getting out when you're against an Ember. That's a hero that, you know, you overextend, you're just dead. Any kind of Rubik rotation, like if you're Lesh trying to take an early mid tier 1 playing in the trees, you've got to be very careful.
Yeah, pretty much an immediate spec picked up for the cut to finish off their draft. And then Slark coming out. Gosh, this hero, in the back of my brain, I just almost always assume it's being banned out. Like, he has such high priority when it does come to being banned. But Ant, they get their hands on it. Do you think, Fia, it's enough that they're able to come up against not only the draft of the cut, but the cut have looked like one of the better teams here in how they execute their drafts? But this is something completely different for them.
Yeah, I think their draft is better than the other drafts I've seen for the cut. And another NA team, they have a Slark, which looks like it can work here. I do favor the cut. It will take me too long to explain why, because there's so many small factors, but I'm going with the cut here.
Okay, give me 2 small factors as to why the cut.
Why the cut? I think late game they should be superior. They might be able to shut down the Leshrac here. They got a pretty straightforward laning stage as well. Okay.
And for you, Gods, is it going to be the same sort of thing? For some reason, the cut you're just favoring, or are you actually liking how Ant ended up with their draft?
I don't hate their draft. I will go. I'm going to keep my bias rolling, my Ush bias. Another NA team. I think they got this. I think maybe a little too much greed on the side of the cut could get punished.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see how it plays out. Too many things for Fia to explain why the cut is so good, but for Gods, it's just he's going to stick with that off-lane supremacy on the side of Ant. Was the bias? I don't want to throw the B word around like that, you know. But game 1, we are going to head on into it with our casters, Wagger and Breaky.
Thank you very much. Another NA team not using a lot of reserve time. They seemed very confident when it came to their draft especially, and here we go, hopping into game number 1 of this best out of 3. Waga, you like Ant's draft?
Yeah, I'm looking a lot at the 2 drafts here. I think Ant, they have a lot of synergy. It's also got some simplicity to it. I think Furion carry is usually very easy to execute as well if you want to run that. But of course, in this game, with the Slark picked up as well, we're going to get to see that offlane Furion, and we'll see exactly what he's going to go for in terms of item build. I think offlane Furion brings a lot of tempo. Furion plus Leshrac. We saw Lesh and Brood earlier. The tower pushing, I think, is a big part of drafting, and both of these teams have covered it a little bit, having Lycan as well on the side of the cut. I would probably say that I overall favor Ant's draft, but as Cutter doing something similar to what we saw earlier today, right?
Yeah, so when it comes to the Ant, obviously they're running Disruptor as well, and this is a hero that you can argue, I mean, facts itself suggest that this is the most successful hero right now in Division 2 North America, with that 6-0 record, as the panel was even mentioning. So, you know, another even benefit there that Ant seems to be working off of. But the cut, when it comes to later on and scalability, they certainly have that power that you have to respect, certainly. But speaking of the early game, we had the chance to sit down with Ush on the side of Ant and ask him about their early game strategy and play.
Oh, let's hear it.
The early game is kind of our strong point, I would say. In a lot of our scrims, we've been doing really well in the laning phase and the early game part of the game. So I would say that just having really strong lanes and coming out of the lanes doing well and maybe have a little bit of an advantage, that's kind of where we do our best. So probably just that. And I mean, from there, we want to make sure that we stabilize and have a good mid game, because that's kind of where things can go wrong for us. We get that early lead and then we tend to throw it away sometimes.
Well, the early game is here and the early game is now. What is this early game? Are they set up to have a successful early game, Laga?
I think so. I think they certainly, I would agree that generally lanes, they play it quite well. A lot of the differentiating factor comes to how well can teams execute exiting that laning stage and activating your heroes on the other lanes. But all the lanes are like completely fine. I am a little bit with fear that maybe they could have had a mid hero that could have shut down the Ember a little bit better than Leshrac, but at the same time, Lesh shouldn't really struggle against an Ember. It's a, easy enough lane to play and just farm.
Keep an eye on all the lanes. In fact, the top lane, see a lot of harassment. Again, that Disruptor being played by Feeling. 6-0 record and doing plenty of harassment to the Rubik up here. But Chives on the Lycan, setting up to have a good time himself, getting those wolves at level 1. And of course, the Helm of Iron Will be coming along for him eventually right here.
The level 2 advantage. Yeah. They got level 2 first. They're going for it.
And they're going to get it. They're easily going to get it. Yeah, you mentioned level 2. That's important. The Eclipse comes out and seems like almost Rubik was caught off guard by that.
Yeah, you have to respect like the way the lanes play and the creep balance. If you get more or less denies, who kills the second wave first? And immediately here, going for more. They have Mango for a glimpse.
Okay. They don't even need Glimpse right there. Yeah, they just run at the Lycan. That's that level 1 Thunderstrike. More than enough damage, and of course the pounds from Slark as well, adding up to secure the Kona Lycan. So this top lane has definitely been dominated now by Ant.
Yeah, and TP in the tree lines now, Lycan trying to make sure that he doesn't get glimpsed back. But look at Disruptor just sitting there. And if he doesn't show on Lycan, then they just go on Rubik.
You're going to pull him back. Now, Argus is low himself, so I was going to say a bit greedy right there. Slark falls first, and that's where Rubik could be like, you know what? We killed the Slark at least, so really happy with that.
Yeah, very aggressive lane, and that's going to be Chives coming back into lane and a little bit happy getting the Slark immediately there taken down. Of course, last hit did go to the Rubik, but Slark TP's back as well, so no TP's available here, and now Lycan has to be a little bit worried. If he gets gone on by full HP Slark, then he can't really fight back. So he's going to have to use his summons to farm on this lane a little bit.
Yeah, so certainly don't want to suggest that they threw away that early lead that they had, but give it a little bit of a fight back for the Radiant side and keep an eye and continue to see how that evolves. But our mid matchup, you got the Leshrac versus the Ember Spirit, and it is fairly even overall. Leshrac does have the deny advantage currently, but both with very similar creep score.
Yeah, Lesh is playing it well overall here. RRL generally plays a solid mid lane, I would say. He's one of the pretty strong mid laners, I think, here in the Div 2. Typically performs good, and 19-8 against 17-1, not getting denied more than once by the Ember is really well done.
And that leaves our bottom matchup. Really look at here. Spectre 17-3 CS, 14-7 on Nature's Prophet. So Scourge McDuck has happened to have a pretty good time at this bottom, and he's going to get snowballed on, but that was more so the Warden using it defensively to get on out, and no kills necessarily taking place.
Yeah, and going for the early chainmail on Spectre with the triple mango, or the 6 mangoes, I should say. Well, Treant might get caught out. Not going to have a way to get out of those shards, but he's healing up.
Yeah, between Leech Seed as well as the Nature's Guys, he is able to stand strong. And Ush only can do so much. Tries to run him down, doesn't have Sprout yet, so using those minions of his. But in the end, Treant's going to be fine. So, I mean, they're brawling down here at the bottom lane, but nobody dying from all these auto attacks.
It's really funny to me how Spectre has 11 HP regen when she stands next to a banner creep. Not using a tango, by the way. Like, these items are pretty high in regen, and Oh, top lane. We might see a glimpse play here. A little bit of a miss combo.
Chives juking in the trees. They're going for the quick turn kill now on Disruptor. Disruptor is going to fall, and Chives will live for the time being. In fact, he is going to be fine. So, yeah, the glimpse play almost backfiring in a sense. I mean, Argus is going for this. Has pounced in 2 seconds. It's going to be too deep, though. That would be way too much of a commitment. And so Lycan's able to walk it off.
Yeah, that was bad timing. I think Argus didn't really understand that the Disruptor wanted to pull back there and then they can pounce. So he went for a pounce and then immediately lost the value of that. No value at all of the 2.5 second leash. Otherwise, that kill would have been pretty easy for them. So just miscommunication.
Certainly got to be on point with that. So there's some rotation to the mid lane, and Imperium taking advantage of that was going for a play on Nature's Prophet at the bottom. But speaking of that mid lane rotation, Tusk in, shards are out, and
wow,
Ember Spirit has that ability to get away from it in the end.
Well, he just got his Sleight of Fist and got level 6 from it.
That's good timing. Pretty good timing, helping to keep himself alive against the Remnant. And he's still being run down, though. He's in trouble. Disruptor, it lands, and suddenly Sad Man will be pretty sad as they do just run him down. So it was a great escape initially, good timing, etc. But good perseverance coming out from Anton and chased successfully.
Yeah, that works out well for them. Good that they brought in the Disruptor as well. That does leave the Slark alone top, but Slark against Lycan is doing completely fine. And he's about to get level 6. You want him to get solo experience anyway, so leaving the Slark is not the worst thing in the world. Now he has level 6 and he's going to be able to regen, and this frees up Disruptor entirely to move wherever he wants. So you almost want to send Disruptor to leech experience mid while Lesh does other things. Oh, as Lesh gets robbed of a bounty rune.
Yeah, sitting right there waiting for it, and all of a sudden, Sadman just comes on and steals it in front of him, and RL sitting here with the Pulse Stone, more so walking away with the Pulse Stone, has support coming in, Sadman, oh no, gonna be clipped backwards, doesn't even matter, just explodes to the Dark Pact. Oh, that's a feels Batman for him. You know, I thought he made the big play when he did steal in the bounty room, but the rotations were there immediately from Ant.
Yeah, I have to wonder if he could have committed for that kill faster. Sometimes when you go for these rotations in the enemy jungle, you don't see a lot of heroes. Oh, mid might catch Rubik, but he has the armor. What I wanted to say is that the longer the kill takes, the more chance you give for opponents to react. He did have triple remnants ready. If he used all of them, that would have killed Leshrak since he had like 10 HP at the end, and all remnants were not used. But it also feels bad to commit all remnants for a single kill. I think he should have, though.
Oh, hindsight, certainly. I think it feels like he should have as well, but in the end, what's done is done. He'll come back to the mid lane in 8 minutes, about to spawn another rune. It's going to be the Illusion RR will bottle it upright. Or no, that was actually bottled up by Ember Spray using the Slight to take it, so well played on his part again with the rune control. Snowballs in, he's going to Remnant this time away. Imperium also nearby, so a lot of brawling continuing to happen. In fact, brawling a little too much. Gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and Disruptor is taken out. So some positive there for the cut.
I was trying to bring down the Rubik, but didn't quite have the high ground vision and range and everything to bring him down there. Also, he was getting assisted, so Rubik easily kites it out, backs up, and has his mana boots now. Mid stun connects. He just didn't react to that. Oh boy.
Yeah, it is a rough start. Sadman's been a very impressive mid player throughout here on the cup, but this is definitely one of, if not his slowest start for sure, in terms of early game. And you know what? It goes back to what Ush was saying right here for Ant. This is when they really shine, and they absolutely are. Specifically, Leshrak assisting on yet another kill right there. That's already 3 deaths on Ember Spirit.
I wonder how much
top net worth.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that death, by the way, is, memory being used to the old remnants, which had no activation time. Now it does have that. Bottom 3 might be in danger from this catch here.
Yeah, the rotation's coming in, and specifically from Disruptor showing up with the Tusk, and not much Trian can do right there to get out. So, yeah, the movement continues, and Ant is not showing any signs of slowing down, that is.
Yeah, overall, fantastic start here for Ant. It's exactly what we were talking about, their laning stage.
Oh my gosh, is he in trouble again? He's just dead? Yeah, Tusk and Disruptor just walked to the mid lane, and Ember Spirit, I thought he was going to be fine because it was just Leshrac, but never mind. The supports show up, and suddenly he's just dead again.
Yeah, they have some great stuff to catch Ember. They have the Glimpse, they have Snowball, which can keep chasing after you, Remnant, and Rubik now walking into the Tusk as well as he made his way back down bottom. Oh boy, things are falling apart quickly here for the cut. They're 4,000 gold behind at the 10-minute mark. That is not a very good spot to be in.
No.
And this is also what I was saying at the start of the game, that they're doing something similar to what we saw earlier today. It's the Lycan plus a hard carry, Spectre in this case, not Terrorblade. You know, but these hard carries that just want to farm paired up with Lycan, I feel like it's pretty greedy. Puts a lot of pressure on Ember, and Ember's being shut down. He's 0-4-0.
Yeah, well, and also goes back to, well, from the thought, because top lane, Arceus is in the Shadow Dance and gets a free kill onto Rubik by himself. He's just going to TP out. Oh, that's a perfect TP timing, because if he doesn't do it then, he is absolutely dead with Spectre showing up, but he gets out, and Lycan at least is going to try to push his top lane now, top tower that is, as a result of him getting out of there. But yet another kill, and that one again a solo kill, and we might find another on the side of Ant. Never mind, this time Ember Spirit able to get out after the glimpse was used.
He was honestly in danger.
Survive.
There's level 6 on this Disruptor, so he almost connected with a Static Storm there. He held it in the end, didn't really feel like he had the range to land it. But yeah, he has to be so worried. They are really after this mid laner. They realize that he's the one that the cut have to rely on, that they need to make all the plays around here in the early stage of the game.
Yeah. They're basically completely taking away any early game presence from the cut. And so, yeah, Spectre is still something to have to address, and even the Lycan. But absolutely locking up the Ember.
They didn't deward. They put down a sentry, but they haven't checked for vision on the high ground. Like, the sentry is on the ground, and there's a high ground ward. They've been spotted for all this time. The cut have seen them for like half a minute now. I don't know why they didn't use kinetic field or shards to get vision on the hill.
It's almost like, do they want to try to bait them out, or they just forgot, I guess, yeah.
No, I think they thought that someone else checked it, you know? Both supports thought that the other guy checked it, I guess, but
yeah.
I don't know. Feeling put down the sentry and just didn't check the high ground.
No, either way, it's not going to result in their death either, just simply not giving them a chance to make a kill happen, but Charge, by the way, top lane. Yeah, he's running around in circles. The trees has the centaur.
Diffusal.
Dark Diffusal already picked. That is ridiculous. And this Slark is farmed.
That was 2 uses of the Diffusal. That's how he goes down there. No way to really run away from it. The Slark has no ulti, though. He's going in.
Oh, he's gonna kill one, and you know what? Those stacks have added up, Waga. Oh my god, a triple kill. Obviously, Disruptor, a main reason why he's able to turn on those two right there, but still, what confidence by Arceus. This Slark is just bonkers. He is completely out of hand.
I love the play. I love that he doesn't try to run away there. You're against an Ember, you're against a Rubik. Like, Ember can chase after you, they can toss you back. You're not gonna run away from these two, so he just stands his ground, trusts that Feeling is nearby and can help him with that Static Storm, gets a beautiful connection on 2 of them, and Arceus now with 8 permanent agility at 13 minutes. I mean, this is the dream for a Slark. Yeah.
He is loving life right now, and fits the theme perfectly of a team that just loves to really, win that early game. But yeah, again, going back to the Ember Spirit as a little bit downtime here, it's just the mid matchup is one thing. It's like, sure, even, not too bad until Leshrac, but it's just the whole team, though, was built to be anti-Ember Spirit in a lot of ways, especially with Nature's Prophet even going this Ags that we've seen a couple of times, which, by the way, Ush almost has finished. Just needs the one more component. So it's not going to get much easier for Ember.
No, that's one more thing. And can they connect the stun? They cannot. The punch doesn't have long enough duration right there. He's gonna get out of this one, but Glimpse, they're still chasing him.
I mean, they're just gonna keep the pressure up. They're probably not gonna kill him, but yeah, they're just gonna keep him guessing and keep him playing very defensive, if anything. Very minimal farm coming out of this Ember Spear right now. Only has an Orb of Corrosion currently, and that's basically it.
Ant are used to winning laning stage, and then it's like how they play from there. That Ush said was like, where it can go wrong, but they are so dominantly ahead here. Just a minute ago, they were like 8k gold ahead at 13 minutes. That is an absurd lead. Slark coming in with a D ward here. Always nice to have Slark to, you know, guarantee that you get those D words. And he has Echo Saber plus Diffu at 14 minutes as well. This Slark is huge, absolutely massive.
Yeah, again, 8 permanent agility. That's just another thing to really keep in mind here that he's taken advantage of. So 15 minutes in as we head back to the dark time, but that's a perfect time for Slark to go hunting. He is going to be pinged out. The glimpse it hits, it brings back the Lycan. Where is he? He's over here. So
There's no way to
armor's up.
survive there. I think he's gonna just get run down. The Disruptor silence.
It is enough for the kill, but a lot of response. Can they take out Slark in response? That's going to be big here for the side of the cut, and they absolutely can. So definitely winning the battle so far. Now Sadmin wants to keep chasing. Disruptor is caught by the slight. The chain's put out. The glimpse is not going to necessarily save him, though, as the kinetic field is going to save him for now. Fielding is somehow still life popping himself. Even the auto attack is not going to kill him as a result, and he'll live. Disruptor lives. And you saw the Wrath of Nature bouncing around now. Now it's turn time for Ant. Still no Slark for another 20 seconds, but Spectre's suddenly locked up. That Blade Mail is going to be wearing off. They follow up with some more auto attacks, and Nature's Prophet helps to make that kill happen. RL credit for it. Double kill for the Leshrac. Wow. Disruptor living was big.
That was huge. However, Slark did die at the start of this engagement. Shout out to Rubik there. Save on the Rubik. He managed to steal the Disruptor ulti, and that's actually how the Slark died, with his own ulti ready. So he thought they was completely fine, but Rubik comes in with that big silence and stops the Slark from getting out of that situation. So that was at least giving the cut a chance to take a fight. Sadly, it devolved into what was not a great engagement for them overall.
Yeah, one of those minor victories, and just the big scheme is not necessarily doing a whole lot, unfortunately. But after that fight, you know, curious to see, especially even this overall series, where the odds are looking like, thanks to esportsbet.io, a watch touring platform, and it is heavily favored for Ant right now. And, you know, in this game, it's understandable, considering the state of the game and this massive early lead that they have, and it might just get even a bit better, as in it is. Imperium is going to throw out some abilities before he dies, but free kill once again for Arceus, who now adds up to 10 stacks of that permanent agility. They took out the mid tower, and they're going for another kill. They're just going to have no downtime. The Split Earth follow up to the snowball jump, and Rubik's did as well.
I love everything I see from Ant right now. It's looking so good. The style they're playing, now they have vision on the Ember. He's farming. Can they connect on him? They're trying. The silence lands. That's just death.
It's a kill. Yeah. 6-1. It's a very rough game.
The way
and
they're
like
playing,
they're getting better.
Yeah, the way they're playing right now, they're bringing every single hero to the fights, and then they have Furion, who's capable of dealing with whatever side lane you're not pushing out, and he's making sure that they're, you know, staying relevant and just farming as well. But look at all their heroes just chasing now, congregating onto the Spectre. Like, yo, there's 4 people on top of you.
Yeah, the movement's ridiculous. Like, the fact that all 4 heroes are there, and they're just going to smoke right away. I mean, Slark will just farm some creeps in the meantime, but they're going to smoke, and RL is very low on mana, but guess what? There's a haster, and he's going to bottle it up, and suddenly he's ready to fight once again. And you look at the stats right there on Leshrac, 3 wins on the dire side. Good thing he's on the dire side this time, because it's just going to be even that much more. As they get another kill.
There's Glimpse. He's not going to get out.
No. I almost feel bad for Sad Man here, who certainly is sad, because this is just almost feels like an impossible game for him as a hero.
It's just falling apart. Like, and you cannot chase level 3 kinetic field there. Has to be worried as well for the Glimpse.
Nice. He's letting his minions do a lot of the work. He gets an auto attack in there, and it is enough. Okay. He kills Disruptor.
Yeah, that's the Lycan ulti though. They're so much more ulti dependent on the side of the cut. They have the Treant ulti, they have the Lycan ulti, and it's very hard to fight without them. Same almost with Spectre. Before you have Aghanims, you kind of need the ulti to join engagements as well. Whereas on the side of Ant, not a single one of their heroes really cares that much about having ulti ready. Like, Lesh obviously always has it, Tusk is gonna have it any fight anyway. Furion just uses it whenever it seems like a nice time to either farm or catch someone with Aghanims. And you know, look at Slark. He's just diving for more kills.
Yeah, it's like he just finished his axe, by the way. He broke up the Echo Saber to help finish it, and obviously a massive item for him with the multiple pounces now. even that much more range. And yeah, he's like, I want to use this new toy. Well, he's gonna find Treant once again, and then Imperium puts the armor up and just gonna try to hide in the trees, running back and forth. Dark Pact avoided. The Glimpse gonna pull him in over here, and that will do the damage for the kill.
The Glimpse last hit never gets old. I guess it's
still feels weird.
Quite new. So yeah. It's an awkward one for me still. Ember trying to get some push bottom, but now with this blink on Tusk, he's also a threat. Doesn't have it ready right now. This just feels like a horror game for Ember. He's 0, 7, and 1.
Oh, and their stack of Ancients over here is only a couple stacks, but still, it's just Slark finds it. Is just going to take it out pretty quickly, so...
They deny it for Spectre too. Like, Spectre wanted it, she was farming it, but then she loses all that, has to pull away, or she's gonna die. This is just rough. And Slark, with his Diffusal, by the way, can chase down the dragon fairly effectively as well. So they have a hero that, you know, soft deals with the Helm of the Overlord. Not quite yet, but add, you know, one more item and he's gonna kill the dragon quite easily.
Smoke play from Ember Spirit as well as Rubik as they're heading into their own jungle, trying to reclaim it. Ember Spirit's going for the Maelstrom. We saw him curious about the BKB earlier, but it's like, you know what? I'm so far behind. Just give me an item that's going to help enhance my farm, maybe a little bit of damage. Might come into play here as Imperium's got on, though, and he's just dead. So Sleight of Fist coming out. Rubik opens as well. What did he steal? He stole the Lightning Storm, but they're looking to run. The root hits. The axe from the Nature's Prophet allows for an easy kill on Ember, and obviously the silence as well from Disruptor. Pretty damn good there, too.
Man, what am I watching? I did not expect the Ant to just come in and play this dominant here against the Cut. I thought Cut had, you know, a little bit of the edge in this matchup, but Ant are definitely showing up today. They are playing their best Dota, I would say, so far in the division. From the games that I've watched, this is a really good performance.
I mean, I'm with you. This is, the Cut's 5-2 as far as individual game record coming into this. Very impressive, honestly. Only loss was to Felt just recently here, you know, in a 2-1 series. So I'm with you. I did not expect a completely one-sided game, and I highly doubt the Cut did, especially on the losing end of it right now. But this kind of just continues to go back to you. Ant just playing so aggressive, so fast. They drafted appropriately for that mentality. It really reminds me of Penguin Squad the very first day, right, Waga? Where that team just kind of almost came out of nowhere in a lot of ways and built the strategy around just play fast in your face. And as I'm talking, we're just seeing more kills happening as Spectre has found the overgrowth, only going to delay the inevitable here. As Treant will also fall and the Glimpse pull back. Rubik is too dead, but I mean, you get the point. It's just they're playing fast, they're having fun. Ain't no stopping this pain train.
They didn't even get the Slark. He got down to like 50 HP, finds a little bit of Fog of War to stand in, and now immediately activates by going top and chasing down this Lycan. Probably gonna force out the ulti here. We'll see. Ember actually comes in top. This might be dangerous for Slark now.
Dangerous for Slark or dangerous for them? It's probably dangerous for Slark, although Nature's Prophet.
Oh, he got the shot delivered on the courier. So nice.
Oh, no.
Not enough,
God, Shadow Dance in 5 seconds was coming up, but not going to be. I thought Nature's Prophet was TPing in there for a second, but maybe canceled it.
Yeah, he's going to probably throw his ulti, though, if there's an engagement here, but might just be the tree dying alone.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, yes, Slark is very farmed, and it's good that they got a kill on him, but, oh, by the way, there's still this Leshrac who feels unkillable with that Bloodstone BKB, and he does have a Leshrac, so technically is unkillable right now.
Yeah, I mean, this game, I can't believe they still only have 6 kills on the Cuts. After all these fights, they've only died 6 times, and the heroes who have died, it's the Slark. Sure, he died 3 times, but then it's just 3 deaths on Disruptor, 0 deaths on Leshrac, 0 deaths on the Warden on his Tusk, and no death on Ush, who has been, to be fair, playing quite safe. He's mostly just hitting creeps and throwing in the ulti a lot of the time, and then TPing in when the engagement looks nice for him. So I think he's the one who's least likely to die with the style that they're playing.
Yeah, he's not the position 1 Nature's Prophet that they're relying on for a lot of that auto attack damage. He's the... That's why when Ags, especially, right, where he pops his ultimate, he gets in that good range. He has Gleipnir now, so he'll still benefit from that as far as the range goes, lock people down. Yeah, this is... what else more is to say on that? The Cut, you can just tell, it's always so restricted from them on their side of the map. They go out a little bit, and they're immediately turning around, realizing they're in trouble.
Feeling is gonna be spotted by Rubik walking by, I think. Oh, didn't get vision in there.
No.
Yeah, he sat far enough in that you do not get vision there. And he TP's out wisely. Not going to stick around.
TP mid almost as if they wanted to catch, I think it was Sadman nearby, but it's now up to his jungle over there. But yeah, bottom tower goes down as top tier 2 is taking a little bit of pressure from the cut, and Ush is going to be the one to respond right now.
A tiny bit of pressure, but that's the second tier 2 tower already down. Ant are doing work here. They're also seeing the Spectre. They got vision on her. She is in danger.
Trying to get up, has the Ags, Shadow Step available. Blade Mail's used, and it's like they don't even care. They're like, what Blade Mail? We're just still gonna kill you through it. And Spectre is dead. 45 seconds out for Rubik, also caught in the back lines, and Imperium. One with the trees. Ain't no trees to be one with.
Man, this game is looking like a top tier 1 team playing against a tier 2 team. Like, this is not looking like a fair matchup even, the way this game is going. This is probably... I don't know, is this the most dominant game that we've cast, Breaky? I think so, right? I don't think anyone has put on this quite hard. Even the Eternity matchup against C-Dub, was it? I wasn't this one-sided.
Considering the expectations, I 100% agree with you. Because again, it goes back to, we expected this to be a very close series, let alone very close games. The Cut is a great team. Like, again, 5-2 record. This is a legitimate team.
Saying like, oh, three game series, you know, surely quite evenly matched, but damn, dude, no, they're showing up and they're showing some force here, and already cracking a little bit at the mid tower. They have that Aegis on Lesh. He has BKB as well, so feeling very confident to step up here, and by all means, he should.
Yeah, that's Aegis, again, 35 more seconds. Going to jump in with his teammate, Rubik. That's going to be a quick kill. Slark finds Imperium, a couple of auto attacks later. That's 20 permanent stacks, by the way, of agility for this Slark in 26 minutes.
That is absolutely massive.
Fortification going to be used, so that'll delay this push a bit further. As Nature's Prophet is going to sprout himself up. Spectre going all in right here with the two. Figure maybe they can catch somebody. Who is that somebody, though? Slark is beating Ember Spirit, who is silenced up thanks to Disruptor. And he's out of the fight now. And why would Slark stop? The agility just keeps adding up. He doesn't even have his ultimate. It doesn't matter. Unstoppable is Ush. Unstoppable is the team of Ant. And that's it. GG, well played. Game 1 going to Ant.
Yeah, they tap out now, and I think that was definitely not a too early time to GG call. I would almost advocate in a best of 3 series to tap out even faster there, because this game is just demoralizing. They didn't get anything done at any stage, and there was clearly no sign for them to turn this around. I think if you stay in a game like that too long, you might just get demoralized going into the next games. It's the best of 3 though, Breaky. That was one hell of a way to open it.
Well, we saw the player cams there from Ant's side at the one. I mean, there was very little emotion, frankly. And, you know, but part of me is like, okay, I like seeing that because they understand this is a best of 3 series, as you just suggest right there. There's still more business to be done. But hey, they have everything to be proud of, as that was a very impressive game number 1 performance. I'm sure our panel would agree.
How could we not agree? 43-7 was the final scoreline there. The kills, 43 kills for Ant. Like, this lineup just absolutely decimated Gods. You had faith in it, but no matter how much faith you had in it, there is no way you expected this game to go this way. Like, the Slark had such a fantastic game, and I want to know, was there any way to shut it down? How did the Slark have such a good game, Gods?
Their lane was so good. It was amazing. We have a bit of time to break this one down right now.
Yes.
So we have time now to hear Fear's list of reasons about why the cut's good. He said he needed more time, so I just want to make sure give Fear his time to explain.
Of course.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to do some talking, but you're going to use some time for me to talk some more. All right, so one of the key factors of why the cut should have done a lot better this game was I didn't expect Shaggy or Sadman to have such a rough laning stage. My god, like, he got annihilated there. Like, I don't know what else to say. I mean, Sadman will definitely cause some feelings this game, while the other way around, as feeling on his Disruptor caught him time and time again with this glimpse. But big part of that was because of what I like to call eventual pressure. and on the side lanes. And if you look at the 1-to-1 matchups, like in a 1-versus-1 Spectre versus Nature's Prophet, eventually Nature's Prophet will do better in that matchup. Same with the top lane, the Slark versus Lycan. This matchup is definitely Slark favored if you do have an advantage in the early game as a Slark in a 1-versus-1. And Ant did a really good job like understanding that fact, and they just kept collapsing on the mid lane, just really punishing like this Ember Spirit. And poor Ember just didn't have a game. Like he just won 11-1 this game. Like he had no impact whatsoever, and both their side lanes at the same time, they could do nothing to help.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's like you see these score lines in that 1-11-1 when it's a mid laner, it sticks out like a sore thumb. It really does kind of go back to like, you lose all these lanes and things are going to go poorly. But, particularly at safe lane, I think one kind of combo we didn't talk about when it comes to Ant is Argius and Feelings, like the two South Americans on Ant. These two have played together now since 2011. They have a great synergy together in lane. They played together on 5-Man Midas. They played together on Infamous. And here they are, like, us was even talking about, like, when you formed this team, like, picking these two guys up, they were kind of like a package deal. And you can kind of see why. They absolutely dominate together. Like, they play their lane really well. They're super stable. Argius had a few kind of throwy plays in the mid game, but, all in all, like the dominance from the lane stage was just like too much. There was no real coming back from there for the cut.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, if you're a little bit shaky in the mid when you're that far ahead coming out of laning stage, to know that not a single core on the side of the cut really has an immediate way back in. You can have a little bit of experimentation, but Ant really stepped it up this time round. We've highlighted the Slark, just how good it's been. We've highlighted the two supports, but the MVP is going to be going to Leshrac, RRL. He shut down Ember, like you said, Fia, and he was doing so much. It felt like both the Slark and Lesh were just running around the map, but not even necessarily together. And so the cut just had nowhere they could even exist.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well. I think for the most part, though, Sadman on the Ember may have given him a little bit of a better game than he should have. I remember he was running through the jungle trying to solo kill the Ember right after dying mid lane to rotations, dies again. It was kind of like a tilt fest from Shaggy in this game, I feel. But RL took that and he used that advantage, and he used it really well, really snowballed this game, had a great performance. I think him and Slark and obviously the supports were a big part of this. Ush, he was farming, he was there, he just didn't have to do much this game. He spent most of the game just chilling at the triangle, throwing his ulti out with the Aghanims, and quite a chill game for Ush.
A very different style of Nature's Prophet to how some other teams play it, but Ant will be riding a whole different high here with his performance. And Gods, for the cut, how do you reset? Like, this is probably one of the most meta or favorable drafts we've seen, one that makes sense when we look at it, right? And they weren't able to execute it. So where do you go for game 2? Do you take a step back and draft how you have been in other series you've won, or is it too early to disregard this new style of drafting for them?
The one pick that made me doubt they dropped it was Spectre. I think picking Spectre with Lycan and Ember was too greedy, and also just these are heroes that have very different timings. Like the Ember plays around a lot of different timings because he's just your mid lane playmaker, but I think the Spectre with Lycan, to me, doesn't really work. You've got one hero that wants to like play fast, hit these early helm, and then just try and push, take objectives, and Spectre kind of just wants to sit back and chill a bit. And the other issue is they're two heroes that can have bad laning stages, so you don't really guarantee one lane as a win. Like I think they need to draft so that they're winning at least one of the 3 lanes with a favorable core matchup, and then at least breaking even in like one of the other lanes. You can't afford to have like 2 bad matchups in their side lanes and then like a mid matchup that should be okay but didn't actually go well, so suddenly the game is unplayable. So I think just figuring out what cores are going to work for them, it's hard because Scourge McDuck plays weird heroes. Like Bristleback has been a first phase pick for him, but they need to find something that is less of a liability than Spectre.
And don't first phase Ember, right, Fia?
I mean, preferably not. And more importantly than all this combined is the cut should first phase ban this Disruptor. They can't play with this hero. No one can technically. This hero is like the unsung like a hero for like Division 2, but like the cut especially, they don't play like a team. They play individual. They play side lane Dota. Like if you pick Disruptor versus them, you just almost get a free win because you're always gonna get glimpses because they're always just gonna be showing up one-on-one on these side lanes.
Well, hopefully that's a lesson that the Cut have taken away from this game number 1, and they can implement it in game number 2, which will be happening after this break.
First blood of immortness. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Welcome back. Game number 2 is going to be happening very soon between the Cut and Ant. And if you missed game number 1, it was an absolute slaughterfest. What was it? 43-7 was the final kill score, going in the way of Ant. They stepped it up to a whole nother level, even with a couple of misplays here or there. Ultimately, Ant looked like they were never giving any sort of space to the Cut gods. And is that what we can expect them to try and draft towards in game number 2 here?
Yeah, I think Usher's mentioned a few times. We saw in the start of that game, his quick little interview. They love the early game. This is a team that does really well in the laning stage. Highlighted obviously Ush and Warden, but last game it was Feelings and Argius in the safe lane as lane dominators. Their two side lanes are just some of the best. They draft for strong lanes, and they, so many games we're seeing them get these early leads. So I think that's something the Cut have to be ready for, because they can't afford to lose like 2 out of 3 lanes, or and go even in one lane and win and beat a team like Ant. Ant's too good to throw away that kind of a lead.
They're picking up Nature's Prophet for themselves. They're like, hey, we can't let you have this one this time, Fia.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a Treant in the pool. Broodmother comes to mind. I did like the fact that I think they're really trying. I mean, there's a Beastmaster in the pool too. Actually, I didn't really notice that. That could be a good pick for them. So like, I was just wondering because
Mars
like,
Beast banned out.
yeah. So like, I think the cut is trying to target Ush by banning the Mars, taking his NP, but he still plays Beast. I mean, he has Lost on it, but it seems like they really want to get Ush on one of these 3 heroes for the most part. And maybe he can play a bit more. So, but they're going to keep their eyes open. They're going to take the tree. We don't see NP picked up very frequently as like an overall first pick, right? This is very much so a response to last game and the cut trying to like get in their heads and get a drafting advantage.
How did Ant get the advantage? They don't have last pick out of this phase, so a tree. Okay, there's the beast. There's the beast that you talked about, Fia.
I think this is pretty standard from what we've seen from Ant. Like, they have to, they're going to be playing with second pick. They're going to get offlaner plus support. They like these kind of openers. The cut kind of went a different direction and left Beastmaster in the pool because they wanted to, swap up the draft and knew that they could take the Nature's Prophet. But again, I think Ant get their stable picks. They'll get their classic range 4 position for the Warden, likely to go with this Beastmaster. They're pretty flexible, whether it's, Rubik, Hoodwink, etc. There's a lot of things that can fit in there. So I think the cut need to... I'm not sure what the pick is here, but I think they need to do something with this pick and bans that catches Ant, like, not necessarily by surprise, but that gives them a bit of a draft edge.
Is there an overall last pick? A last pick for this first phase Fear that sticks out as a really big counter to both Tree and Beast, or can have answered?
Yeah, I was gonna bring up like Scourge McDuck here. Like he really enjoys this Bristleback versus the Beastmaster, so I could see this working. It's definitely really good in the laning stage. More importantly, this is just a hero that he is super comfortable on, and he's looked really good on when he has played this particular matchup before. And actually, no, he didn't play this matchup. It was versus the Broodmother. But if you can win versus a Broodmother, you can win versus a Beastmaster. So I'm even more confident in his ability to have a good laning stage as this Bristleback. Whereas the Spectre, maybe it was a bit too greedy. Like with their lineup, we talk about it. The Lycan takes a while to get online. Spectre takes a while to get online. There's a lot on Shaggy's shoulder to like have a good early game, make rotations, and like keep the team together so they don't fall apart. But this game's gonna be completely different. NP and Bristleback, they have really fast timings here.
The cut banning out Viper, Bat, Slark now, and looking at those supports. They take out the Silencer, the CM. Just Disruptor stay in and just picks it up for themselves here, gods?
I'm not sure they go Disruptor because of the Treant. I feel like they're more likely to go for the ranged 4s and play Treant as their 5. It does mean they're not playing with Disruptor, but I think you're losing Disruptor value here. You see Nature's Prophet and Bristle as 2 cores. Disruptor isn't that great against either of these two, so I think you're looking at things like Hoodwink. I was going to say Rubik, but they ban it, so that to me says they may pick Hoodwink or like Skyrat, something with high damage.
Hoodwink's good. They got break
Bristle.
too for the Bristle, right?
Yeah.
Hoodwink or Snap are like the 2 that they could go.
Yeah. There's Hoodwink. They get the break, they get the partner for the Beastmaster, and then, Treant +1 for the safe lane.
Yeah, for the cut, like I'm sure they would have wanted to ban it, but they had to like make their choice, And I think the Slark from last game kind of got in their heads, right? Like,
yeah, very much.
He owned. It is pretty decent versus the Bristleback, but it's not like unplayable. Whereas Bat and I think Viper, pretty unplayable matchups for the Bristleback. So I feel like that last game is transferring over into game number 2 here, which allows the Hoodwink to slip through because they have just a lot of respect for that Argus Slark. Mm-hmm. Game 3, let's go.
A cut, tiny disruptor here. Is this the cut lineup? The disruptor stats gonna prevail, gods?
Disruptor's been amazing down here in Div 2. If there's someone who can beat it, maybe it's Ant because they're one of the teams who know and understand the hero. And I think most importantly, they play very kind of cohesively as a team. So they're not playing this like everybody run around, go for kills by themselves that we've seen. You know, the pub style Dota, I don't get that vibe from Ant. And that's where Disruptors really shined against some of those sloppier teams. So I think Ant have very much got their bread and butter, their comfort zone, and this will be a good test because at the same time, the cut also kind of have like Bristleback for Scourge McDuck as being his best hero. Is that going to be enough for the cut? I don't know because it seems a bit out of meta when it comes to what they're playing and also even some of these matchups.
Dire team back.
All right, well, now we're going to focus on the mid matchup. Last time, it did not go well for Shaggy at all. He had a very rough game. Ember SF now being banned out. Where do you go for mid here? Is there something that you need in the lineup here that's missing? Maybe objective taking? Or are you pretty confident in that? And you just want Shaggy to get something comfortable for himself?
I mean, they could play Tiny mid. Most likely that Tiny will go with the Nature's Prophet, I do imagine. Yeah, he has a lot of choices like on how he wants to play this. Last time he was in this position, he picked a Queen of Pain, and I could have never guessed that. So as far as like what he can, all right, cool, I just guessed it. There you go.
No, it's gonna work for you.
Well, that's just based off of knowing what he did last time, but like
Of course.
it didn't go well for him last time, if I recall, or did it? Did he do well in that game? I don't remember if he won it.
I'll
or if he
double
lost the
check,
whole
but
game.
how does the quad
They
fit
lost.
here?
They lost. I mean, it's just a
No,
hero Shaggy
they
likes to pick
won.
when he's last
they
pick
did
in a blind pick scenario here. It does put Ant in a situation like I could see like the idea behind it, right? Like Quap is a hero that has specific counters. He actually owned the Invoker Quaswex that tried it last game, so I would like to see another NA team try a different counter to the Quap. I like the Kunkka a lot. I feel like that's a matchup if you know what you're doing, but they're going to go back to this Invoker. But hey, Shaggy destroyed the Quaswex Invoker last time when this was supposedly a counter, so we'll see if RRL can make this matchup look like the way it should look on paper.
Yeah, that mid matchup is going to be important for game number 2, but the side lanes, we highlighted just how well they did in game number 1. But gods, are they set up for the same amount of success on the side of Ant, or have the cut sort of really shifted their focus and you're liking how their side lanes are looking now?
I think it's a lot more stable from the cut, and as wacky as their picks may seem, they're very cut specific. Having the Bristleback against Beastmaster is something they're super comfortable in. I think this will go to a game 3. Obviously, there's the disruptor factor, but I think their side lanes just look more stable, and they're not going to collapse in the early game.
And Fio, what about you? You get a little bit of time, not much, but a little bit of time to explain.
I mean, I feel like it's one of those days where I'm just going to curse everything. Let's go Disruptor, undefeated in a DPC game 3. Let's go.
He's putting blind faith in the disruptor. I love it. It is game number 2 between Ant and the cut with our casters Wagga and Breaky.
To put it simply, Wagga, we'll see. Is Disruptor going to stay undefeated as a hero here in Division 2, even from this series? Of course, winning the first game in the hands of Ant, this time in the hands of the cut. Will it remain undefeated? Obviously, a lot more to break down, but overall drafts, what is your take, Wagga?
I don't think so. I think it's time that Disruptor loses. I think that he's going to lose to this matchup because I like what I see from Ant. I think they have tremendous momentum from last game as well. Something that shouldn't be scoffed at is, the feeling of absolutely dominating a team in a best of 3 in game 1. That very often carries over a bit to the next game. And just looking at the draft, they have so much going for them. The Ursa is great against the Bristleback. So is the Hoodwink. They have the Break. They have also a hero who can do tremendous damage with Fury Swipes there. They have, potential Cataclysm combos later with the Treant ulti. They have Beastmaster set up Sunstrikes. Their draft, I honestly feel like it's really, really nice. And this Queen of Pain against Invoker, I don't think that it should do well at all. I think that matchup is, playable, but not great. Like a 70-30 probably, a 65-40, maybe 65 at best.
Well, yeah, Fear was obviously bringing that up once Queen of Pain even came out, and more so the Invoker and the response. On paper, it does seem like it should favor the Invoker. Now, to Sadman's credit, he did win the previous time he played in this matchup against it, so factoring that in. But RRL certainly a confident Invoker player himself, I'm sure. So, by the way, tipping as a form of a mental game, we got the chance to ask Imperium.
The battle begins.
I can't hear him. I don't know if the audio is coming through.
Just kept tipping him every time he died after that. So I definitely think it's a good mental warfare tool. It'll definitely tilt people. I'll tip my
Case, but
Sadly,
what do you think about that when it comes to tipping? I mean, obviously, there's certainly an aspect to there. I mean, it could definitely tilt some players.
I mean, it's a big part of the mental game that is competing in anything, right? It's same in Dota as in other places. When you're directly competing against another player, getting in their head is a big part of that. I remember actually having a conversation with my sister who plays beach volleyball, and she was talking about the BM that they do basically on the pitch as well. There's a lot of easy serve on that guy, and people just tilt. So you can do similar things in Dota. The tipping, bit of BM, but it definitely is effective. I mean, OG showcased it, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can argue OG won a TI off of it. I mean, come on. Yeah, no, I mean, and I'm glad you brought up the traditional sports sense too. To talk about even the beach volleyball, like it's a sports thing, right? I mean, obviously there's limitations to it, etc. But certainly trash talk. It's esports and sports together. So I absolutely appreciate the idea that teams and players will take that to their advantage, and having such a tool in the game to use if you're looking for it, it certainly can play a role. So.
I mean, you use anything you can. It's just competition, right? It's not even just sports. Yeah. Anything that's competitive, you're gonna try to get an edge. As long as it's fair play, then by all means, use what you can do. I feel like tipping is a way to be BM without actually drawing some blood. Really, it's just it's harmless.
Yeah. Yeah, and there hasn't been too much here in the Division 2 streets, at least, but there's been the occasional, so we'll see if that comes about here in this matchup. But speaking of matchups, Invoker versus that Queen of Pain, and both getting low. It is a Quasvex Invoker, as expected, but slight advantage for the Quap so far as they're going for Water Runes now.
Yeah, the Quasvex does activate earlier, and generally what we see the most. I think this was a chance for him to play Exort as well. Bottom Ursa just running down, getting as much damage as he can here onto the Fury, and using that Orb of Venom to his advantage. I like that they didn't go double Orb of Venom, by the way. We've seen. Oh, he keeps the Fury Swipes. Oh no, I actually lost them. He lost the previous one.
But yeah, double Orb of Venom, not the case. So only on the Ursa, you said you like that.
Yeah, I mean, we previously have seen like this exact combo of Treant and Ursa, two heroes that notoriously want Orb of Venom, and if both buy it, I feel a little bit bad about that because you lose a lot of value. But instead, Treant starting out with the Windlace, the better item build here for him for sure.
Yeah, it kind of serves a similar purpose, right? Where if you're chasing somebody, of course, you got that extra movement speed to sit on top of them. As speaking of chasing, Tiny's chasing that courier at the bottom, but manages to get the courier out there before he can get an auto attack in. So well played. But yeah, I mean, Ursa so far at the bottom is having a great time. Nature's Prophet, keep it up, but Ursa certainly liking where things are at in the lane currently.
It's working out good for him so far, but I think there's a timer on it. He's used up all his regen. Now he has to get past tangles by the the Treant here, and Furion can always just TP to base when he wants to get a full refill on his HP and mana. And he has boots now, so he's not gonna get run down as easily. I think the lane should start favoring the cut a little bit more here.
Well, top lane, seeing Hoodwink landing a bushwhack on a disruptor, but Imperium is just fine, a little too far away. But yeah, Beastmaster in the hands of Ush. Again, Beastmaster has certainly been one of the more notorious heroes of Division 2 play, really just in general in the meta right now. It has been banned a lot, but they let it get through, and Ush has it, planned for Ann. So see what impact he has this game.
Yeah, you can tell as well that he shares unit control with the Warden here on the lane. It's very nice to just give the boar over to your support and let him use it for harassing. So while he can focus on CSing, the boar is being used by the Hoodwink as he was chasing down the disruptor. It's a nice little thing.
That's that. Yeah, very interesting strategy there. Again, one of those smaller things, so fun to point out. And you also saw him deny his own boar. The Warden did, again, preventing Farm from going the way of the cut on it. So smaller things that certainly add up in the big scheme and the ultimate goal here. And Beastmaster, speaking of that, focusing on his farm, it is paying off. I mean, his last hitting is looking very strong so far. So Scrooge McDuck, though, getting his hands on the Bristleback once again. He's played it a couple times. He only one to play it. Do you think it's setting up to be a good Bristleback game?
I think he has the makings of what could be a good Bristle game, but there are the hard counters. And First Blood finally gonna get drawn bottom as Nature's Prophet gets a little bit too far out this time. He's been overplaying a little bit, I felt, for a while now, and they are so aggressive on Ant. They've wanted to catch him for quite some time now. Finally, they do get their hands on him. But yeah, the Bristleback, he could run into some issues later down the road of all the lockdown paired up with the fact that EMP mana burn can destroy you a bit. There's the break from Hoodwink. So he has some counters.
Certainly have to deal with that, find ways to do so. But again, he's keeping up his farm as well. Up against that Beastmaster, but back to the bottom lane. Argius continues to play aggressive. Use that Earthshot to get close, of course, add up those Fury Swipes, and it's going to take some response, though. But you mentioned Chives, of course, can teleport back if need be. Granted, his TP Scroll's currently on cooldown, but come into play. Well, support's going at it.
Interesting build on Ursa, by the way. Oh, they might go on Tiny. He gets tossed to the Furion, though. Ursa in trouble.
Yeah, smart play right there by Tiny. The Tree Storm, and Chives will be able to get the last auto attack in for the kill. Very well played. Immediate reaction from Tiny proved to be the right decision.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the build on Ursa was interesting because he had a face boots queued up and also had gloves and boots. So looked strange as though he was going for like face boots and power treads, but finally settles for power treads here after dying. Completes that. So not gonna go for face boots even against the Furion with the Treant's body block.
Gotta wonder if that was maybe a little bit of uncertainty there, right? Where like he was keeping them both open in terms of which one he wanted to go for, but the depth, he mentioned he has the power treads now, so either way he's committed. It feels like you don't figure he's gonna go both, but that is a good point to bring up, especially against the Nature's Prophet.
Well,
won't have that phase effect.
Ursa has the little hop anyway, right? He can always Earth Shock over the Treants, so it's not the biggest issue for him. He can still navigate that, and he will keep the Quelling Blade in for the Sprout as well, so I think he's not that bad against it. Mid Invoker, gonna get away, no toss back.
I don't know if they're trying to get him to panic and use something else. He just threw out the Tornado initially. Still has Ghost Walk to queue up if need be. Of course, there's a Sentry down. That wouldn't help him too much. Cold Snap's gonna be used out with the EMP and save. Gonna need some saving from a teammate perhaps. Never mind, he's fine. As Treant Protector couldn't really do a whole lot in Nature's Grasp. Not necessarily going to set up a kill.
Yeah, but the EMP still stings. The Tiny tries to clarity up, but losing all your mana like that is pretty rough. He is going to manage to take the Illusion Rune here away from the Treant, as everyone is kind of congregating for those 8-minute power runes spawn.
And feeling heading back towards the bottom. We see this before between Treant and Tiny. They continue to roam together, almost matching movement with one another. While finding themselves back in the bottom lane. But Ursa finding himself farming up the jungle, and he's like, oh, hey, Tiny, don't get tossed back, though. Yeah, you can tell that's what they're going for. Ursa not overstepping, though.
No repeat this time. But yeah, Ursa, there's a bit of a difference on how the sidelines have gone. The Beastmaster still doesn't have level 6 yet. He doesn't have his Dominator. Pretty slow timing on the Dominator here for him, whereas the Furion had a better time bottom for sure. Even though he died earlier, he also got one kill there in return later.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, Courier getting picked off there as the Warden, being the nuisance that Hoodwink can be. Using that Scurry to help get that Courier kill. Even going to do some counter warding in the process. But Bristleback has certainly amplified his farm a bit. He's up there with the best of them in terms of net worth, the top on his team. Ursa and Invoker, though, leading the way currently ever so slightly. Ush, top lane. Gonna take some damage. There's that glimpse. Kinetic Field put down the immediate TP. He's like, oh, it's a Bristleback. They use their Glimp. I'm good to go. And Imperium is in trouble. The rotation from Invoker. Ush even credit for the kill thanks to the creep hit with the boar. And now Treant Protector getting away because Scourge McDuck still looking to play aggressive with this. You see the Wrath of Nature also bouncing on through, and they will finish off the Treant.
Yeah.
Queen of Pain blinking forward. Still has her Sonic Wave, but no chance yet.
Didn't connect with the dust there, just barely out of range. If they got the dust on Invoker, they could probably have dove in even deeper. He's trying to stick on top of the Bristle and slow him, but gotta be careful, that's a spiky boy.
I was gonna say, he has the Urn and the Cold Snap, though. There it is. Opens up with the EMP as well. Ush, the Promer Roar lockdown, and guess who shows up? It's Ursa. To be like, yep, kill secured. I'll take the last hits. Not too shabby of a finish.
That's fantastic. Having your carry get the last hit on the enemy carry, that's always the dream. Making sure that you get that advantage. And yeah, Invoker proving to be pretty strong here in these early fights with the Quasquex.
Oh. Ooh, speaking of that, almost hoping to set up a kill on a Queen of Pain. She almost got caught off guard by the Cold Snap. Urn combo is able to blink out, though.
Yeah, he can still get out. I think level 5 Quas is when you can't do it anymore. I'm not an Invoker spammer, so I can't remember exactly when it is that you can no longer blink. But, you know, he does have 4 points in both Quas and Wex right now. And will continue to get stronger. I think he also is securing his late game here a bit by going for Midas. So he doesn't have boots yet. Interesting build with a lot of stats early, getting himself strong, getting the Urn, and enabling himself early. But he then prioritizes getting the Midas as soon as possible, even postponing the boots a bit for it.
Yeah, that is, to that point, usually it is more that XOR build Invoker, right, where you'd see the Hand of Midas being almost a priority, but yeah, the fact he's playing Quas Wex has here in first, which is great, but going back to it wants to help with that more as the scalability throughout, so interesting decision there, but bottom lane Arceus, he could be in trouble. Yep, smoke gank in. Is Scream going to be needed? Why not? Just in case. She had an Arcane Rune active, so more reason to use her right there and guarantee that kill.
Yeah, you gotta commit it there. If you don't, he might just Magic Stick, Enrage, and TP out, and you don't have anything anymore. So good that he used it immediately, and they get the kill, and immediately, of course, get the tower with the Nature's Prophet pushing here. All the Treants, and he's going for that Aghanim Scepter again, the Treant Aghanims, or Nature's Prophet Aghanims that we have seen before. So useful, actually.
Talk about, I mean, we were mentioning kind of the mental game, especially after that first game, dominating victory by Ant, and even touching on the taunts and everything. Sad man, again, what a bad performance, frankly. It was a tough game on the Ember Spirit. There's no ifs and buts around it. Much better this time around. He's 2-0-0. He's moving around on the squad. It's good to see, at least from his perspective, for his team, of course, that he's recovered just fine in game 2, and it's not letting that affect him.
They did the right thing. They went to comfort zone. That's what you should do, probably. Nice double catch by Warden here, though. Okay, just gonna defend, probably. They're not TPing in quick enough to really defend it. And the Glimpse back, Treant Protector, so he's not here.
Who doesn't have Living Armor, by the way. He's level 5, choosing to pass it up currently, so no Living Armor to assist on defensive tower, as there's the lockdown on the Queen of Pain. Avalanche coming up from safe, trying to keep his teammate alive, and will do so. The Urn comes out, but it is not going to be enough. You need to see the Static Storm delaying further.
Yeah, they managed to hold in the end. They hold off the aggression onto their tier 1 tower mid, so protecting that. But like you mentioned, not going for a single point in the Living Armor. This is more laning stage aggression build, more damage oriented. It did help him in the laning, but I don't know if it helped enough to justify not having a single point in Living Armor now. It's so hard to be useful as Treant across the map now. You have to TP around. You're not the fastest hero at getting places.
Yeah.
And you can't repair the towers against a Fury, and I feel like that's a pretty big thing.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you there, and I think that the lack of the mobility and being able to be everywhere where these fights are happening to take advantage of the higher level Nature's Grasp earlier on is the downside. So yeah, I don't know if he's necessarily regretting it, but it's just, well, because he committed to that, now he's having to, you know, figure out how to be useful. And, well, this is definitely useful. Helping to set up a kill maybe on a Tiny, although Queen of Pain blinks in and picks up an Arcane Rune. Invoker holding his ground. Queen of Pain is going to commit for the Scream. So Tiny's dead, but the Wrath of Nature bounces through. And down goes Invoker. And now Quap's going for more. She's also going to get the Treant. Another scream coming out.
Oh, I think Invoker was as surprised that he got bursted there as I was, because he still had his 20 magic stick, didn't use it, and even had Fair Fire as well, and Urn charges to maybe help him afterwards. So he just did not expect the damage to come through there. That Fury ulti hit him hard.
Queen of Pain, another arcane rune, taking advantage and currently invis, or more so smoked up with the disruptor. As take a look at those odds once again, as we're in game number 2 right now, and it is a very close one. And I think another case that makes sense. This is a very close game. esportsbet.io, watch to earn platform. Check it out yourself. Top lane, Ursa is going to be found. That smoke play from the Quap and his teammate Disruptor, and suddenly Quap is 4-0-1, and she really is becoming a force. And you know what? She's not even the second, let alone she's the 3rd best core and on her team in terms of farm right now. Both Nature's Prophet and Bristleback are doing very well.
Yeah, they're keeping up in farm a lot, and Bristleback, you know, he really has sort of a silent game until the Aghanims comes online. That's the timing. We've seen SMD play this Bristleback before. Once he gets that Aghs, he really starts getting involved in farming faster, chasing heroes down. Everything becomes possible for him as he gets some stuff stolen here, perhaps.
Well, they were searching for somebody for a while, and they figured, okay, nobody's here, so let's kill these creeps, but they didn't even steal a lot, and especially if Invoker dies right here, which is going to happen, oh, that really stings for RRL and the team of Ant, but that was just really a timing, just a very fortunate timing for the cut, and Scourge McDuck will head back to the lane. Speaking of that Aghs, it's coming up quickly now.
Yeah, and I think already they have as many kills as they had the entire last game, by the way, on the cut. So this is a fantastic start for them. They are building up to get to the point that they want. All their items are kind of coming in. The Tiny is only 400 gold away from his Blink Dagger. Queen has her Kaya Sange very soon, and the Aghanims on Bristle that we mentioned. So many timings are coming up for them, so they're gonna get even stronger as well.
I want to go back to this Midas on Invoker. I'm not saying this is like, oh, this is obviously why this game is going as it is, but again, naturally a hand of Midas means you want to prioritize farm a bit more, but a Quaswex Invoker, especially with the Urn first, usually you want to play a more aggressive around it, right? Like, is there a fault here of RRL, or is it just kind of hindsight thinking?
It's sort of like, you know, you're hedging your bet kind of thing. As top, we see Argius die in the same place again, and Treant even in trouble as they glimpse him back.
Yeah, that's definitely. He's gonna pop Overgrowth. Is this worth it? I mean, well, maybe he is gonna get away actually. So I thought they were gonna have more than enough. But
it's worth it to get out. You don't want to keep feeding. These kills are really adding up right now. But to go back to what you asked, the Midas and Invoker here, it does slow down his aggressive tempo. You could have gone for something like Face Boots Witchblade, which would have been better for just fighting. You would have a lot more armor. You would have more movement speed, more damage over time. And with the style that he's playing right now, I feel like that would complement it better. But thanks to the Midas also not falling behind too much in level despite running around a lot. One thing about the Exort Invoker is that you farm continuously. He's moving around a lot more in the Invoker now, so he won't get experience if they don't get all those kills non-stop.
Yeah. Well, Scourge McDuck, again, Axe has been finished now on Bristleback, so... And he's even getting towards a BKB. He's already got another Ogre Axe, so extra tanky. BKB next in line. I mean, as usual, once he has a BKB in a game like this, he is going to feel nearly invincible. Yes, they do have Ursa, and they have the Hoodwink Break, so there are ways still, but it's going to be pretty difficult to deal with him.
Yeah, Argius on his Ursa, I mean, he's the intended counter, but it's not that easy for an underfarmed Ursa to deal with an overfarmed Bristleback. I'm not saying that Ursa is really underfarmed though. He's, you know, keeping up for now, but with the way things are going, he's died 4 times now, and these deaths have really punished him a bit. He would be way ahead if it wasn't for him getting caught out multiple times by the rotations of the cut.
That was a good play, by the way, by Tiny in the mid lane. Manages to blink out just before the tornado hit, which could have definitely resulted in a death on his part. But hey, he's got a position for Tiny that has a blink fairly early on in this game. So making great use of that, and he's going to go hunting with the Queen of Pain now once again.
Oh, Disruptor gets the glimpse on the Hoodwink. They chased him, just barely got the vision before he got into the tree line. the slow from the Aghanims of Bristleback keeps the Hoodwink close enough, and then Kinetic Field to the kill.
Yeah, so the Quap and Tiny coming over, and they were maybe going to catch some reinforcements that perhaps were being sent in, but that's not the case. So going to wrap around to the mid lane now. You see the pinks coming out, Invoker. Does he have a getaway? He's got Tornado queued up. And there's the jump, the Static Storm. You're in trouble. Primal Roar on a Queen of Pain, though, but she got her Scream out immediately. And Invoker's able to survive, however. The response isn't up. Never mind. Queen of Pain jumped in with a Scream and is dead. They do kill Tiny. Ursa having to enrage and run. Kinetic Field making that difficult. Scream once again from Sadman on the outskirts. Argus just so damn slow. Can't even move, really, and he is dead. And now this tower is dead as well.
Yeah, this is all collapsing right now. The Glimpse back as well. Feeling is probably going to get brought down as well as they give Vision here with Sprout. They're chasing him into the trees. Nowhere is safe. They did get Tiny, but that is a small consolation prize when now the Cut have an opening to take Roche as well. With the minus armor from both the, from all the Viscous spam and the right clicks of Queen and Nature's Prophet. They take this quite easily.
Viscous nasal goo. Love to say that. Or the easier way to say it, the boogers.
Yeah.
The boogers being spammed here by Bristleback. And that's a dead Roshan. Who they giving this to? Who did they give this to? Maybe Quap? Yeah, okay, it is Quap.
Yeah, Queen for sure. I mean, she has a 6-kill streak right now, and she's the one initiating a lot of these moves. I wouldn't mind seeing him now with Aegis in hand. Instead of going for a full BKB, go back for the Shard. Increase your aggressive capacity even more. Of course, the BKB is fantastic as well, but usually when you get Aegis, you can, choose to go the more aggressive route. And I think Aegis in hand, yeah, he's gonna do it. He buys the Shard. I like it. He's thinking the same way I do right now. Shaggy is having some nice game here on Queen. He's really owning this.
Yeah, again, and definitely don't want to undersell the point. It's impressive because we've all been there, tilted from one game. It just did not go your way at all. Everything was going against you. That was the case for Shaggy, aka Sadman, in game 1 on his Ember Spirit. Clearly not going to phase him, though, because, has trust in his team around him, his own performance, etc. And we're seeing that here with the Queen of Pain now 6-0-4. And you mentioned the Aegis with now the Shard pickup. It's just everything is connecting. Also, it's level 15, by the way, and picks up that 30 attack speed talent as well. So even that much more powerful, and it's going to keep pushing this bottom lane, so it's going to have to be addressed, and Ant is making their way over.
Yeah, they're bringing down here, and they find Tiny instead, a better target to go on.
Well, that was, Tiny, unfortunately for him, was trying to set up for a counter. Now, he is going to be by Primal Roar, but it's just so damn far. They can't catch up to him. He's going to be fine to scream in, and now the TP on Fromage is not going to be successful, though. A Tornado from a distance, but RRL does help get the kill on a Tiny. In trouble, though. Ghost Walk, they do not have vision. Sentry's over here. They're going to spot him.
They have a
Yep, he ran into it. Disruptor? No glimpse, though. No glimpse. Another sentry. He's just too fast, though.
Can he get away? Or
he's out.
They're spamming sentries. They're just dropping them down, but he is going to find a safe spot over here, run into a tree line, and I think he's just going to TP out here, but sticks around to drop out the Forge Spirits. Might meet here in the next creep wave. Get some farm before he leaves.
I love the player cam, glanced over, I think, see Imperium. He kind of a little bit of smile on his face. It's that one, it's like, you were in trouble. You barely got away. But Fielding is not getting away. Queen of Pain finds Treant yet again, and Treant's a great hero. Don't get me wrong, but man, this is a rough Treant game.
Yeah, definitely is. I feel like what they need to have happen for the side of Ant right now is to make some big plays around the Hoodwink ulti. They tried there on bottom, but you know what turned that fight around? We've talked about it before. The Furion, his Aghanims, man. It rooted everyone,
oh, wow.
And suddenly they couldn't move. It just completely broke the engagement.
And what better way to keep people close to allow Bristleback just to spam those quills and get the smackdown with his auto attacks and just rooting them all in place. So yeah, fantastic item to have picked up, and it's gonna not even come into play here because it's not needed. It is a free kill on the Hoodwink they find at the bottom, but mid lane there's another fight taking place. That's Queen of Pain going down. The Aegis gonna bring her back up though. However, the immediate lockdown as she does, and they finally kill Queen of Pain. They also take out Imperium, but look at that bounty for Argus. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold going the way of Ursa as well. The perfect one to get it. Shout out to the Treant there for nice timing on his ulti, waiting until after the Aegis, and only then popping that ulti. Queen going down, a little bit aggressive play to go for both a gank bottom at the same time as they're fighting under the tier 2 tower mid. So I feel the cut may have given a little bit much of an opportunity there. And we often speak about, or you know, a lot of people speak about how Queen, it is the type of hero where you die once and then suddenly the game is just swinging around. It's a weird curse on this hero. You're owning and then suddenly you're not. And Ursa is the most farmed hero on the map. He's gonna get Basher now. There are signs of hope here for Ant to turn this one around.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, now Ursa's the top farm, and I mean, net worth is nothing too extreme, but Hoodwink, making it just out of range of the Avalanche, has been running from this Bristleback this whole time. Again, they're feeling confident on the cut. It's like understandably so, but he is gonna have to just retreat and continue farm elsewhere as Bristleback, who again is still sitting on that fully charged BKB. But up here, Ursa is found by Quap, by the way. It is just Quid of Pain for now. Yeah, he's fine, right?
Yeah, she has to be careful about blinking in next to him as well. Even though she has BKB, it doesn't protect you much against an Ursa who decides to hit you. So she doesn't really want to blink after him. He'll be completely okay. He blinks onto the high ground to kill the courier that was checking for a ward. Gets 80 gold for his entire team there.
There you go. Thanks for the Ursa. Queen of Pain does have that double damage rune bottled up, though, so you know a big fight could be brewing soon. As we're finding ourselves in that spot of, again, the net worth about a 5,000 overall lead for the side of the cut. But yeah, especially going back to what you were referencing from that previous situation. I mean, the cut, maybe a bit of a heat check for them. They were kind of going for fights in two different places. Perhaps want to stick together now, and they're somewhat doing that as they head towards the bottom lane as a team.
Yeah, a little bit. They're sticking together now, but meanwhile, Ant are reacting accordingly. They're going top, so probably just going to be a trade as the Invoker tries to cut the next creep wave here. They have Glyph available as well, but it's not going to kill all the Treants as well as the creep wave. But yeah, I think one big telling story of this game so far is that Queen has a DD and a haste rune right now. Like, she gets all the runes. There's been no real way for them to contest the runes against her, and that's really impactful. Heroes like Queen, they thrive on having non-stop rune control. It's like Ember, Queen, Storm. These heroes, they just accelerate with it.
Yeah, it's almost like an added item in a sense that you expect your Queen of Pain to have in a matchup like this, especially. TP to the top lane, speaking of Queen, but not much of a commitment coming out from Ant. Another NA team is going to go elsewhere, so getting some information, although Ursa is caught. BKB committed. Is just going to TP out. Nothing they can do about that.
Has to do BKB against Tiny. Tiny has two different ways to stop the TP outright, so he just uses Avalanche, and that's going to force Ursa to waste his 8-second BKB. Sorry, he used it once before already.
Yeah, so a minor victory for the cut. Again, no kill, but hey, you'll take that. It's on cooldown now for another minute as well, so they basically have this minute window where Ant certainly had an advantage. As Disruptor, however, Suspect, good job taking some damage. Disruptor's still alive. Queen of Pain gets locked up with the Primal Roar, but follow-up is not enough, and now Invoker has to be careful. Scream coming through, and Feeling at least gets his Overgrowth off, as well as the Nature's Grasp before dying, so doing his job, and now Ursa shows back up. Again, no BKB, but he's trying to get that damage in to get the stun lockdown on Bristleback with the Master Proc. However, going to be tossed back by his teammates, so save with the save for the time being. Kinetic lockdown on Beastmaster, who BKBs and gets out. The Sunstrike, I think that might have hit, but either way, it's not enough. And Bristleback is going to survive a double kill for RL, and they're also going to chase down Imperium. Axes in one. That should do it. You ain't dodging that. So, Disruptor dead and Ant winning that fight.
That looked like it could have been a nice fight. I mean, Shaggy blinked in, tanked the Hoodwink ulti to keep the Disruptor alive immediately there at the start of it. But we could see the impact there of the Ursa just being so damn strong. The Bristleback, while he's powerful, had to run out and get out of that situation and couldn't even do it on his own. He needed to be thrown out, Tiny Airlines. So at least he got his ass out of it, but his team was caught out. You know, without their carry to help them anymore, it was just a massacre, really.
Yeah, you know, Wyatt, we're just talking about how it's almost understandable why the cut felt confident right there, because again, BKB was on cooldown. They knew this for another minute for Ursa, so thinking that they had a decent opening, but the way that was executed, clearly that wasn't the case. But I also think another key to that, as I get to that in a second, because Hoodwink in the Sentry is going to be dusted up. And it's going to stay alive because of that. There is some support nearby, I should say, as Ursa, he jumps in, but did Ursa go too far? There's that BKB. Ghost Scepter from Tiny, a lot of responding going on. I think that's the end of it, although,
Tree?
what is Treant doing?
He has high ground vision. He has a ward. He's just walking into all of them.
Yeah, that's almost one of those, like, you just get lost where his hero was.
Lost in the
but-
woods. Yeah, actually, a tree lost in the woods. Feels bad.
So what I was gonna say though is Ags on Disruptor is almost finished.
Yep.
But it's not, but like that seems like a timing you almost want to wait for.
It's a massive timing. You can't really just wait though, because these games are so high tempo. So if you go for Aghanims on Disruptor, you're just gonna have to suffer that Disruptor is playing without an item. Basically, you got some HP from it, right? The point boost on Ogre Club, but HP on a Disruptor is not always the most impactful. But he's gonna be extremely close now. Just a little bit of jungling, the Bounty Rune, and he's gonna have it. And that is a big tool for them against both the Invoker, against the Ursa, two big targets, and even the Beastmaster has a BKB. So anyone he can catch before they click BKB, that's massive.
Is gonna have it shortly. Matter of this creep kill right here. There we go. There's the purchase, and Ag's gonna be coming out to Disruptor now. Bristleback, by the way, he's the one that takes the Aegis this time and also gets the shard. So some hairballs going to be coming out. And there we go.
They're going on Bristle.
First use of it.
Trying.
That's his confidence, man. It's his confidence. I don't know about this, sad man. Here's a response, and Invoker's getting low himself. Skirt McDuck, the Ursa is able to do the damage, so the Aegis is burned, but at what cost? I mean, Ursa's just dead for this.
Yeah, I'm super confused. Like, the Bristle was farming very safely close to his tier 2 tower. He has an Aegis. I don't see the value in attempting to go on him there. You have to know that there's going to be TP reactions immediately. You're playing as the Furion even. You got the Aegis, I guess, but you're happy to trade Aegis for the enemy carry. Now with a timing window here as well, where BKB was used by Invoker and Ursa is dead. So they can just do whatever they want on the map right now on the cut.
Yeah, I almost kind of forgot that he had the Aegis with how they were committing onto the Bristleback, but yeah, the fact that he had the Aegis, that really just made it the absolute head scratcher moment right there. Invoker, by the way, he is caught.
No BKB.
He's dusted up. No BKB as mentioned, so has to fight this any which way, and there's just too many heroes to deal with. Chives gets credit for the final hit for the kill, so push bottom lane. Look at the top lane, Queen of Pain. She's going to be back in base, so she'll be fine.
Yeah, they're going high ground now. They realize Invoker is dead for long enough time here. Let's go. We don't know if he has buyback or not. Not sure, but might as well just go here. Furion has the 5-tree and summon talent, so big army coming out.
It's a lot of trees to deal with, and with the Invoker currently dead, it becomes a lot more difficult to deal with them.
Yeah, and the Salt Cuirass on the Bristleback makes him a very hard target to commit on here.
Level 4 tree and armor, certainly helping to make it take a little bit longer, but there's the get out, the sharpshooter hit as we saw. However, good job. Like, you just see Tiny's doing such a good job protecting teammates, even Avalanche, just in case.
So costly.
TP out.
All of this really happened from the attempts to go on an Aegis Bristle bottom. They lost the Invoker, you know, they lost the bottom tier 3 tower. There's so much damage done to them. But now they have to regroup and try to make something happen. They smoke, but they smoke under a ward. Yeah, and D-Ward immediately call out, guys, we were spotted. But they're still committing up on the Ancient here.
Yeah, this Hawk getting some information. So they saw the Queen of Pain run in this direction. Hoodwink in the front. Bushwhack. It lands. Follow up. Sharpshooter. There's a lot of heroes now, though, on the dire side. So you do not want to go uphill if you're Ant, and they are going to kind of stand their ground for now.
If you go up that ramp into an Aghanim's Disruptor, you get absolutely murdered here. He's so ready for it. He has a little bit of extra cast range as well from the Psychic Headband, and they're going to counter smoke. They think now is a good time to force more team fights going, and I agree with them. They have everything they need, really.
And they also have the advantage of the scan. So the cut scans out and they know at least roughly where they're at, and they find some isolation. It's Beastmaster. Immediately, BKBs goes for the run to Bristleback. Is trying to run. Look at the blocking, though. The blocking from Tiny. Out comes the scream. Ush is just going to go for the TP play. He's going to be fine for now, and no, he cancels because actually the Silent Disruptor comes in with that Static Storm and the Axe effect, and Beastmaster will fall, and the Snot Storm is flying around left and right. Ursa's just dead before he knows it, jumping in the midst of that, and Invoker is not going to be much better off. He too is caught and dead. Guess what? It's the Ag Static Storm doing work as expected.
Yeah, Disruptor absolutely owning that. No BKB use for the carry. Didn't get to use his Abyssal as well, I believe. It was very sad fight from his perspective, but this is why you rush that big item. If you go for Aghanims on Disruptor, you can play it with Ag's Rush. You can also go for the, the 4 staffs and whatnot. But he makes it work, makes it look really nice there in that team fight.
Now it's time to push the mid tier 3. Bottom tier 3 was taken out. The racks are still there, but they're going for mid.
Oh, not for long, I
Nothing it can do.
They're coming.
Yeah. Both set are just going to fall. Hoodwinks up, but Invoker has a buyback, but only 15 seconds, so that awkward spot of kind of just got to wait this out anyways. And that's just 2 sets of racks like that, and now the cut will comfortably fall back and just farm out the jungle. Certainly the biggest lead that they've had, of course, this game, and now they're in a spot where, okay, TC needs to make mistakes themselves, or else this one's looking pretty good.
For sure. Yeah, we see a replay here of how they caught the Beastmaster first, forced out his roar as a panic maneuver, right? And they're just getting a nice initiation from that. Ursa blinking in. I think he did use his Abyssal, but it was Lincoln's blocked on the Queen of Pain there. And then he gets caught out, gets bursted down. Invoker tries to stand his ground, but an Abyssal proc on his TP out. I think he would have died anyway. I think there was sufficient damage that his TP would not have finished. Bristle hits really hard at this point. He does over 400 damage per hit, and hits pretty fast with Power Treads and AC.
The seeds of fortune.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's surprising, because we've seen this carry Bristleback for a long time now.
Yeah, SMD plays it great.
Yeah, it's almost like you constantly getting reminded, though, by how hard he really does hit in these fights. Because, yeah, with that Warpath adding up, that stacking of the damage, as you said, 400 plus damage, easily hitting for Assault Curiosity buff on top of that, the Viscous Nasal Goo, etc. You get the point. You do not want him to be close to you to allow for the smackdown.
Yeah, just wait.
A lot easier said than done.
I'll wait one more level and he's gonna get a free rapier, basically. When he gets the level 25 talents, feeling try to run away, but there are so many heroes chasing him. It is, I guess, space created, but not really, because they're close enough to your high ground that this is not gonna be a push. You're probably gonna have to buy back. Or maybe they don't even care about Treant that much. We'll see. They could force the buyback here and just back again, or they can just keep farming.
Yeah, they're checking for the Tinker Ward up there. Of course, not there, but they have the gem to assist on doing so. You mentioned 25. It's coming quickly. Bristleback 24.5 basically. So yeah, that free damage. Just about there. Oh, what about the scan, by the way? They scan Ursa. There's no way. Oh, they don't have a stopper, though. It's just Quap. So Ursa will survive. Close call.
Yeah, she doesn't have a TP cancel, sadly, but he gets out. Ursa, definitely been caught a few times this game, but not gonna die this time. Mid, we now see the movement here. Nice wards. Bristol chasing in.
A Static Storm response, though. Beastmaster, excuse me. He just gets blown up. No BKB used for him. And the rest of another NA team is simply trying to run on out. Save unable to toss back due to that BKB activation, but they get the free pick. And again, let's figure out what you want to do if you're the Cub, because anything is really realistic right here, including waiting for Roshan, who, by the way, this is a very fast Roshan. It's going to be up in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think they're just going to wait for Rosh and, get their levels. They still don't have level 25 on Bristol, very close to it. No way they're going to go high ground before they have some extra advantage here. And the Blink Dagger on Disruptor, by the way, just double dips into the value here of the Psychic Headband as well with the Aghanims. The Psychic Headband is now increasing your catch range so much as both the Blink and the ulti gets to benefit from it.
Yeah. Well, as a team, somewhat, Ant is trying to reclaim their jungle. You see the outpost going to be taken over by Treant. And Ursa's farming up bottom, but you got to be suspicious. And yeah, the Sunstrike confirms it. You know this is happening, but nothing you can do. They even scanned it, so a bit of overkill there.
Oh,
just to confirm that.
Refresher now. Oh, nice. He's probably pretty happy to have 2 of these storms going down. And he has the static storm duration talent as well, so they last for 8 seconds when he drops them down. That's a big AoE denial.
Yeah. I'm sitting here like thinking like, how the hell does Ant actually come back in this one? Again, the obvious is there is mistakes potentially of the cut certainly need to be had. You kind of have to bank on that, but the way that they're playing right now, there's nothing suggesting that would be the case. I mean, level 25 on Bristleback has finally been hit, so there is that added damage. And by the way, Treant, at this point, it's like, whatever. I mean, Treant's dead. Not a big deal in the end. It doesn't change too much here. But.
It might be a big deal as he doesn't have buyback, and now they kind of have all their components they wanted. They wanted level 25, they wanted the Aegis, they have all these things. So now with him dead for 37, I think you could just rush up on the high ground if you're the cut right now. But there's the chance as well that they just keep playing slow because Aegis still has a long duration. But this is definitely an opening for them. They're just gonna take it easy.
Creep. Well, the creep way is pushed out up here, so yeah, they're gonna make their way up and push that back into the base at least. There is a double damage rune up that they do not have vision on, but if they're suspicious and want to check it, then that'll even be more utility to work with for one of their cores.
The thing they have going for them at least is that Ursa has both Abyssal and Nullifier, so even though there's Lincolns to protect people, they can maybe get an initiation with Ursa and burst people with Invoker Cataclysm on that. Mm-hmm. Like that's the way I see back into the game here. If you're Ant, you don't have many outs, but the ones you have are bursting people quickly. So it's either Beastmaster Roar or Ursa Abyssal Blade into the Cataclysm. Or even just Treant finding an ulti, but he doesn't have Blink Dagger. He only has 4 staff, so I don't think he can rely on the Treant. And besides, every hero has Dispels anyway.
I just love that smoke. Literally in the base, but their smoke isn't coming out. Now, finally, they get the jump on Ursa, but he is able to get out before the static storm really hits, so thankful for him at least. They're gonna just smoke in response and go for a last-ditch effort of sorts. This pretty much is the last stand of another NA team here in Game 2. Bristleback, he'll be fine. Lotus Orb, pretty good. Meanwhile, in the back lines, that's a pickoff onto the Nature's Prophet. But now Ursa, he's just gonna die for that. He has buyback. You figure that's coming. Nature's Prophet, of course, buying back himself. They take out Treant, who also has one.
Yeah, immediately buying back, and Ursa, I don't know why he's holding his buyback, but finally gonna use it here.
Oh, Cataclysm. Axe picked up by Invoker. Let the meatball rain down as well. Nature's Prophet getting low once again, but he throws out a Gleipnir before he dies at least. Although he's going to survive at the time being. Ursa beat down on Tiny. Tiny's dead. But now Ursa's in trouble. Looks like it. Kinetic Field making it difficult. He's trying to get out of here, but the snot spam continuing as well as those quills. And Scourge McDuck looking to lay that beat down. Glimpse back. Ursa, the living armor's helping, but it's not going to be enough. He's out for 2 minutes. And sure, they kill the Nature's Prophet again, but it's the Bristleback that you really have to worry about, and they're just unable to deal with him. They are multiple buying back, using everything they can. The Aegis finally will be burnt, but that just means you have to deal with him a second time now.
Yeah, Bristleback is looking like an unstoppable force here. He's just running around doing whatever he wants in the fights, and nobody can really stand against him. They did have some tools to deal with the Bristleback in this game, but you know what? This is not the first time that we see him play it, and I think SMD, the way he plays Bristle, and the way that they overall enjoy playing around their Bristle, I think this is a second phase ban for sure, or either maybe it would even sneak into a first phase ban if you have a certain plan that is bad against it. Because a lot of these zoo-type heroes offlane get shut down hard by Bristle.
It's absolutely a case of comfort for Scourge McDuck. As I mentioned, he was 2-0 going into this, the only player to run it so far in Division 2. Let's make it 3-0. And you know what, Waga? Disruptor is now 8-0.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Disruptor, True. That's the hero I really think is going to be contested going into what's our final game of game number 3. But we'll let our panel talk about all that.
I couldn't let anyone else talk about this one. Fear the Disruptor. It's still on the 100% win rate. We heard Wagner and Break talk about it there, but now you get to back it up. You get to explain why you had just pure blind faith in the Cut and Disruptor.
Oh, I was trying to curse them so they would lose, so it didn't actually work out for me, but Disruptor seems to be a little too strong for even the curse. You know, what a hero right now. I mean, it just gives you a bit of everything you want in these games. It gives you pick off. It's once you get to this Ags, you saw how much impact it had in the team fights. Like, the only weakness I feel like this hero does have is when you get to a point where the other team is grouping up, taking objectives, holding high grounds, you might have a hard time finding your purpose, but that never really happened in this game, as Scourge McDuck like kept the Beastmaster in check for a majority of the game. NP as well had like the good tempo, and I think Shaggy this game really showed off. Like, I mean, there's so many heroes to highlight. Like Shaggy, he hit redemption story from the game one, right? He played Quap 2 times now, both against Invoker. Beat them both now. It's like, you can't counterpick this guy with the obvious stuff, apparently. And then let's go ahead and talk about Scourge McDuck on his, you know, Bristleback. He looks really good, and I think what makes him look so good on this hero in these games is like, he gets active way earlier on this hero than we've seen on his previous heroes, like the Spectre, and even the Lina to some degree. It takes him way longer to get online, and that's a huge benefit for the Cut.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing when you come up against the Cut. Like, game one was when they had more of those meta stereotypical picks, and then here in game number 2, you pull out the Quap, which most people aren't favoring, and when they do pick her, aren't winning with it. And then they have the Bristleback, again, another hero that you pointed out that just works so well for the Cut. It's a recipe for them to be able to do everything right. On the other side, though, we do have to talk about Ant Gods. I'm giving you the unfortunate task of having to talk about this one because Ursa was so rough for him. He was, a part of half of Ant's deaths by the 20-minute mark. Like, that's rough. That's not how you want your carry to be going.
Yeah, if game 1 was the game where we saw Sadman kind of tilting, this was Argius. I don't even know if all the deaths were on him. There was some very weird play towards the end of the game, like bottom lane, where him and Invoker go on some Bristleback with an Aegis right by an enemy tower, 2v5. I just think the general decision-making and shot calling from Ant was a bit rough this game, but also they were just unable to really execute their game plan. I think Wago was kind of right about, what Bristleback brings to the table for the Cut is probably ban-worthy, especially if you want to first phase Usher's Beastmaster. And so much like you say, Ardius not having a game compared to game 1 where he got to kind of pop off a bit on Slark. He needs to have a better lane, and he needs to have a better mid-game as well.
We've talked about this Disruptor now, we've talked about Quap and Bristleback, but our MVP is going to be Save on that tiny Fear in Your Eyes. What was he adding to this lineup to enable the Cut to come out on top and really secure this game?
Let's go. I talked about all 4 other players but him, but he got the MVP. But, he did he did play really well, honestly. Like, he lived up to his name, right? He used his tosses in a very defensive manner. He was saving people with tosses. Instead of tossing the enemy in, he had a lot of great saves with toss. He also had good initiations in this game. He was always that body, right place, right time, and played a very sacrificial role this game. And I'm starting to get like this vibe, the difference between Save and like B-God. B-God wants to pop off and be like that hard carry kind of way. And Save, he just wants to be a support, He wants to sit behind, he wants to save some people as his name implies. And he did a really good job of playing that sacrificial role here.
Yeah, that could be the difference. B-God really enjoying the individual playstyle of the Cut, whereas Save is like, okay, guys, let's do more team fight stuff. Let's work together a little bit more. So it worked out here in game number 2, and when we look forward to game number 3, which will be happening soon, Gods, what are you hoping the Cut brings again? Like, they're probably not going to get their hands on the Bristle, but what else can they pull out of the back pocket that you're hoping to see?
I think we've seen a pretty clear identity for them. We did see something new from Chives in the offlane when he's mostly just had 2 heroes up until now. But I like these kind of like, it's almost like predictive like draft wins for them. Like, they purposefully gave away Beastmaster knowing they're getting Bristle. So, they need to come with a plan that isn't the same thing, because I doubt they're going to get the same situation where, okay, we give them Beast, we pick Bristle. But those kind of ideas when it comes to the draft, I think are what Cut needs, because The big difference between game 1 and game 2 is they just had stronger side lanes. Like, you can't afford to lose the laning stage against this Ant team. I've talked about it a few times. Like, they're just this early game dominant team. And I think for the cut, sometimes their drafts are greedy of another team. So the only way you can really get away with a greedier draft is if you have solid lanes.
Well, the series tied up now, 1 apiece for Ant and the cut. It means that we do get a game number 3, and it's going to be happening after this break. Welcome back. It's the Cut versus another NA team. This series has gone all the way to game number 3. We saw Cut be able to bounce back from their loss in game 1. They took game number 2, so now it's Ant's time to prove themselves. Can they bounce back after a loss and take game number 3? Fear, is it possible? How do they draft to secure themselves an advantage going into the game?
Disruptor.
Oh, he's so good. He's so insightful. He's so knowledgeable. Like, what would we do without him, gods?
It's great, and it's so concise too. Like, you know, I basically would take 2 minutes to say the same thing Fear says in one word.
He's just so impactful. All right, Disruptor, we do have to talk about it, right? Do you try and hedge your bets that you're going to pick it up? Do you just ban it out? Like, is it in any way, shape, or form something that enters the first phase for you?
It
Pick
definitely
Orban?
can. I mean, the thing is, like, these teams don't have the knowledge we have. They might just be completely clueless about the strength of Disruptor right now and why is it good. And I wouldn't blame them either. It's like, as a player, you generally don't want to get too hung onto statistics because then, like, you're kind of just, like, blindly following them. So it's good to be able to filter them out. But so I'd like to see it one way or another. Maybe second phase. First phase, if it has a purpose, right? But I think the cut are just running it back, you know, taking away, their first pick again, right? So they're taking away the Mars, and then they're taking the NP. They're leaving the, whatchamacallit, all the other zoo, I guess, like the Beast, the
Zoo.
Brood, whatever they want to pick, like some Lycan, and they have the response with the Bristleback if they want to. So another NA team has to know that, and they have to be very careful here on how they want to draft Ush's hero, which generally is picked in this spot here.
Yeah, I'd almost feel like it's a trap to pick Beastmaster or Brood here, because the second you pick Beast or Brood, the cut's going Bristleback, and then they're just basically playing the same game as last and in their comfort zone. So I'd rather see them go a different direction here. Maybe they just pick a support and then use Tiny as, like, you know, flex hero. Could be core, could be support. Like, I think picking a 5 here is totally reasonable. Pick Disruptor. There you go.
That's it. That's his point.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it unironically is a good choice. I mean, that's also a good choice. This hero's like has pretty good win rate when these two teams get their hands on it. The cut, I think, was more successful with it. Let me double check that right quick. 50%. So Anta has a 50% win rate with the silencer. So, and they're okay with it. This game will determine whether they're winning or losing with this hero.
Yeah, I think you said the cut had like an 80% win rate, so.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
so they picked it anyway. So I think it was a really smart choice. It looks like the cut were just determined, right, to like pick this Bristleback. Because like when I see a silencer, the first thing that goes through my head isn't Bristleback, because the Arcane Curse is quite annoying to play against as a hero that wants to spam. So maybe a little one-dimensional here from the cut, like not being able to adapt away from the style.
It kind of says two things to me. One, they are confident in the prospect, but two, they're not confident in Scourge McDuck playing other heroes, maybe. Or he himself is not confident in other heroes, because you're like forcing this pick when you don't even see that Zoo hero. It is going to prevent, you know, maybe Beastmaster or, you know, Brood coming out, but it as it stands right now, it's not like a good Bristle game.
We know that they're not going to want to run the Zoo then on the side of Ant. And we see Viper taken out of the pool. What else is left that you're hoping Ant can pick up to try and shut down this Bristleback early for you?
Legion Commander is and Axe are two that I really like. The good old-fashioned make Bristleback face you and then dump the damage into him, not allow him to use that. Perhaps a carry that really benefits from the Silver Edge as well, a ranged carry. So like the Ursa, in theory, you think it might be good versus the Bristleback, but I personally don't like playing Ursa into that, because when you're playing Ursa, you want to be able to burst your hero within like your cooldowns, because you're committed at that point. And even though you do a lot of damage over time, he's just so tanky, he doesn't die into one burst. He'll always get away with a little bit of health, and then you're just in no man's land as an Ursa. So I'd really like to see like a Silver Edge ranged hero to kind of deal with this, and then someone that can make him face that ranged carry in the offlane, which is Legion Axe. Mars can do it too, because the spear does turn you around, but that's banned. So those are some options I'm really looking for.
Probably something that they're going to... Sorry, you go, Gods?
No, I was going to say, I also think the other thing you can punish the Bristle pick with is just picking these mobile heroes, like Bristle, Nature's Prophet, no lockdown, and that's something that could also be exploited more out of maybe some of the mid lane picks.
Yeah, you just have to be able to kill him, though, at some point. You can dodge all you want, but if you can't kill the guy, these heroes are just going to take your base.
Yeah. The offlane pick, all those heroes that you outlined for you, is that a pick that Ant should save to close out the phase? And if so, what do they show here in the opening of this phase? Do they just have to reveal where the Tiny's going?
I mean, it's a little awkward because the heroes I did mention don't really want to lane with a Tiny, and you also don't want to. I mean, that's a hero that's a range carry that can buy Silver Edge, but you also don't want to like lane necessarily. I mean, you can do it with Axe maybe and do wave cutting with Tiny Axe lane, but like you're not going to pressure with a Legion plus Tiny lane or a Legion Axe lane that hard. Actually, you might be able to with Axe plus Tiny. That one is possible because you can toss supports into the Axe, and that's pretty strong. Are they going to do it? I have no idea. They might just go the route of picking a ranged POS 3 here. Like Razor could be good as well. I mean, Razor Bristle's a very strange matchup because you'd think it's good, but historically I've done a lot of research on this, and Bristle normally wins out in it because he gets a bunch of raw HP or raw damage, from his ultimate that he can actually fight through the link. I mean, I'm just on a rant now, but either way, I want to see the Axe or the Legion if they can fit it in. Maybe put the Tiny on support or throw it to mid, but I think Tiny support's kind of in stone for me if they want to do that.
Sorry, we love listening to the rants.
Oh, okay.
They're very insightful. I mean, at least
I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot going in my brain right now, and it's very. I like these drafts right now because it's not obvious, and a lot of things can happen.
Yeah. One of the better drafting stages that we've had from a lot of these teams. Rubik's still in the pool. Not really sure how that one got past us. But yeah.
They wanted to ban a bit to protect the SF pick, at least the quad ban, something Shaggy's very comfortable on. And Disruptors just look pretty damn unstoppable, or has been unstoppable. So, it is Rubik. It's always going to be good, but it's not like this is like an exceptionally good Rubik game that he's been given.
Yeah.
Well, if you can ever steal the SF ult, it seems pretty reliable. That changes games, right? So that is the one spell I will say that is really, really good. It always like sneaks past you too. You just you don't think about it, then boom, Rubik's in the middle of the team fight, solo killing some core. Gets you every time.
And that's a support duo for the cut. It's going to be Rubik and Clockwork. Any insight into the Clockwork coming out here, Gods?
I think they just want a classic melee support to lane with Nature's Prophet. We've seen time and time again, you pick Nature's Prophet, you want the Clockwork, the Tusk type hero, the Treant Protector, which was banned, which is another reason why Ant banned out Treant. So this is just the best melee support that was left to lane with Nature's Prophet. It gives them some much needed also catch and initiation, which their draft before this didn't really have outside of Rubik Lift. So it plugs some holes. It gives them a good lane. It's just a solid pick, although I wouldn't say anything like it's not anything that like stands out beyond that.
This is it. Ant's chance to pick up
This is it.
a nice offlaner. They could either prove here right or wrong here.
All right, so I want Necro, Legion, or Axe. Those are kind of my choices. I think Necro could be really.
Necro.
It could be really good with the Tiny in the lane, right? Because they picked SF. We haven't seen a lot of SF carry since like TI, but it's still possible. Makes me wonder. I'm a little confused on why they picked SF, to be totally honest with you here, because like they didn't see an Ember mid or anything, something to punish. Versus the. I mean, I'll talk about that in a sec, but I think they just counterpicked themselves there. But again, the SF against NP, I don't see that as a matchup SF's really going to own either on paper. So is this just really a Silver Edge carrier for the Bristle that they're going to throw mid lane blindly? Maybe they can flex it. And then Ush just going with his comfort, like do or die, but like Kraken Shell is a spell that what Tide is known for, right? Like this is what he's built around, hard to kill. Quill Sprays cannot be removed by Kraken Shell. Bristleback has been used time and time again to counter Tidehunter, plus the bonus damage is not removed by Anchor Smash at all. And you're playing against Rubik, who probably will still Ravage at least once this game, so very, very ballsy pick here from Ush, to say the least.
That's saying the least. Now, Gods, you have to say the most.
Look, prioritizing comfort over what fits the game better is what this feels like. Because as Fear mentioned, he did play it before. he won on it. It wasn't the best lane, but the game itself against Penguin Squad was very convincing. He went 3-1-20. It buys the Greaves, it buys the team items, and perhaps he looked at some of those other options, the Axe, the Legion Commander. He's like, these are like, Rush, Blink, Answer the Bristleback, but they're not as easy to go into these kind of, Greaves team item kind of builds. So it does feel like they're maybe looking to group up a bit more and just play around like, 5-man Dota, take objectives, buy all the aura items, have the SF aura on top of that, and just run down some lanes. I don't love the pick, but that's kind of where the merit behind the pick, I guess, stands for me.
But have you tried Greaves on Legion Commander? Don't knock it till you try it.
Sure.
That's all
I
I'm
have
saying.
not. It doesn't sound that bad, It actually sounds totally fine. Any offlane, just buy Greaves Axe. Where's it at?
There you go.
Look at using their time here. Mid laner, Corpse taken out, so the comfort for Shaggy isn't really going to be there. A Zeus, though, coming out for you.
Yeah, that is true.
That's
all I got
thank
for you.
Okay, perfect. Zeus, this is the burst damage they wanted, isn't it, gods?
Nat, you're doing great here. Tell me why you think they picked Zeus.
That burst damage, am I right, guys?
Yeah, I totally feel you on that
worst.
one. The
He's
burst
an
damage is
initiator.
definitely there.
Zeus is. We had this running joke in China Div 1 that every time the panel called for an initiator, for some reason, one of the teams would last pick Zeus. Almost every time they said they needed an initiator. And so now Zeus has been forever branded as an initiator in my brain, even though he is not.
Just Heavenly jumps into the middle of the fight and starts throwing spells.
Literally, that's all he did.
So does he just go BKB first item? Like, what's...
Look,
crazy.
I don't even know. I
Poggers.
don't even remember. That'd be kind of crazy. But the Zeus Emma matchup is going to be mid, so carry SF. Ant, do you have faith in them, Fia?
Do I have faith in ants? I mean, a little bit, but not enough to side for them here, unfortunately.
All right. Well, gods, where are you putting your faith? Which team do you like?
I'm leaning the cut as well. I think Ants look best when they have strong lanes, and this Tidehunter pick isn't really an answer to the Bristle necessarily. I think the one player that can maybe have a great game and step it up is going to be the Ember. There's not a whole lot of catch to deal with this Ember. If he can just pop off, maybe this is his game to carry.
All right. Well, I appreciate both of you going through this draft, giving me your insights, but I'm going to appreciate the words of Wagger and Breaky just a little bit more for game number 3 here.
Excuse me?
Game number 3. Does Ant have enough of an answer for that Bristleback? Again, undefeated so far. Scourge McDuck playing it. They get it again with a second pick. That's kind of the biggest overall picture that I'm going with. Do they have enough to deal with that Bristleback? Welcome, what do you think?
I think they have some tools, but I'm concerned about the same thing that Fear said. The Tidehunter versus Bristleback is not a fantastic matchup. You can dispel the slow from the Q and the minus armor, but you cannot get rid of the quill sprays. They do add up, and like you said, I mean, historically, Bristleback has been used as a counter to Tidehunter in metas where Tidehunter was really strong and dominant. So this confuses me. They are kind of just, building their own 5-man and making sure they get good stuff for themselves, I guess.
Yeah, and obviously they're aware of that themselves. So to me, this just screams, one, maybe a bit of comfort. Ush comfortable in the hero Tidehunter, but also he's bringing just even that much more team fight, right? Because even before the Tidehunter, they had the Shadow Fiend as well as the Tiny and the Silencer. All these heroes, the Wombo combo, whatever you want to call it. It almost seems like Tidehunter just feels like a natural offlane to go along with that theme. So maybe there's part of it there too, I suppose. But yeah, that does continue to be kind of one of the bigger concerns. Now, on that point, as we do see some battling for the bounty runes going on, look at where Tidehunter's going. He is going to the top lane, actually, as Shadow Fiend is heading bottom.
Yeah, so they wanted the hero, but they don't want that matchup, and it's been spotted as well, it seems, because the Bristleback is now rotating towards top, so he's making the switch. They are insisting, you are gonna lane against us. And yeah, I think we have a short video again here from one of the players. Want to give us some insight to the teams here?
Yeah, well, about as far as the tipping goes and the the mental game. So this time, let's hear what Imperium has to say.
I use tipping for mental games all the time. I was playing a game where Alpha and the BTS, and Oscar kept tipping me because I was following him around in the jungle as Treant. So I could tell he was tilted, so I just kept tipping him every time he died after that. So I definitely think it's a good mental warfare tool. It'll definitely tilt people. I'll tip my teammates too if they do a good play, but I don't think I'll tip the enemy if they do a good play.
So yeah, we had the discussion in the previous game as well, but yeah, it's definitely the mental warfare. It certainly is something to it.
I like this. He'll tip his teammates too if they do good, but you don't tip enemies when they do good. Yeah, you don't wanna boost up your enemy. You wanna tear them apart. It's about winning here, and this is game 3 in a 3-game series. So this is really down to a best of 1 for who wins this matchup.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of 3-game series throughout Division 2 so far, but obviously this one being one of the rare ones, that both these teams certainly need that series victory, because as far as technically, both these teams are still capable of a top 2 finish. You pretty much need to win this one here to keep that a reality, though, is the point. A loss here, it does seem to perhaps shut those doors pretty quickly. So, point is, though, game 3, a lot on the line here between the Cut and Ant, but mid lane matchup, you have Zeus versus the Ember Spirit. So again, final pick mid for both teams. Not that that's a surprise, but the Zeus first and then the Ember Spirit. A pretty quick Ember Spirit response. You expect him to have a good game?
Yeah, it's a fairly easy matchup for Ember, but it's not unplayable for Zeus. Zeus does have a lot of lasted damage and can squeeze out some denies in the lane. The thing is, though, that his E doesn't really do much against Ember, who has instant cast on his abilities.
Yeah, Scourge McDuck getting pretty low right there, but yeah, the stick, he's going to pop it, get some regen as well, so he'll be fine. But so far, it seems like Ant's definitely not doing too shabby at this top lane between the Tidehunter and the Silencer, as Clockwork's going to run at the Silencer as I'm talking about that, but now he's in an awkward spot because did he go too far? This first blood is potential. Battery Assault, keeping him alive a little bit longer, as well as a stick, so he will survive, but he took a lot of damage for that.
Yeah, a lot of damage, and that frees up more the attention of Silencer to be redirected towards the Bristleback. When Clockwork is not in the way, then he can start doing damage to the one he wants to hit, which is the Bristleback, and start getting more advantage on this lane. And yeah, so far, the matchup's going pretty well. I think Silencer is having the big impact here, though. Double melee lanes, usually not a fan of those. And while Bristleback is good against Tidehunter, in my opinion, and, you know, Fierce as well, Silencer is just being the dominant force here.
The levels are starting to add up, but also adding up is damage at the bottom lane. It's Rubik going down against the Shadow Fiend and the Tiny. Those raises coming in, and of course Tiny doing his combo, and that is a lot of damage, so not much that Nature's Prophet could do at that point.
Yeah, they have a nice thing where Tiny can catch people quite easily and just toss them back into SF, and that sets up the triple race. So the lane combination of Tiny SF is really strong.
Play a bit more of an old school one of sorts. So good capitalization there from Ant, and yeah, staying committed to the lane. So, you know, wondering if we're going to see maybe a response from them after the fact, but not really the case. Staying to the lanes, and so far it's working out pretty well for Ant. Top lane, Silencer is trapped in the cogs, gets his way out though, and he'll be fine, but the damage harassment continues back and forth.
Yeah, almost seeing the usual backswing there. After you harass your opponent really hard, they then go and regen up and then they swing back. It's like you take turns, you know, throwing punches, and now Ant are the ones who have to recuperate a little bit.
You look at Tiny here at the bottom lane. He keeps running and he wants to go for it, and they're going to go for Nature's Prophet. Never mind. He thought, you know, second guessed himself. He had the magic stick. He definitely could have gone for a toss right there, but in the end, maybe Shadowfiend wasn't ready or just not feeling the most confident about it. Either way, he'll be fine for now.
Yeah, Argus doesn't have the easiest lane here, being SF. While the Tiny and SF lane is pretty potent and has a nice combination, he's struggling a little bit in CSing.
Yeah, Fade Bolt not making that any easier as well, as we're seeing that spammed out. So top lane though, Imperium gets taken out, but got the kill on Ush first, so well worth it in terms of a sacrifice there. Take out the core Tidehunter.
Yeah, good kill to bring down, and Bristle, while that's happening, he's gonna pull the creep wave down to try and pull it to the big camp and farm even faster. Actually, he's gonna pull it back and just rebalance the lane in a more favorable position for himself. He almost has the Vanguard on SMD on his Bristleback, and at that point he'll be really hard to harass. And this lane will be more open for Clockwork to leave, and then he can make moves. Zeus ulti is ready, by the way.
Yeah, it's ready, but it might come into play here because the support rotations are happening as we're hitting about 6 minutes. Ember Spirit goes in first, though, before the runes are going to spawn, and Zeus is going to get comboed down. The support show up. They had one from Clockwork on the side of the cut, but the 2 supports there for Ant, and that's going to allow for the second kill as well on a Clockwork. And look at the Arcane Rune just sitting bottom. Ember Spirit's going to go be able to pick that up, and that's a huge momentum shift to favor another NA team.
Yeah, it's a big thing. That's what we saw Shaggy really dominating with, or Sadman dominating with in the last game, was the extreme rune control on his Queen of Pain. Ember was one of the heroes I listed that can do the same thing if they get the runes. So, you know, getting a kill right before the rune spawn feels good, and Ember is going to be happy here to have the Arcane available, and they're trying to get Zeus again. Look at them hovering around. Zeus smells it though. Shaggy is not falling for it.
Well, he got scanned out. Yeah, it's obviously very suspicious of what's going on, figuring they could still be there, and he was right. So is going to survive. Now we'll take some tower damage in the meantime, but hey, it really goes back to again the support rotations, especially the team that brings the second support over just the one on the other side certainly has the obvious favoritism. Now, to that point, at the bottom lane, they know Tiny's been missing, but Shadow Fiend, he's fine still. He's been able to survive this, and he's pushing up a little bit here. And look at the scan, though. He scans, and now it's his turn to run back.
Yeah, he's been doing good. Meanwhile, just racing. Oh, don't go too far down, Argus. Make it lift down into a cogs, but he has friends coming in. Look behind.
Yep. That they know. Rubik's like, wait a second. No, this was going to be our tent for the gank. And suddenly it turns into Ant's turn for the gank. It's Ember Spirit rotating over. Not enough damage for the kill on Clockwork, though. The Assault's keeping him alive for now. Zeus ult even going to be used, and Tiny will fall. Ember Slight does secure the kill when it's all said and done, though, and he is going to make it out. So it ends up being the support for support.
Yeah, support for support. Zeus, though, getting the kill without having to leave mid. Oh, he jumps for the rune but doesn't get it. Now Ember Searing Chains him.
And that's just going to really make things worse for Zeus. He's like, all right, might as well go for the blow up. It's not enough damage, though. And yeah, that was so well played by Silencer. He slowed him initially, was able to destroy the rune, and committing the heavily jump for that and not getting it, that's a feels bad, man.
And
bottom?
we see exactly that combination, bottom of the telekinesis and the battery assaults and the cogs. No way to really leave. I like the 1-2 combo of these two supports. They can really, you know, complement each other in a good way. You also have, of course, not double melee or something like that. They just function in a nice way together.
And now heading back to the jungle to assist on some stacking, perhaps, but yeah, making good use of that kill. You gotta wonder, though, I was gonna say, when does Shadow Fiend, is he TPing top? Yeah, it's at a point now where it feels like he may come elsewhere. Oh, by the way, level 6 is ready on Tidehunter. Are they gonna Ravage for this? There we go. The raise is hit. Does he Requiem? No, he doesn't have Requiem yet, but it's not needed. They kill Bristleback.
That was scary, actually. There are two heroes going down to 150 HP there. Almost turned it around with just a close. If there was any TP rotation or something to punish there, I feel like they could have lost some heroes. I'm surprised they didn't try to go there.
All right, well, that's a Global Silence coming out. He's been over here trying to... Let's go for some jungle farm. He ends up killing Clockwork, and now the Warden shows up. Toss back on a Rubik. Fade Bolt and Lift, though, and Ember Spirit still needs to be careful, especially with Zeus nearby. Zeus going in with a heavily jump, and some more Arc Lightning spam secures that kill. So don't know about trying to make more. I mean, the Warden kind of keeping his Ember Spirit a little more committed there than perhaps he wanted to, and it ends up being a double kill for Sadman.
Yeah, good start here, I would say, for him, getting, you know, to the top of the CS board right now as well. But both mid heroes having a pretty good start here. It's fairly even, as this time it's going to be Shaggy who finds a regen rune top after that engagement. Feels absolutely fantastic. 0 mana Zeus can regen fully.
And ulti's ready to go, so pops that regen. He will have Thunder God's Wrath. So I was talking about Shadow Fiend after that death at the bottom lane. Was it going to be time to go elsewhere? And again, we saw he comes to the top lane, help set up that kill, and now he's gonna get a kill on Clockwork or do damage to allow RRL to get in, as Clockwork was getting a bit antsy trying to find somebody. Thunder God's Wrath? That doesn't kill anyone, but it scouts, I suppose.
Yeah, not sure what that was for, actually. They tried to catch someone? Oh, they did get the Zeus assists. Oh, got the silencer on the Zeus. So, gets his own kill on mid lane. They do have the Furion combination. That's what they did, actually. The Wrath of Nature paired up with Zeus ulti is a lot of damage. So he ultis first. That allows the Furion ulti to bounce freely on all the heroes as well. Connects nicely. And can burst people if they have low HP, like a silencer.
Yeah, it's one of those delayed things. Like you have to think to yourself, like in silencer in that case, like, you didn't kill me, and then all of a sudden the Wrath of Nature bounces. You're like, crap, that was planned. Yeah, so good job right there by the cut as far as using that synergy. And it is going to be the Axe build on Nature's Prophet once again, so that much more to look forward to, and especially with that combo. I believe so.
Yeah. That build is really trendy now here in the NA games.
Yeah, it's doing work. Silencer, kind of going at it with Clockwork. They know he's in the Roshan pit. He's trapped. He's in an awkward spot here. He's gonna have to cogs on up, but Ember Spirit, he's got a Remnant. He's gonna be able to use it, and Slight, and a couple auto attacks later will secure that kill. So Clockwork, again, caught with his hand in the cookie jar, gets taken out again.
Something we haven't really mentioned, by the way, but there's 14 permanent int stolen already on Silencer. Feeling has done a good job just being around a lot of these kills and, well, facilitating a lot of these kills. So they're getting, it's not the biggest impact in the world, but it does add up when he continuously is part of all these engagements. The more scrappy the game, the happier the Silencer.
Yeah, maybe not the Slark agility buff impact that we saw, especially in the game one, but still, it has something, and it's going to come into play right here as they head to the bottom lane. Global silence, Rubik, he's going to be stopped because of that, and Nature's Prophet just goes down. Clockwork finally going to be unsilenced, but it's just too little too late. Double kill for the team, and it's now a killing spree for RRL here in this Ember. Again, the 10th pick Ember Spirit, that's what you hope for, and he's 8-1-1. It's a hell of a game for him.
Yeah, he's playing really, really good on it, and he's closing in on the full Maelstrom. I like what he did, by the way, in this game, adding a casual cloak. This is such a heads-up play that not many people will make, but in this game, there's Furion, there's Zeus, these ulti combinations, they really sting, and the cloak is gonna help him just stay alive a little bit better against all that magic burst.
Bottom tower push, Tidehunter and Shadow Fiend working together to do so down there. As a little bit of lull in the action. Let's take a look at how the odds are shaping up right now. I mean, got to assume they're fairly even. It's a slight advantage for Ant right there. You head on over to esportsbet.io, the watch turn platform. Check it out for yourself. But yeah, favoring Ant. Do you tend to agree with that as far as Ant being favored right now?
With this start on Ember, I would agree that it's favoring them, but we've seen what the Bristleback can do when he comes online. And this game, sure, you have a natural Silver Edge buyer on the Shadow Fiend, who can also do a tremendous amount of damage, but I still think that SMD, he has shown that he knows his way around the Bristleback.
Mid lane. Heals on up. He is going to heals himself. Kind of get that purge working as well as a follow-up, so Sadman is fine, but both teams controlling the middle of the map are trying to do so. We haven't mentioned Shadow Fiend in a little bit. He's got the Mask of Madness, though, and as the Yasha come in, so that right-click build is starting to have some impact now.
It's the Dragonlance, not going for the Yasha. Okay. Dragonlance very common. Yeah, he's gonna probably go for a BKB next, and then possibly see Silver Edge right away, or maybe even go for some other item. Like, there are a lot of options, but I think Silver Edge should probably be priority, so they get something to deal with the Bristol. But BKB is the wise choice here into Rubik, Clockwork, Zeus.
Well, that kind of goes back to, I believe even Fear of the panel in general is kind of mentioning that after that second pick Bristleback happened, it's like you need a Silver Edge carrier, some kind of break effect, and they went with the Shadow Fiend third pick, after the bans happened, and so that's the idea, right? Like, you picked him up to get the Silver Edge because he is kind of a natural Silver Edge carrier. So I guess what I'm getting at, how much of a priority does he need to make it? Because, yeah, he's going BKB right now next. So do you think that's a fault, or?
Oh no, I think the bristle or the BKB is completely fine. You're not really at the stage yet where you need to shut down the bristle, and there will be a little bit of a moment here where bristle has Aghanims and you don't have Silver Edge. You're just gonna have to try and weather the storm on that one. Because going Silver Edge next would just be very glass cannon build on SF, and I think that's probably a big mistake against Hookshot, Fury and TP, Zeus ulti.
Sure.
He would be too easy to pick off. So they're not stressed on the side of Ant. They're happy to go late game here, whereas the Cut, their builds are more built for a timing. I think they need to really make a lot happen with the Bristleback.
Oh, Zeus, he might be feeling some burn right here. Has Rubik backing him up. Rubik gonna steal a Remnant and use it to get out initially. Global Silence, though, activated. RL still in pursuit, and Zeus is dead. He just can't do anything between lockdown in general, as well as the Silence. Speaking of lockdown, Ush with a big Ravage right there to help finish off the remaining two that were around. Double kill for RL, and again as a team, Ant is coming together nicely.
Yeah, that was really well played by them. The timing on Silence was just a little bit late, but still good enough that they managed to burst down the Zeus. Zeus was caught out of position, no way to really get himself to safety there. And now they have Visional Clockwork as well, who thinks that he's, just holding here, but... Okay, they're just gonna go into Roche. Maybe Feeling is in need of help here, guys.
Yeah, he is, and Ember will oblige, so they are gonna kill the Clockwork. He's not so sneaky anymore, but Rubik's now nearby. Don't know if he can make a play like a Clockwork could, though. But Zeus ulti, and it's not going to be a free Roshan. They're not the fastest Roshan killing team, that's for sure. So that
Feels
shows. And
bad for him, though, to have to use the Zeus ulti to scout and deter the enemy from continuing Roche. Because now, when you used it, it feels like you don't have the combo, right? Fear and ulti and Zeus ulti, you can't play in tandem. But they themselves are going to go in. They're just going to steal it. Oh, you did have to work on Roche. We'll finish it.
Well, how about that? Yeah, how about that right there? Chives somehow makes it out. His TP scroll gets canceled, but then he just teleports right away, and it proves to be the right decision. But you're right. While the distraction has taken place, they just kill Roshan. Did not see that coming, and neither did Ant. I guarantee you. Suddenly, the Aegis in the hands of Bristleback. And he's got that Axe timing. He's got the BKB now queued up. So this kind of feels like a bit of that timing, perhaps, starting to come to fruition for the Cut now.
Yeah, by the way, Argius decided to commit for the Glass Cannon build here instead, so he's going for the Silver Edge Rush, has the Crystallis, so not gonna go for the BKB, which does, give him a little bit of a weakness, but it's gonna speed up the timing.
That is interesting how that happens. Thinking the BKB maybe is the better choice, but ultimately second guessing and now going another direction. But how about what's going on here, by the way? That was Ember Spirit barely getting out. Global Silence used to help keep him alive. Oh, it's enough burst damage, though. Sadman says, if I'm going down, you're going down with me. And at least
Ember
takes
was
him
a
out
little
first.
bit too low mana there to jump out as he was caught in the cogs. He couldn't really escape it at first. They tried to save him with the silence, but ultimately not gonna be able to save his life. But trading it for 2 kills, pretty good for him. Or for his team at least.
Yeah. So, yeah, but against Shadow Fiend, obviously we're going to keep a close eye on that, because if he does die pretty quickly, like in the back lines, and it's like, all right, maybe the BKB. It's going to be a hindsight thing for sure, but we'll see if this works out for Argius or not. It's riskier, no doubt, but the potential to work is certainly there. I mean, having a break effect is important against this Bristleback, so.
It is. It's been shown before, and in this game, they do have some stuff to save him, at least. They have Greaves on the Tidehunter, who's also going Pipe, so he's going the full Protector build. And if he just stays near the SF, he can protect him with both those items and the Ravage. And then they have Global Silence too, so the Glass Cannon build might be justified in this game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Bristleback, feeling very confident as he should. He's got the Aegis, naturally tanky. And pushing this tier 1 middle tower. The team around him, though, is smoked up, going through their own jungle currently. Sadman leading the way.
I like what oh, we're gonna see Clockwork run into him here and just get blinked on immediately. Gets bursted.
Uh-oh. So gonna burst. That's a lot of burst. Argius is gonna survive a little bit longer. Silencer dead, though. Yules stopping the Requiem, and there's the death explosion. They did finish off the Tiny as well. What a find there. So yeah, I mean, Clockwork got blinked on initially, but that allowed for that heavy burst out of Zeus.
Yeah, and that's the glass cannon build, right? You cannot survive because you don't have Tidehunter nearby to heal you. Silence was on cooldown on Global Silence, so nothing is really there to protect you. The tools that I mentioned to keep him alive, none of them were present, and then he can just get bursted like that very rapidly. I was trying to say before the engagement happened how I like the itemization here by RRL going for the Mage Slayer second item, because when you play against Bristle, that lowers the damage of the Quill Spray so much. If you keep spamming that, and of course against Zeus, if you can just reach him, then you can mitigate a lot of his damage. And yeah, I think it's just the sensible choice here to go for. And then he's going back for a Gleipnir next, so he can increase his catch potential.
Yeah, you definitely got to appreciate that adaptability, because it's certainly not an item you would expect to see a lot on an Ember Spirit in general, but absolutely makes sense here to your point. So, and he's definitely making use of this amplified early farm that he's had, keeping up with the Bristleback still even, and currently farming out the jungle some more. That Silver Edge, though, keep an eye on that timing. It's still being built. It's almost there. and needs about 500 more gold. And he will be able to finish it. Also hitting level 15 on Shadow Fiend. Do feel like that's a fairly significant talent of the Presence Aura affecting the buildings now. So even a bit more objective pressure to be put out by Ant.
Yeah, it's very useful for their team because they're kind of lacking in the building department. Like for taking down these towers, they don't have too many things, but certainly now they have enough damage to do so. Overall, they also just finished the pipe, so I think that they are getting kind of ready on the side of Ant to force engagements.
Well, speaking of forcing engagements, that's Tiny going to be forced on. And that with the Thunder God's Wrath, free kill on it, Tiny. Of course, Global Science was ready, but not wanting to use it to save the Tiny there. That's understandable.
Well, he kind of put himself in the spot of getting jumped there. At least Zeus ulti was used, so they could see this as a timing window to take fights. Now that Tiny respawns immediately, they might just go and smoke. He has smoke ready on him. So this could be a chance really here for Ant, whereas the Cut, they have to play around their Bristle a lot at this point, I think. I mentioned it before, I don't think that their lineup scales very well into late game, but Furin is trying to transition into that carry build after the Aghanims, went Maelstrom, going BKB next, so he wants to catch up and become that 6-slotted Furion eventually.
Yeah, and Bristleback no longer with the Aegis, it was reclaimed. Of course, he does have the BKB now and working on the Assault Cuirass, so pretty much the same build we saw in the previous game, no surprise there. But yeah, the right-click threat of Nature's Prophet starting, or will ideally become a bit more of that threat as the game progresses on, as you're getting at. But Silver Edge is finished on Shadow Fiend, and like we talk about timings, it seems like this is now Ant's timing to try to make a play for something. I mean, everything's ready. They're the team that has that big team fight presence, and everything is ready right now.
They are, but at the same time, like I've hinted at many times now, they are not under any stress really in the same regard. So while they do have their tools ready, maybe they don't want to brute force the fight if it doesn't look super favorable. I still think they could maybe have pushed that tower since Zeus ulti is still, 15 seconds at this point. I think they could have maybe taken an engagement without Zeus ulti there. Now they're allowing for that cooldown to come back. But they shouldn't be, worried about going late game here.
Yeah. So they pull back, they smoke up, and they're looking for the big time initiation. Tiny, no, the blink out from Rubik manages to get away. Gleipnir hits. It's a Gleipnir in the hands of Ember Spirit, and one auto attack. Well, there's that Silver Edge damage.
That was a nice smoke reveal, though. He sat in a good position. He knew exactly what he was doing there. He just waited it out. He saw the smoke. He didn't have vision on them, but he was standing so that he had vision of the smoke effect popping there. And then he just walked up, got himself in a position to reveal it, blinked out, almost lived, and nothing of value was lost at the end of the day. It's one of those support deaths that's actually a good death.
And it's even more information interesting. You can now confirm the Silver Edge is finished. I don't know if they actually saw that or not. You got the Gleipnir also on Ember Spirit. I think that's the first time we've seen that as well. So, yeah, a little more data to work with now for the cut.
That is very true. And they can now turn around as, they dodged that smoke gank. They're going to immediately swing back with a smoke of their own. I like this move. I think the cut are identifying that they need to hit a timing here. And moving into the enemy jungle is a good way to start it. They get scanned though.
Yep. It gets scanned, so Ant has a chance to respond. Silver Edge, gonna be exposed. Something's gonna happen soon. Ush going uphill. I mean, he's got Ravage, so he feels pretty confident. Wrath was used by Zeus. Lift on a tiny, but global silence now coming out, and Rubik's gonna be tossed in the air like a little toy. He's just dead, and the rest of the team, the Radiant side trying to run, Bristleback included, but in the backlines, Ember Spirit's back here. He's getting low, actually. Needed to panic use his Remnants. The big 3-man Ravage coming out. The Gleipnir on top. The Sleight of Fist damage as well. And the Avalanche to throw it down. The Requiem from a distance. There is the combo that you just knew eventually was going to be coming from Ant.
Man, give it up for Ush there as well, coming in clutch, getting there in time to help his friend, and yeah, the Gleipnir having some big value as well from RRL. He did a good job on Ember Spirit, locking on to the Zeus at the start of the fight. He was chasing him from the very beginning there pretty much, and again, Ush was kind of the start and the finish of the fight, because he walked up the ramp, revealed everything. There was a little bit of a replay of the end there. Looked funny with the slowed down remnants crawling away, but Ember does get away safely.
Look at that Gleipnir. I mean, that's so beautiful. Obviously, the Ravage setup for it. And I was thinking, though, too, Ush doesn't have the blink yet, so it's going to be a bit more difficult to get a good Ravage off. That didn't matter. He is jumped, but he's doing a lot of damage back to Clockwork. However, it's not enough. He's going to use that Glimmer Cape, and he's in there with the Clock Trap with the Bristleback. That is not who you want to be in there with. So good find from the cut, and that Shadow Fiend's dead for a full minute now.
Yeah, this SF getting jumped is pretty much equivalent to like a sniper being jumped. It's terrible for them. They do not want like Clockwork and Bristle to simultaneously be on top of him. He's going to die very rapidly unless he gets big help. So losing him there, it's a little bit of a blow, but they have good vision to maybe fight without him, they're thinking. This is risky.
No Ravage, no Global Silence. This is very risky, but Rubik and Clockwork are dead right off the bat. Clockwork is going to buy back. Shadow Fiend's still dead for 25 seconds. Yeah, without those big cooldowns, that's one of the downsides of running a comp like this, of course, is fairly reliant on that. But Ember Spirit doesn't necessarily have long cooldowns. He can still constantly fight, and that is showing.
They have amazing vision on Dire here. I don't know how, by the way. They're playing against a Zeus. Like, Shaggy? Bolt, man. There's so much vision around here.
Counter. Oh no, Tiny finds the target because of that vision. Clockwork's dead for a minute. He doesn't have a buyback, remember. Scourge McDuck, though. Quill spam the Warden. He'll fall to it. Shadow Fiend's back up, though. Shadow Fiend's running over. Gleipnir on the 2 on the uphill, but just stalling. So again, Roshan's still plenty healthy, and I think that's going to be the end of this exchange now.
Is he not bolting? I'm so confused. He's still just walking around. This ward has lived for so long. Yeah. Okay, I'll stop ranting about it, but it irks me greatly that you're not even attempting to deward the area. At least Save managed to deward one of the ramps on the Rubik.
Yeah.
There is still great vision for Dire, though, and they can go in and play under it.
Yeah, maybe they thought that they did get another ward and they figured that's all that vision was, but yeah, no, you're right. That ward has been sitting there forever, and that is giving them so much information on the side of Ant to work with right now.
Rubik was attacked uphill there as well into Fog of War, so he should have noticed perhaps, but maybe he panicked that he was under some form of vision.
Oh, Roshan, this Shadow Fiend, he is starting to hit really hard now, and it's going to show. Clockwork scouts it. Clockwork's ready. He wants
to steal. He gets scanned.
Yep. He does. And look at the position. Look at Ush.
They're building a wall. Yeah, build a wall of heroes. Try and block it.
Yeah, not going to give him a chance. So Clockwork doesn't even go for it. That's also a good discipline on his part. Save. Tossed back in the mid lane. The chase is on. Gleipnir hits. It's going to stun them in place, but it doesn't matter.
Fear and Aghanims is like a ranged Treant ulti, you know? It looks so strange. All 5 heroes just rooted on the mid lane, like what?
I thought Rubik stole something for a second, but no, yeah, that makes it's obviously the wrath of nature there from the Furion. But still not enough to save his teammate.
Warden is sitting top, and if Empyrean shows himself here on his Clockwork, then he will immediately get jumped.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
It's like you saw this one coming.
No detection. Maybe he can sneak his way out of this one? Did that? He doesn't even have TP, by the way. He's just sitting there. Oh, no. Courier fights him.
I mean, it took a silencer TP, a courier, like, it took a lot of time. Space created, for sure.
Breaky, did it take a silencer TP, or did silencer get there to steal his brains as well?
True. He did benefit vastly, and Ember Spirit's going to benefit getting this kill on Zeus if it can make it happen. Solo kill, Gleipnir going in with the Remnant. That is absolutely a kill. Nothing Zeus could do at that point.
Yeah, and there we see big value. Why they picked Ember into Zeus. You want heroes that can jump and chase Zeus continuously. One of the most important things when we play against Zeus is having stuff that get on top of him and chase him down. And Ember is fantastic for that. And with the Gleipnir as well, like you mentioned, that extra bit of root, so obnoxious for him.
And finding a groove, 10,000 net worth lead, biggest of the game, and gonna get bigger. Chives is picked up bottom or top lane even. Yeah, that was a solo Requiem, free kill for the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, that is a huge solo kill to get. Now with 2 core heroes dead, and are in good position to just take a tower here. And also 12,000 net worth lead, like you mentioned, the lead is ramping up here.
That's just going to continue to grow, and to your point, Waga, he says stressed it from the very beginning. The scalability feels like a little bit better on the side of hand, so they didn't necessarily need to push the issue. They're feeling very cool, calm, and collected right now, but are they actually going to kill? God, yeah, he gets away. The Glimmer does save him, but going for the blow up there as they do kill Rubik. They're going to kill the tower. But Ant is, they're feeling comfortable.
Yeah, they're doing tremendous damage, even through backdoor protection there for a while. Their damage is getting real high, and SF is now making that transition, by the way. With the Mask of Madness build, you can make a nice late game transition, of course, into the Satanic and Butterfly. He's gonna have his full Satanic here complete in just 1 creep camp. There we go.
And I think the level 20 Shadow Fiend is that kind of key moment, similar to like Alina, right? Where we see these cores, that level 20 talent really accelerates them that much more, because that +3 damage per soul talent, suddenly he's hitting like an absolute truck here.
Yeah, I think SF's 20 talent for right-click SF is one of the most impactful 20 talents in the game. It does a lot for him. It's, you know, getting 60 bonus damage is pretty high, even though it's a level 20 talent. Usually damage talents are like level 10 or 15 talents, but 60 is a big number, you know?
It's a pretty big number. You look at Silver Edge, it's giving you 52 damage for Silver Edge. That's even more than that. So yeah, not too shabby. And that's a free tower kill as well. I mean, they got an Aegis for another minute plus. They have the Satanic finished on Shadow Fiend. Blink on Titan Dark Horse has been around for a little bit too, so they're going to go uphill with this.
Yeah, and they're probably just going to maybe go with Tide, but they could pretty much just go with the SF here. They don't need to stack up too much, but Ember wants to go in as well.
Furion doing some good job distracting at the bottom lane, pushing himself somewhat, but it's not going to be nearly enough. There's that Wrath of Nature bouncing through, but not really any follow-up. In fact, follow-up coming out for the Radiant team. They're going to jump on a Rubik, and he explodes. He has buyback. He'll use it immediately, like a Scourge McDuck. No break on him, but still a lot of damage happening. Clockwork, the Cogs going out, the Requiem use. BKB, though, on Bristleback, allows him to stand his ground. Shadow Fiend is like, kill me, please. I mean, that's fine. Have an Aegis for 30 seconds. Furion, what are you doing, buddy? He's trying to distract, and uh-oh. Well, he's dead for 50 seconds. He cannot BKB TP out. The chase continues, and Zeus is also going to fall. He is not buying back, as he's out for 75 seconds and counting. Furion will use his. And coming back into the fight, he's just going to sprout, though, and that's all he can do. I mean, there's not much more damage that Furion can put out.
Oh, no.
In fact, he's going to be tossed back, and it's going to be a dieback on him. The Ravages as well, that's a dieback. And this game could just be over just like that.
I think that's it. A final Ravage from Rubik Kennedy scoots away to safety, but Save is the only one alive, and they got called GG here. No point staying in this one. Absolutely dominant last fight. There's so much confidence, and I really like the way that all of them played here. I mean, RRL is the clear standout for me, but big shout out to Tiny as well. We didn't talk too much about Tiny, but how many times did we see him toss back targets into his team?
In this series, even the previous game, honestly, for the cut, I believe Save even got the MVP. Tiny has actually had a very good series overall, but the Warden for another NA team, no different there. I absolutely agree with you. You know what's kind of funny there before you throw it to the panel, Rubik stealing that Ravage. I mean, Fear did say Rubik's probably going to steal at least one Ravage this
right.
game. I mean, he was right. There you go. There you go, Fear. Take it away, panel.
Breaky took away my talking point there. That's exactly what I was going to point out for you. You said that the Rubik was going to have an easier game. You know, there were some nice things for him to steal. And look, he did end up getting the Ravage right at the end there, but it was just not a great game for the cut. It definitely wasn't comfortable for the Bristleback on Scrooge as much as it was in game number 2. And the lineup as a whole, in my eyes, just didn't really work too well together. There was a lot of disconnect on the side of the cup.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's more of a execution problem than a lineup problem. And from the way I saw this game, like so many times in a row, I saw Save just getting tossed back. It was like 6 team fights in a row. Like you just see him, right? The Warden just locked up Save this game. He didn't even have a game. Like every single time you're expecting to see an ulti stolen, right? An SF ult or maybe a Ravage, but Save is just dead every single fight to start the fight, which is a really good job here, you know, by another NA team. But if you're the cut, like you can't have your Rubik in a game that is such a good Rubik game getting caught out time and time again at the beginning of the fights.
On the side of another NA team, though, it was fantastic by them. They knew exactly what they had to do, gods, to be able to get ahead and to stay ahead in this game number 3. But is there a standout for you in exactly what they were doing right? Was it team fights, the laning phase, or something else?
Ember. It was all RL. This was his game. Like I saw the draft and I'm like, okay, the Tidehunter, you know, it's not quite the Bristleback counter, but what that meant is that there was just more pressure on this Ember to be this, like, you know, pop off Ember, go around, make every single play happen, and he did exactly that. He was 16, 2, and 15, involved in 31 of 38 kills, 40k hero damage. The next highest on his team is Shadow Fiend, who didn't even reach 20k. He absolutely decimated this game. You know, took advantage of the fact there wasn't a lot of stuns to really play around. We never really saw this Bristleback become a big threat, a big problem. And also what the Ember did is he completely farmed off of this Zeus. This Zeus was just feeding all over the place in the first kind of 20 minutes of this game. Had a rough one. That is kind of Zeus some of the time, although with the, you know, the new Heavenly Jump, things have gotten a bit better for Zeus, but the hero is very slow still. And if that you ever get caught out and you're an Ember, you don't care about that jump. You'll just keep on chasing.
You said, you know, Ember, yes, RL had an amazing game, but Fear, I would say there's something to be said about this Silencer pickup. It's not necessarily, you know, exactly how Feeling played it. Yes, there is that essence too, but just how well Silencer enabled the rest of Ant and really sort of stopped the Cuts lineup short.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of good plays in this game. I think everyone Ant had good participation here, but like the defensive globals were pretty clutch here. Like whenever SF was in trouble or RL got in trouble, that global is always there to like bail you out, and the cut really couldn't get like a break in this game. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to reach here a little bit, but like unfortunately the cut just played very sloppy, and I think Ant was just the better team here. They looked clean. They looked like they were playing as a team. They were communicating well. They were team fighting well. The cut was just all over the place. I couldn't even keep track of these team fights of where they were taking their fights at.
Yeah. The Shadowfiend also contemplating between the BKB or the Silver Edge first. Do you reckon he made the right choice, Spear? If he had made the other, this game could have gone in a different direction?
I mean, he made the one choice where the game could go south quick, but he also made the one choice that had the potential highest impact. So like the safe build would have been to go for BKB and then just farm your Silver Edge, but you know, he went the ballsy play, just getting the damage right away, no defense, completely relying on his team here. And if it works out, it looks good, it feels good. If it doesn't work out, it feels real bad. So high risk, high reward here. He went for it and it worked out.
MVP is going to be coming up on our screen as well. It is, from memory, going to be... Oh, yes. Okay, my memory didn't fail me this time around. It's going to be the MVP there. Anything else really to stay on Ant? Because we've already highlighted each player. They've all really stood out. But Ash doing a lot of the background work, so maybe this MVP isn't just necessarily his Tide and how he played, but also everything else that went into this game number 3, Gods.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. He's, the captain and leader of the team. You really get that feeling when we talk to him in these interviews. He played incredibly solid. As far as, you look at the KDA, you look at, what he's doing in team fights, not anything crazy when it comes to the damage, but I think just the way they bounced back from game 2 and recognized how to approach the bristleback problem. Game 2 was like, okay, their bristleback is a complete counter to how we generally draft. We have to adapt to that. I don't know if that was us or whoever it was on the team who made that call to swap up the drafting, but that was kind of what gave them such a big advantage when it came to game 3.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Fia, are you willing to say, and second place team in Div 2? Are you willing to say it now?
No.
Oh. Even after today, even after beating the cut, you're not ready to be like, yes, I'm all for them. They're looking fantastic. Just every day we see them, they get better and better. You're not willing to say that?
I can say they look fantastic, and every single day they're getting better and better, but are they going to beat Felt and Dogchamp for top 1-2? I think they still have a lot to prove in that regard because of how the season started for them, getting those 2 early losses. Felt only has 1 loss right now, the Dogchamp as well, so maybe a lot will come down to that series. We'll see, but they're looking good. They're looking better. They're top 3 for me at this point, I would say for sure. And that was one of the biggest surprises for, Division 2 NA right now is that they were able to get to even the top 4, because I thought they were going to be a little bit lower from the beginning of the season after their first couple of series.
Mm-hmm. Understandably so, but they get this win. They get the 2-1 over the cut, which means we get an interview with a member from Ant. It is going to be Ush again. Ush, congratulations. Firstly, welcome back to the panel. At this point, do you just want to become a permanent panelist? Because you guys keep winning and you keep putting yourself forward for the interview.
Hello again. Well, I'm a fan of all of yours, so yeah, I'd love to be a part of the panel. Let's do it.
We can get you on the 4th monitor over here on a day you're not playing. But look, today you guys showed up. The game number 1 was absolutely domination from you guys. What was the game plan going into this? Did you expect game 1 at all to be what it was?
To be honest, I thought it would be a lot more fair match than that. But at the same time, though, I did expect that we would come in with an advantage because I did a lot of studying this time. We talked about it in the last time that we spoke. If you asked me a question about that, I couldn't sleep last night because I was excited. So I stayed up to 4 in the morning and I was just studying all their games, looking at all their drafts. And I kind of told my team, all right, if we're on first pick, we're going to do this. If we're on second pick, we're going to do this. I was really prioritizing the Nature's Prophet because I think that hero's insane. And especially on offlane, I love to play it with the Aghanims. I feel like that timing that you get with the Ags is just crazy. You one-shot the supports, and the hero's just really good in lane too. So I feel like, and they also banned the Mars, which I didn't want to play, so I was super excited about that. I got sick of playing Mars, so I'm glad I finally got to play a different hero and show that I can win on a different hero. So, but I feel like since we prepared so well and we've been kind of on the up and up, like you guys say, we've been gaining confidence as each match goes. I feel like we're getting more comfortable playing with each other finally. Some of the nerves are gone, so yeah, we're feeling really good about that.
You talk about that Nature's Prophet, the importance you placed on it, but the cut ended up getting it for game 2 and game 3. Was that tough? How much did you have to adjust to that, or did it kind of help because you knew some of the weaknesses or strengths of Nature's Prophet?
I think we kind of expected it, to be honest. We're fine playing against it. I think the second game we kind of just didn't play our best, but at the same time, I do feel like we knew that they were going to pick the Bristleback if I go Beastmaster, and I kind of just let myself get baited into doing it anyways. I thought if the hero's just so good that we can win, but the Bristle kind of didn't destroy me in lane, but it's a really good counter pick to me in lane on the Beastmaster. And then the Furion ended up winning his lane too, which we can't let happen because they're first picking this hero. We should have a plan, which is kind of what we adjusted for in game 3. We let them get the Nature's Prophet that time and baited it a bit. I think if we played better in the second game, we could have won, but at the same time, we lost all of our lanes, which is like a recipe for disaster. So.
And what was that change between game 2 and game 3? What was the conversation you guys had, and then what was your main focus when it came to drafting to change up?
Well, for the third game, I think in the first game we just clearly outdrafted them. I think we outdrafted them really hard in the first game. We literally destroyed them in all 3 lanes. It wasn't even close. In the third game, though, We decided as a team before we went into this, as a part of our draft prep, that all of Shaggy's heroes mid are bad against SF. So we thought if we pick Shadow Fiend, it kind of negates this hero pool, and at the same time, it's a flex pick too, so that we can lane the SF as carry, and Argus is comfortable playing it. I think what we did in the third game with the lane switch, Warden and I kind of called that at the same time. We were like, hey, if I go top and lane against the Natures, and we put SF bottom, I think the lanes are going to be a lot better that way for us. And they saw it, and they adapted their lanes. But I think because they put the Bristle against me in lane, but I was in the safe lane, I can play under my tower and kind of just farm freely. And I think that laning setup kind of benefited us a lot.
Right. I fear I may have taken all of the questions away from either Fear or Gods here, but if you have any fear, it's your turn to go.
I mean, not much. I mean, not many more Dota questions. Yo, welcome. You keep coming back to the panel here, so I guess this will be like the, Ush and panel podcast. How was your day today? And did you end up hitting the gym?
I did indeed. It was back day. I feel like that was the crucial aspect. Back day is my favorite day, so I had an awesome workout with a buddy of mine. And I mean, honestly, it starts off the day so right. You get the endorphins going, you're feeling good, everything's great. You come home, cold shower, guys. If you need to focus, you need to be high alert for anything in your day, take a cold shower. Before my games, always cold shower. Gets me so much energy and so much mental clarity that combined with the gym. So yeah, I had a great day. How about you, Fear?
I had a great day. So what are we, since you're a nutritionist, personal trainer now, like what are we supposed to eat before we go to the gym, like to get the energy going?
Carbs, honestly. This is something I didn't realize before, but if you eat a high carb meal before you go to the gym, it's going to really give you all the energy that you need to get a good workout in. If you don't eat carbs before your workout, you're going to run out of energy like halfway through and hit that wall. But yeah, that would be my best advice.
I agree with that one. That's all I got time for, or we could talk for more.
Sounds good. Well, I'll be seeing you guys soon, like I said last time. So.
I now know what to do if I ever go to the gym, Ush, but I'm going to need some more motivation still. So, but speaking of motivation, you guys got a hype series coming up in 2 days. You guys play the Felt. If you guys keep winning, there's a chance you could get second place. What are you going to do to prepare for that series, other than I hope go to the gym?
Well, that's going to be a guaranteed yes, absolutely, and the cold shower. But I'm just going to do the same thing I did with this. I feel like in the first two series, we kind of had some nerves, and I also didn't prepare as well as I should have. I was busy, to be fair, but at the same time, I should have taken more time out like I did last night to prepare for the cut, because I could really see the difference in the draft, and it helped us a lot. So basically, I'm just going to study them. I don't know if I'll do it tonight. I'm probably going to celebrate the win tonight, just relax. But starting tomorrow, I'm going to look at all their drafts, look at the games they played. I did watch the series between them and the cut. Some of it, not all of it, but it seemed like they were extremely evenly matched. And I feel like, I don't want to say we outclassed the cut today, because I'm not going to be too cocky and I want to stay humble. But I feel like we definitely had the advantage over them. So if they had a really close series with the Felt, then I feel like we're going to be going in feeling pretty good, especially with the win today. So that's about it.
Awesome. We'll look forward to that series when it does happen. But Ush, we're going to kick you off for now. Thank you so much. Hopefully we get another interview so we can have, the Ush and the Others podcast, as Fear put it. But congrats on the win, and thanks again for joining us.
Fair enough. Sounds good. Thank you, guys. I'll see you soon.
See ya.
See you, mate.
I love the confidence. I'll see you guys soon. This series, because it went to 3 games, I want to quickly do our post-series wrap-up. So it's going to be leaderboard. We're going to have a look at that, because with Ant winning, would you look at that, Fear? Top 3, it puts them in, tied with C-Dub. Just where you said you'd place them. Not too much else being shaken up. I guess the cut, really, going down there into 5th, so now they're on the right-hand side of the leaderboard. But today, it's our long day. We're only 2/3 of the way through. We've had Eternity versus C-Dub. We've had Ant versus the cut. But it's going to be Fart Studios versus Penguin Squad for our 3rd and final series. That one's going to be an absolute banger, and it's happening very soon. In fact, so soon, it'll be happening after this break. But before we go to the break, sponsor shout out, guys. esportsbet.io. We wouldn't be here without them. And if you are a DPC fan, then you'll be happy to know you can get an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. You can have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. You can join esportsbet.io now and start placing bets with a guarantee win with no risk involved. If you want more details, you can head over to their Discord. The link can be found below here in PGL's Twitch channel. God, Fear, I'm also not going to let you guys say anything else because we genuinely do have to rush into the next series. Gods, you're going to be leaving us though, so you get 4 words to sum up the today before we go to break.
Be smart, bet fart.
That's so good. We're going to jump to a break when we come back. Gods will be replaced and we'll have 2 new teams. Welcome back, everyone. We have our third and final series. It's Penguin Squad up against Fart Studios.
What happened to Finn?
Why are you laughing? What was I was literally just so focused on you, Sheep. I didn't even notice. Pierre, are you okay down there?
It's been a long day of NA Dodo. I'm sorry. Just gotta.
He's going through his emo phase. No, I like the little bit how it's covering your eye just slightly. Go back. I'll do it with mine. I'll do it with mine, and then we'll give you magic.
Gotta be emo.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right.
Alright, we can talk about Penguin Squad and Fart Studios. The game 1 dropped. We're quick off the back of our second series, but Sheep, how are you feeling for this one? Give me a little bit of insight on Fart Studios and Penguin Squad. How you think this final series will shape up?
Hell yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I think Fart Studios will take this one in a 2-0 dominating fashion. After their series against Eternity, I'm sure they're feeling really confident. And I don't know, Penguin Squad have not won a game in a long time, so I don't think their confidence is high at all against Eternity.
Oh, day one.
First one was Eternity.
Right.
But they
so they're
2-0'd
both
them though.
coming off. Yeah, both coming off a 2-0 win against Eternity.
Yeah, it's always good.
Who
That's the
isn't
last
though?
win for both of these two teams.
Yeah.
Well, guys, they're not even playing. They're just catching stray bullets out here. Penguin Squad, yeah, the momentum, the encouragement, probably not too high between the team. How do you get that back, though, Fia? If you're Penguin Squad, how are you coming back on putting the wheels back on the track, as they say?
I think for now, Penguin Squad has a very hard road to recovery, right? Whereas Fart Studios, they've had a hiccup here and there, but they've shown they could 2-0 C-dub. 2-0 teams, they should for the most part. Yeah, they lost to Felt, but maybe Felt's a little stronger than we gave him credit at the beginning of the tour here. For Penguin Squad, I don't even know. Are they even using their full roster anymore? Did they change? Is Rabish playing? These are all questions that I have that may not be answered right now. But all right, so it looks like they did a potential roster change. So maybe that is what they need. Last time they did use, I forgot his name, but he was a TA specialist. Didn't really work out for them. But they did get DP. This hero was in the last series and for a long time now been perma-banned. So that's a good way to start the draft here. But you are going against the Nature's Prophet hero that's notoriously good against the DP as a carry in the laning stage and then the Rubik.
I'm guessing that this response with the Natures is because they have the second pick. Because when they played against Eternity and Death Prophet came out, they had first pick and they just took the Bloodseeker as a response. I'm not a massive fan of how Fart Studios have drafted around Natures in the past. Picking up that Sand King with it last time I saw it did not go too great. They struggled to play their initiations properly, I'd say. So it would be nice if they'd fix that up for this series.
Yeah, I mean, it'd definitely be nice if Jenkins could play a real hero and not pick Sankey.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Hey, Sand King has his place. He's a precious Stoa hero.
It just
not
wasn't
with
that
Name
game.
Yeah, not that game.
Name his place.
As an absolute last pick in the perfect game with heroes that can jump with you.
Absolute
Did you get it
last
right?
picks. He did absolute last pick it, but it wasn't the right
Yeah,
game.
but he didn't have heroes that could jump with it. He didn't have the
yes.
key conditions.
Wow, Fear, it's like you're not even listening to Sheep.
No,
Yeah,
I was
there was-
listening. I was just saying he got half of it right. I was validating your statements,
Okay.
actually.
Yeah, no, I just I think it got picked once in the Div 1 games that we watched, and it was when we asked about it, or yeah, some pro said, "Hey, Sand King's pretty good early game tempo offlaner. We like it for its ability to fight early game." So clearly, there's a valid merit to the hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at what game that was.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, and I'll just keep talking in the meanwhile about this draft.
I know how
As-
much you love talking.
Yeah, of course. I just can't stop talking. That's why they hired me, because I love to talk. But
All right, Fear, that's
We have
enough.
a-
So it was played by OG.
Oh, gee. Uh-oh.
That's the team you're thinking of.
They didn't even make it to the major. Never mind. Their opinions are terrible.
Holy based.
holy
Don't
beast.
pick Sand King.
Holy based.
That's what I've been saying,
Alright.
but you were fighting for it, but whatever. Glad to have you on the bandwagon now.
Yes, that's the lie.
You can keep talking
No
about this
comment.
draft now, Fia. What were you actually in the middle of
I
saying?
mean, you just
I'm
interrupted me
sorry,
so
Megan.
rudely. I don't know.
I
I've
did.
kind of lost my motivation.
Oh, the motivation? All right, let me motivate you. Fia, you are so insightful. You are so knowledgeable. I love everything you have to say about not only this draft, but every draft.
So anyway, they picked
Wow,
up
I
Rubik
feel
on Bot
so-
Studios, which is pretty good. It's a classic Nosham hero. He's been popping off every game for Bot Studios. He's the MVP of that team, 100%.
100%.
A Hundi.
Yeah, I'm going back to full emo. Can't take this.
They can't see your camera anymore, bro. Relax.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
but when they do-
Now I can't see anything, so I'm going to do blind analysis.
All right,
Okay.
I'm gonna visually describe what's happening. Vought Studios have banned Monkey King.
No, I can
And
I
now-
can see a little bit. No, you know what? It's
Okay.
finally my turn to talk. But on a serious note here, I want to see their pick here. They pick Tiny. This hero generally goes with the Nature's Prophet, but it could be flexed in the mid lane, but probably not because of how strong it is with the NP. But it will be a response. If they do show their mid laner here and Tiny could be good in the mid lane, they will put it there. But if they're still flexing this DP, they might want to hold off for as long as they possibly can with this pick and maybe give their mid laner last pick as they are second pick and do have that last pick available for them. Penguin Squad, on the other end, this is just a standard opening for you. It could be your offlane. Spearbreaker pluses the Death Prophet. Quite good here. Now I think they just pick a position 5 and then they make their choice. Do they want to show their carry or do they want to show their mid here? And that will give Fart Studios the option to decide where this Tiny's going to go.
Dude, I'm glad they finally went back to the Spirit Breaker. They gave up on it for a while. It was the hero they did well with versus Eternity. Then they lost with it, took the cut, and then we never saw it again.
Yeah. Some other teams picked it up, and it's instilled Penguin Squad's confidence back in Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, sure. That was dastardly by the cut. They just took the Spirit Breaker from them and then beat them with it.
Yeah, that was kind of messed up.
Unlucky.
can you
The Spirit Breaker is kind of weird though in this lineup. I don't know if you feel the same way, but you have no one that can sort of connect to his movements, or I guess he has to join them. The setup is like a little weird though. I'm not really sure what kill threat is being provided.
Maybe they're yet to pick it, but there's not a lot of heroes that can keep up with Spearbreaker as far as catch potential, unless you're going for the global, where we saw like the Zeus last game, but he doesn't have to play that way. He can just kind of like sit behind the DP and then, sit at the right angle and just charge in when they initiate on the DP to kind of disrupt the fight and give some lockdown to help DP like continuously chase heroes down.
True dubs. Makes a lot of sense. I can see the vision.
Banksrod spending a lot of time here on this pick for themselves.
Yeah, they're deciding between do they want to pick their carry or their mid here, and it's really a preference thing because like they don't really see the offlaner. I'd say pick your mid here, personally speaking. I think that's a safer route. And it looks like they will do that, but I guess it's a flex, DP and Primal, the double flex. Both can go mid. One's ranged, one's melee. Both can be offlaners. Both can be mids. So smart.
They trying to pressure Fought Studios into choosing where they're putting their natures. I mean, they can just not show that because they have lost picks, so I guess it doesn't matter. But I'd like to see the Primal Beast versus the natures. If possible. That seems very hard for him to play into. I guess Tiny covers somewhat, but...
Yeah, it's a good matchup. As long as... I really want to see him pick a ranged carry and put the Silencer with the Primal. Whereas Spearbreaker plus Primal, you got some weird chemistry where you can just both get on top of NP, but unless you're getting kills in the lane, you're probably not getting much farm as 2 melee. So they'd have to be like all in on just killing NP, making him chain feed, which isn't the easiest task. Well, I forgot to say, Tiny could be 5 too. I forgot where Sonic's on that team.
I thought you did
So even
mention
more
that. You said it could
flexibility.
go with Nature's Prophet. I thought that you meant for both safe lane and off lane.
Radiant team back.
You know what? I indirectly covered it. Never mind. Thank you.
You did.
No mistakes were made.
The goat.
Yeah, sometimes
always
even when
right.
I think I'm making a mistake, I just don't. So it's really hard life.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, we
Queen
got a
of
Queen of
Pain.
Pain. Yeah.
She's risen a lot in popularity for NA Div 2. A lot.
I guess it's just like a nice matchup versus DP mid if that's where they want to put it. And Primal too? Is she able to harass him out of lane? Because he can't... I mean, like, Primal's strength in mid is his ability to just deny, like, every single creep.
Over time, I think you will be able to harass it out. Sure, you're going to get a lot of denies in the early levels, but keep spamming the dagger. It's a pretty good choice against both. Because you will be able to, like... whether it's DP mid or Primal, I think they're expecting the DP mid. That's why they picked it, but... You know, we did see Shaggy play it last couple of games, and he's done really well on it. But this game, you're playing versus Silence, you're playing versus Charge, you're playing versus Global Silence. Outside of the laning stage win here, potentially, it's not an easy game for a co-op. It's definitely going to be a little challenging to not feed this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I agree. It sort of makes her itemization weird as well. Because we've seen other mid heroes that rely on mobility, like Ember Spirit, struggle when playing against two silences. Because you're silenced by DP, for example, and then you're forced to pop whatever, like a BKB, a Yules, and then you just get global and die. Yeah, it seems very difficult, but I think Far at the same time have a lot of ways to just skirmish hard. Pre-level 6s on Penguin, maybe? Like, if they bring Nature's Prophet to, like, lanes and pressure towers, maybe it's hard for Penguin Squad to retaliate.
Alright, so here's the question, right?
Yeah.
Will Jenkins get last pick Sand King? He has people who can jump with him. Is this the game? Quab can jump? NP can jump? It's the game. I mean, they seem to like giving Jenkins last pick here. Unless he's the NP, which I don't think he... I mean, he could be, actually. It's possible. I mean, he gets last pick, he'll see. On the other end, Penguin Squad, they need a carry here.
Yep.
I can't really see my screen at the moment because I'm too emo. But
he's so emo. What 2000s rock band are you listening to right now, Fear?
My Chemical Romance.
Wonderful.
Was that your go-to back in the day, Fear?
No, I didn't really listen to much emo, but that one was popular back in the day.
I mean, at this point, can't you just pick Razor and walk the dog? You have so many dogs.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who's the dog?
Spirit Breaker, Primal Beast. Troll?
Yeah.
He's not really a dog.
Troll's a dog.
Well, he's the one you're going to be linking, so...
I mean, ranged heroes, is there a Drow? I can't really see. Drow's could be good.
Still in the pool.
Morphling could be good. Sniper could be good. Can't see the bans. I'm just thinking off the top of my head.
You're doing great. That none of these have been banned.
Razor's good too. I like the Razor, so there you go.
Yes.
Let's
go.
Those are my picks. Am I missing something?
No.
You're missing Sniper.
I'm not. I said Sniper.
Did you? I think oh, my bad. Sorry, I wasn't listening.
He said Dro, and then he said Sniper. And then straight after that, you were like, you're doing great.
Yeah, my bad. Linkin Park was too loud in my ears.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah.
I had nothing more to say. I gave them all their options. But they could also pick an offlaner, too, technically.
So true.
NP's pretty fine as a carry. Oh, Mars, so smart. Like, the bulwark. Troll doesn't like that.
It's been a hot minute since I've seen someone actually skill Bulwark in lane and just, like, deny every single creep using it. I know the spell got nerfed, because it was very obnoxious in lane. Like, people would just skill it against Morphlings, and he would never, ever CS. Anyway, that probably won't happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to put as much emotion into this as possible, but hype me up for Fart Studios lineup.
Fart Studios lineup?
Yeah, Theo.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess Fart Studios lineup has, like, the bulwark that can block the troll, I suppose. And then the quad mid lane, it could do okay, but I think I'm really looking forward to FSJ, Fart SJ on the Nature's Prophet, I guess.
Now, Sheep, I know you're the queen of energy over there. Penguin Squad lineup, hype me up for that one.
Yeah, I'm just like, I guess Spirit Breaker could, like, charge around the map and, like, cause some problems. I mean, this Primal Beast, he's gonna Yeah, he's gonna like TP lanes and stuff for sure. He's gonna run around. Yeah.
Okay, I love the hype you guys are bringing for this insane series. We're gonna have two other people that are gonna have the hype are our cast. It's gonna be B-Cup and Lacoste.
Hello, Lacoste. You can hear me? I'm not sure. I'm emo. My internet's really going poor right now, but I'm ready.
You're right. I'm just kidding. I can hear you, but your internet is not working. I'm down for some solo cast. I don't mind. You know, I wanted to get rid of you for a very long time, and this is my opportunity. So let's see how this one's gonna pan out. We do have... Oh, no. No. They're hitting the... Your PC's not gonna help things out, B-Cup. We can still hear it, but yeah, very, very cool overall. Looking at both of these drafts, Lacoste, what do you think about Fart Studios? Last pick, Mars. Not great, I would say. Not excellent. Playing into this troll, I think he's gonna have a hard time laning. And also, I've not been impressed by these Mars players recently. I feel like he's much more slower than some other offlaners. And by the way, B-Cup, I am taking this out of your paycheck, so it's all good. Mid matchup, Queen of Pain against that Prophet. Like, you're always going to be able to break the link. You will have the burst damage that Prophet will be afraid of. And yeah, let's check the rune fight. Nusham on his Rubik had some really nice performances so far in the DPC. He's been pretty much carrying Fart Studios to their victories, playing that position 4. We were talking about Morana, Rubik, like even that one game on Dark Willow. But the hero I'm most looking forward to is the leader of Fart Studios, Fart SJ, playing that Nature's Prophet. He had some really, you know, aggressive TPs into the mid fight with his teleportation, but this time around he's going to be paired up with Tiny. This is something that panel talked about. 2 melee heroes against Nature's Prophet. A lot of kill potential. Tiny, he's you know, very, very tanky, but I don't think he's tanky enough to deal with these 2 bulky boys. So what do you think about the other lanes, Lacoste? I think the other lanes we're looking into is... let me just move my camera real quick, because I'm blocking my own view. Give me a sec, Lacoste. Good job so far. Here we go. Now everything's cool. So, yeah, this top lane, I mean, they could get on top of Nature's Prophet once they start to get levels with the charge on Spirit Breaker and also Onslaught on Primal Beast, so you definitely gotta be careful, but then again, you have Tiny who can stop both of these abilities with one good Avalanche, so I want to see how they're gonna play this lane. Sonic, no real surprise that he's playing position 5 Tiny. I think he's one of the few players that, I'm not gonna say been impressed with, but he definitely did look very comfortable on that position 5 Tiny. Man, solo cast, I don't remember doing it for a very long time. And I'm really hoping that B-Cup is not going to come back. So, looking at the bottom lane, Nusham pulling the big camp. They didn't pull it, so... Mars will be farming underneath the tower. And this is something that, you know, panel mentioned, Bulwark, but not going to be a thing for Mars. He's not going to be picking it up. And I swear to God, if I see one more Mars with Raid Band, I'm going to straight up lose it. This time around, Jenkins, he's, you know, he knows. He's actually a great player, a good E-gamer, going for Bracer instead, a bit more tankiness.
You remind me of a tutor I once killed.
Alright, I'm just getting a notification. If B-Cup's not coming back, I will cast my boy Fear. Old teammate of mine. We played together like 10 years ago. So hopefully he joins me. Troll bottom, left. Jenkins. Spear still on cooldown. It's a bit of a difficult lane for this Mars. I think Troll should have a decent time, considering that he is playing with the Silencer position 5. A lot of harassment, you get close, you get slowed down. So, in terms of the lanes, I think this bottom lane should go well. I'm also a little surprised that Mars is managing to get so much last hits in this lane, sitting at 12 at the moment, and Troll's on 17. Looking at the mid lane, pretty even. I Annihilate on Queen of Pain. A bit low on mana. Runes are spawning in the next 20 seconds, but a good charge, and this is going to be the first blood. Sight. Yeah, you got to be very careful. Panel did mention, you know, the Queen of Pain, not the easiest game. You're playing into Global Silence, playing into charge from Spirit Breaker, so they can always see you. Left on Troll one more time, but no real follow-up from Jenkins. And now, Nusham in trouble. Charge. I see charge, but I don't see him coming back to bottom lane. It's actually going to be on top. Nature's Prophet, Fortis J. Trample. Oh, he gets the bash, but never mind. Does have boots of speed. Will be able to run away. Ooh, interesting build on Fortis J. I've not seen this. Maybe I would see it in some lower tier divisions, division 3, 4. No points in teleportation, so he can't TP and TP back. I guess he just wants to get that level 4 here and come back to the lane. But yeah, well, what do you think? I don't think it's really good, but eventually he's gonna farm that level 4. So far, a bit of a slow start, I would say. Radiant team, only 1 kill. Fart Studios still haven't managed to get one on the board. In terms of levels, looking at the mid lane, I Annihilate, level 5.5. Sight, about to crack level 6. You definitely should expect a rotation 6 minutes into the game with the Dead Prophet. And I Annihilate, making a move as level 5 Queen of Pain. By moves, he scouted the rune, figured out nothing is there, so gonna come back to the mid lane. I can hear you, unfortunately, yeah.
Dire's courier has been killed.
You're still not alive, yeah. I'm talking to myself, but we'll get it. We'll get it work eventually.
Now I should be live. That sounds like it should be working, right?
Yeah, now you have 5 minutes of solo cast. You're no stranger to that. You've been doing China
you can
for
take
a very
a break.
long time.
I got it. Tag me in. Newsham's gonna get run down here. I mean, Rubik's got nowhere to go. Getting run down by Snow. Already down 1,000 net worth. I left for 5 seconds, Lacoste. What happened to Ford Studios?
They crumbled. They're very good. Like, this team is extremely good for the first, like, 15, 20 seconds of the game, and then things are starting to look more shaky. Nature's Prophet has that level 5, needs level 6 to have a bit more of a global presence. Jenkins.
Oh boy.
What are you doing, Janky? Bulwark?
Trying to run. He's still tanky janky, though.
He is, because he went for Bracer instead of the Raid Band.
Sounds about right.
Jay, getting bashed.
He's on this Nature's Prophet. We've seen him play well on this Nature's Prophet before, but will this be the time for him to come back, right? Like, he wants Midas.
I
That's
said
never
quite
a good
the
sign.
opposite. I said the opposite thing, but
Okay.
you were not here. Primal Beast, Satoshi, does have a decent amount of farm on Primal Beast. Like, once he hits that level 6, I don't think Fortis J is going to feel comfortable coming to this top lane.
Yeah, I think it's pretty over for him in that top lane, and he's going to be going for Midas where he can. But how does he recover? We've seen Nature's Prophets try to push lanes, get towers, maybe recover that way. Do you think he moves around a little bit? Maybe uses these treants, get some towers, get some farm under his belt?
Like, they have a very limited amount of damage early on. They can throw. Like, Queen of Pain needs to be there. Like, she needs to be active. Mars, when it comes down to his damage, like, he even put the point in Bulwark, so I don't think it's the greatest. And also, if you want to, like, TP to pressure Troll's off to a really good start, and you can already see Jenkins is again in trouble. Does have that arcane slow.
I don't know how much it's going to help him. There's not a lot of mana here for this Silencer, and he'll be cliffed up That's always a fun time, and there is a charge coming their way. Avalanche from the low ground. Sonic's going to help them control this silencer to get a kill. They'll at least get that. There was a charge thinking about it, but they're going over mid. They're looking for Fart SJ, and they'll take out the Nature's Prophet. That's a good trade working out there for the side of Penguin Squad.
Yeah, and they also got the top tower with Death Prophet Exo, so should be A-okay. They did kill BSJ with only 2 heroes mid lane.
Avalanche toss, Sonic Wave. Down goes Satoshi, and Crawler has to run. But they've got the blink, they'll have the scream. Do they have the damage with the bulldoze? Yes, they do. I Annihilate getting that second kill in the mid lane, and things kind of recovering for them, but not as much for FSJ as he is, well, dying here a couple times.
A good usage of the Sonic Wave. With that Arcane Rune, we'll have it back online in another 50 seconds. Let's see, we'll pick up the Bounty Rune, refill his bottle. Queen of Pain does consume a lot of mana early on, so you want to get, like, anything that can help you with the farming, any kind of mana item. Snow, underneath the ward. We'll get a D ward on Sentry, but still, we'll be farming underneath that Observer ward. Has a decent amount of farm.
Again. Silence on I Annihilate. Wrath of Nature, they got the bash on I Annihilate. He's got the Arcane Curse, so he doesn't really want to blink away, and that means the Onslaught comes in with the Trample to get the kill there onto the Queen of Pain. They've got this Death Prophet locked in an arena, but with 4 heroes here, it looks like they're going to get Sonic and Nusham too. Pulverize, a kill on a Nusham. They'll look over at Sonic still. And Tiny getting run down by this Spirit Breaker. Eventually there will be a charge, but he's not going to waste the time chasing.
Troll's off to a really good start, and I think that's going to be a huge issue. Same goes for Death Prophet, where you will have this, like, almost unkillable hero. Death Prophet, they have very limited amount of damage that goes through magic immunity, so once Death Prophet gets a BKB, same goes for Troll, it opens up the Roche, and this is going to be another pick-off for them. Satoshi has been playing really well, moving around the map. He's bringing something with the courier, I believe, or he's not. Nah, never mind. He's just going into BKB straight. The strength gain on this hero is pretty nuts. You also build into these like strength items, anything that gives you HP. It's going to be an issue. Like even this position 4 Spirit Breaker, if he starts to get some items, I think Fart Studios are going to run into damage issues.
Yeah, they're already 69% to 31% there for Fart Studios. Very nice indeed. And they're still farming under wards, but they haven't been able to take advantage of it. They, like you said, they're going to run into damage issues. It feels like that's already apparent in their game plan right now, and they haven't been able to really slow down the progress of Penguin Squad.
This Prophet is going for the Hand of Midas, so his Maelstrom is not going to come online as fast. Like he still has that like 2-3 minute window because of the Hand of Midas. Well, Spirit Breaker will stop the charge. Will not fully commit. I Annihilate.
Avalanche
for Silencer.
Scream and Nether Strike with the global silence. Onslaught coming in. They got the kill onto the Silencer, but the Pulverize on the I Annihilate. That's a trade that they'll take once again. Exo from Scythe going after Sonic, and that should be a second. They've been making some really good trades. Satoshi not even going to die here. He goes into the Roche Pit just to TP out. It's giving FSJ time to farm, but I don't know if that's really a
yeah, they are losing these fights, but in terms of net worth, they're keeping things even. Forest J using ulti to farm mostly, doesn't feel too comfortable joining a fight, has that Hand of Midas, and now Rubik has Spirit Siphon stolen, so that's gonna be a lot of damage. Like, I think you and me were casting that game. Who was it? European Dota?
I can't remember.
But it was something, yeah, it was like 1 HP Rubik. That was Team Liquid. Boxy.
Yeah. It was Boxy, and they ended up winning off that fight. I feel like the game kind of changed, and maybe the odds shifted in their favor when that happened, and well, the odds right now are even for both these teams with a 1,000 net worth lead for Penguin Squad.
In terms of net worth, they are pretty even, but this Troll, I think he's going to go ham. I want to see what his next item is going to be. straight, like usually on trolls it's a BKB, maybe a blink dagger, maybe a basher if you want to feel like you need more control, satanic to dispel certain things. But I feel like just the BKB feels very natural build up here, so you can run outside of the arena. The only ability that you care about is pretty much the Sonic Wave during the BKB. Satoshi, one more
Bottom
time.
lane, arena, spear, avalanche, and the toss. They'll get the kill there on a Satoshi. That's good. They got to slow him down with what he's been able to accomplish this game so far. They really need to open up the map here for FSJ, and he's almost got the Maelstrom. So Midas Maelstrom, I think he's starting to find a groove in the game to really shape into some farm.
Rest of the team moving together. Jenkins still needs 1,000 gold to finish off his Blink Dagger, which is going to be their sort of initiation, because this is 5 tiny. He doesn't feel too comfortable.
So, smoke used by Penguin Squad. And they get the kill here on a Jenkins. They're going to onslaught in and global silence, but yeah, they can't get this. Jenkins Mars out, and they've got the pulverize on a Sonic, avalanche on a 2. As Tiny trying to walk away and will successfully get out of the hands of Crawler.
Queen of Pain does have Yule Scepter, so that's a way of dispelling things, stopping Spirit Breaker from charging, a good way of like also buying some time against the Troll's ulti. Like even stopping the Primal Beast, dispelling global summons. There's a lot of value in this item, but having 1 point in blink could be like very dangerous. Like you blink in, maybe this is where this Yule Scepter also comes in handy. Try to buy some extra time so your blink cooldown resets. Fart Studios, they're smoked. They're looking for a kill, but I don't think this is an easy kill to get. Rubik, what does he have? He does have an onslaught, so could initiate potentially from far away, but there needs to be some kind of a follow-up. Like they need to use Queen of Pain as well if they want to kill this troll. And also Global Silence not available, so they're gonna go in right
onslaught
now.
With the Fade Bolt and the Telekinesis, but he gets that ult off, and now they gotta try and really kite that around, but the charge comes in. They'll get the kill into Jenkins again, a 1-for-2 trade that benefits Penguin Squad.
I mean, they run into triangle, they find troll, they find silencer, no global to be popped, but yeah, pretty sure Penguin Squad's okay with this type of a trade. Snow is getting all the free farm in the world, sitting at 9,000 net worth, and like carry to carry matchup, Nature's Prophet, he's never gonna feel comfortable playing into troll. He just counters it with every single item.
Yules and Caller trying to run here. And he's got charge in 6 seconds, but never going to get it up. As Crawler will end up dying there to Sonic. It feels like, yeah, they're losing heroes on Fart Studios, but the end goal is just to get farm into the hands of FSJ, and that's it.
Yeah, it's been like steady 1-2k gold lead for Penguin Squad. What is he going next? Straight into BKB? Like, BKB is fine. I wouldn't mind seeing something like Leipnir to maximize his damage, because there's way too many abilities that go through Magic Immunity. You have a Troll with the End Snare that goes through Magic Immunity, Spirit Breaker with his ulti, Death Prophet Exo, Global Silence. Just not an easy Nature's Prophet game.
They're going to try again. Immediately into the ult. Global Silence comes through, and, well, Snow... He's got the right clicks in. He has the root. There's the Sprout. They'll get the kill on a Snow. Fuels up into the air. I Annihilate getting a chance to blink away. They get the kill on a Nushim, though, so that ends up being a trade, but one that finally seems to benefit Fart Studios.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Even with Global Silence used, Troll still dies there. Queen of Pain didn't even use her ulti, so he got caught. He did go for Yasha into B. I don't also mind Yasha, don't get me wrong. It's like another way to amplify your own farm, and but once he gets the BKB timing, I think he's gonna be more than fine. Like, they should also, with the next Exo, start looking into Roche. Troll plus Death Prophet, more than enough to kill Roshan. But you want to have Exo, just in case that the team, the Far Studios, they want to take a fight inside the Roche pit, so you want to have it.
Right, and usually you're looking at that level 2 Exo to try and get into Roshan. They've already got level 13 there on Scythe, so he's got that available. Crypt Swarm stolen. That's a level 4 Crypt Swarm for Nushim, and hasn't really been able to put it all together yet for himself as this Rubik, but he does have 8 assists involved in 8 of the 9, so involved for sure. They found FSJ, and they should just kill him off with ease. As Scythe gets the kill, and he's been begging for space, and unfortunately he gets caught out.
That's an interesting spot to be. Like, usually we see Nature's Prophet being in the enemy triangle or enemy jungle. Like, once you lose tier 1, tier 2 tower, and you know that the rest of the team is...
Arena? And a spear, but they're leaving already. Nushim still wants to go. He's got that level 4 Crypt Swarm. Satoshi thinking about the onslaught, goes towards the tier 1 tower to get the kill onto Jenkins. And they also use that Nether Strike onto Sonic. So these heroes are in trouble. Pulverize, Spirit Siphon, the damage on Anushim to get the kill. And Annihilate, he's here, but what can he do? Sonic's gonna die to the last word coming in from the Silencer. And again, just Fart Studios, well, they lost this the Nature's Prophet, and now everybody else is dying. This is not really working out.
I'd say, like, the more this game drags, the stronger this lineup is going to be. Like, this Primal Beast has a BKB, Dead Prophet. I believe that's a full BKB flying out to her as well. So, triple core BKB about to be finished in the next minute. And Far Studios, they can't really... I don't think they can punch back with the heroes that they have, and this is what we mentioned. Exo plus Troll, more than enough damage. Dire will use a scan, they know something is up. Let's see if they decide to maybe try to steal it somehow. They don't have the best heroes for it. Jenkins potentially with the Blink Dagger, but does not want to die one more time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So 3k lead as you see Sonic, well, not able to get the kill, but Annihilate does, and they'll get the kill into Crawler. See what they can do for some more. Snow, oh, Blink, stop it, what? Stop the TP, Global Silence now. Well, the arena is going to stay up. Snow's going to be handled as he's over to the side. He still has himself that battle trance. The blink away from Annihilate. Sonic's in no man's land, so looking like he'll eventually die, but they go to the Avalanche. They've also got Jenkins over to the side, but the Arcane Curse is staying on him. They go to the Silence coming out from Scythe, and these heroes just caught out way too far. Wrath of Nature does a good amount of damage, but there's nothing there to follow it up, so Jenkins and both Sonic die. So FSJ still trying to farm up something that helps the team enough to tilt this one in their favor.
He doesn't join fights. He's on the opposite side of the map. Whenever there is a fight, he's not going to join it. He does not feel like there's way too much pressure on him right now, I would say, especially with the 3 BKBs available. Troll does have one being delivered as we speak. I want to see a bit more aggression from Penguin Squad. I want to see them go for the towers. Exo will be back online in 40 seconds. Like, you have Troll, you can slow siege. In terms of tower defense, they don't have the best ones in terms of tier 2s. Spam from Rubik, probably the best if you can get like the Crypt Swarm. For now, he's holding on to Spirit Siphon. Let's see if they can get this pick off Jenkins.
Satoshi Onslaught going in, and nope, Telekinesis. That'll stop that, and also pick up Onslaught again. So we'll see what the Rubik can do with that. He's been cutting through arenas with that Onslaught so far.
Snow's pinging the top lane. He wants to be able to get this tower. Now they're wrapping around. Global Silence.
Wave,
not available yet.
Strike. They'll go to the trample. They've got the BKB. Yule's up into the air trying to get the blink away, and does successfully do so, but they're still going to lose Nushim. They get the kill into the Jenkins too, and well, again, it's just 2 heroes every time.
And it's still 3k gold lead for Penguin Squad. But I said it, like, they need to start pressuring these towers. You have Troll, you have Dead Prophet. Just go for it. Group up. Right now, Fart Studios, they can't really go for these kills. Tiny Sonic very close to his Blink Dagger. On position 5. Needs 30 gold. Tier 2 tower taken down. Outpost will be taken as well. Away from Fart Studios.
FSJ almost has Gleipnir. So maybe that's the control they need, right? Get some kiting abilities out here and
stop Primal Beast from the onslaught.
Yeah.
Stop the charge. It's such a good Nature's Prophet item. Like, gives you tankiness, gives you damage, gives you something to stop the TP with. Right now, he's bottom, trying to play this split push of a game. You can see him being very annoying at the bottom, summoning the treants, pushing out the lane constantly.
He just needs to not get caught right now. Toss. Shadow Strike and a Yule, so no onslaught to leave. Spear connects from Jenkins, but he's so tanky, 2,400 health. Eventually he should fall, and that is to Annihilate. But it takes everything in the kitchen sink just to get that kill onto the Primal Beast.
Yeah, Primal's super tanky, 2.5k HP. This is gonna be probably like 2 towers. I don't mind Penguin Squad taking the fight. Even 4 versus 5, even without Primal, they can still take it. This troll is super farm. 15,000 net worth. Fardas J is keeping up with the troll, but again, in terms of him being able to just straight up fight troll, he's never gonna feel too comfortable. Like, they need to deal with the rest, kite troll, and then maybe take a fight. Scythe does have exorcism available. I want them to go high ground, and yeah, like the building damage. It's Troll Warlord. Once he starts hitting on those tier 3 towers, Scythe, Exo available.
Might be waiting for them to fight.
He's not popping it.
Telekinesis throws him on a Scythe. Blink, Spear missing. Chases onto Jenkins for a moment. Scythe up pretty far. Sonic has Blink Avalanche to try and make a move, but they just let the tier 3 fall, and it's still all the while FSJ is farming up, and he's got that Gleipnir now, so maybe waiting for that Aegis timing as well, which is in 5 seconds, and, well, he's TP'd back, so he is out of harm's way.
Aegis just expired. Fardas J one more time. We'll TP back to bottom.
So just needs to not get caught, and maybe they can hold on to this game, because it's only a 4K lead. But you could see Jenkins, net worth-wise, kind of struggling. The Queen of Pain, it feels like Annihilate had a rough start, but he's also kind of kept up to the Death Prophet.
Yeah, they are getting the farm, keeping things even pretty much. But when it comes down to fighting, they want to drag this game
Jenkins,
as much as they can.
Global Silence and going the other way. Blink forward. Ooh, Scythe. Use the Exo. Charge on a Sonic. Wrath of Nature flying through. And now they've got FSJ, but does he have the damage? Doesn't look like it. Nether Strike on a Sonic. They'll get the kill there, too. They have that shard on the Death Prophet, so the fear does click in right before he dies, and Crawler finally dies to Annihilate, but still, they want more on this. They've got the fear again on Anushim. The Shadow Strike on a Scythe, but you don't want to fight into the Exo.
Troll still has BKB, Manta style to dispel things off himself. Like, he needs to be slightly more careful when he is trying to siege, like, or slow siege, playing against Mars and Tiny. But if both of these heroes are dead, like even Lift, they have so many repositioning tools. This is their way to come back into the game. Right now, 5k gold lead for Penguin Squad. I don't think this game is like throwable for them unless they make like 2 really bad fights in 2 minutes.
I'm gonna repeat myself, but any lead feels throwable in this region at times.
Now, so far, when it comes down to execution movement around the map, like, it hasn't been crisp as some Division 1 teams as expected, but they've been doing a pretty good job. Like, they always have someone on the side lane to push out the wave, and most likely will wait for second Roshan to respawn.
I'm a little worried because FSJ is going into a Hurricane Pike, but that's still just not the damage item that they need.
I thought about the item. He wants to keep the distance from Troll, like good against the Primal Beast, Spirit Breaker, etc. But when it comes down to dealing the damage, like this Mars, he's not scaling. He's going for Yule Scepter, so his second item is definitely not going to be as impactful. Your Queen of Pain needs to do a lot.
Right. Annihilate, he's been trying to do a lot, but hasn't exactly had the freedom. Crawler right under the nose of FSJ. They are starting to rotate immediately. Nether Strike to start, and he's got the Gleipnir. So blinking, that's with the shard. They'll have the silence. Gleipnir on the charge. They'll get the kill on the crawler. Now you gotta assume you need to leave, and that's exactly what they're gonna try and do. As I Annihilate goes over to the trees, he's got a Yules to work with in a blink in a second. So he gets over to the corner of the map, and he'll be able to TP out. Roche, by the way, it's up.
Fart Studios split pushing, splitting the map as much as they can. You see this Tiny being behind enemy lines, dragging the creep wave. Was thinking about maybe killing it instantly with the combo. I Annihilate inside the trees. So they don't want to play the fight game. Like, they want to play the long game.
Yeah, but how long can they go?
It's a good question. I don't think they... Like... Second Roche seems like it's not going to be contested. Again, if you play into Exo level 3, is the burst damage enough to kill that Prophet from 100 to 0? Sight did pick up his shard, so we'll have another charge on it, and also Fear Mechanic.
But again, I just don't know if I see Fort Studios kind of overwhelming Penguin Squad if they're playing this kind of safe enough where they get this next Roche. Like, I think this Aegis is so important for Fort Studios, but I don't really see the positioning that will allow them to kind of get into this unless they get a pick off. And that might be it with them going for Satoshi, but that's now Jenkins on the run. And there's a charge coming through. So Satoshi blinks, pulverizes Jenkins, God's Rebuke, as well as the spear. And blinking, but doesn't have a TP anymore. So he's just kind of waiting for the inevitable death. And it will come.
And I like how Silencer walked away. He's like, I don't want to steal Jenkins' intelligence. It's very limited, so I want to, you know, get away. And now inside the Roche pit they go. Just kidding. Jenkins is my good friend, so I can make these type of jokes. And inside the Roche pit they go. They're not going to even use the Exo as expected. You have Troll with the overwhelming damage. Has that Satanic. Level 20. Battle Trance movement speed down. Like, his talents are so bad. Like, this hero needs a rework. Like, his ulti is just a straight up garbanzo. It's not being able to control the hero. Such a huge meme.
Oh, so far it's worked out for him.
He played well. Yeah, Snow definitely knows the hero inside out.
I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. But definitely a little bit of a, I don't know, a meme. They don't get the kill there, charge away, and they're going to TP back to their base as Snow looks to take the set of racks with this Aegis in his hands again. Wrath of Nature getting about half health. Satanic, Telekinesis over to the side. Now they're going with the Exorcism, the Blink for Satoshi. BKB Pulverize, and I Annihilate's dead with no buyback.
This could straight up beat a game. Like, they're going to lose towers. Exo's still running. I mean, he just popped it. So 2 set of barracks, and then Troll's going to start knocking on your last set of barracks. They're going to pop the glyph. Where's the creep wave? Creep wave is approaching, but they use the glyphs. Arena on Spirit Breaker alone.
Yeah, but is that the kill of value? Is that the kill that's going to bring you back in? You've got FSJ finally showing back up to the base, and the buyback coming in from the Spirit Breaker. You need to make these heroes pay at the moment, and they're just going to go to the top tier 3. Like, FSJ throwing a Gleipnir out, but there is that blink away. Sprout leashes, and Snow still running from this team. So there is not looking like they've got the tools, but the stun off the Pulverize, that'll get Satoshi. Jenkins, though, over to the side. Sprout uses that Ogre Seal Totem to jump away. Stolen Pulverize. And now Snow with the Manta. The toss up into the air with the Gleipnir, but they've got the invisibility onto Snow. And Fade Bolt, not enough damage to get the kill there onto this Troll.
I don't think they need to use the buybacks there. Like, the one from Spirit Breaker's okay, but the one from Primal Beast is like, yeah, you're not ending the game right now. Rest of the team is falling back. That Prophet used the BKB to get back. So another 40 seconds until Exos, again, back online, so they can go for another one. 2.5 minutes left on Aegis. Fart Studios, again, not taking the full team fight. Let's see if FSJ can get out of trouble this time. Getting charged.
Got the team joining him on slot. Ooh, Hurricane Pike. But the BKB, they're right on top of him, and trample, pulverize. They can't stop this. He's gonna die with buyback available, but the team looks like they kind of want to fight. So he's gonna buy back. Global Silence comes out, and yeah, the base is getting taken by the troll,
bro.
they're in a lot of trouble. They're way out of the base. And this is going to be a big issue. They'll get that kill into the Silencer. They'll take the Spirit Breaker, but they got to get back to the base at some point in their lives as they're going to get hit with the Mega Creeps. They'll finally finish off the Death Prophet, who doesn't have buyback. They'll look over at Satoshi, who bought back previously. So they get that kill there. They've taken out 4, but that's all for your base.
I would give you my analysis right now, but I was too mesmerized watching Troll Warlord hit on the buildings. Troll Warlord, 0 damage in that fight. Very nice, but he did some big, crazy numbers. So now they're playing against Megas. In terms of the heroes against Megas, it's not too bad. You have Nature's Prophet with Gleipnir, Mars. He lacks a bit more damage, like you would want Mars to have, like Deso in this situation. Queen of Pain is also like okay, mediocre, and we can see Jenkins drinking that Jenkins juice on camera. Needs the energy.
But will it help him enough in this game? They're only down 8,000 now, but they are without a base. Line Annihilate. Yules and no blink. Oh boy.
Nicely done by Snow. Uses that Manta style, so he does not get Yulesed. He knew exactly what Annihilate would try to do. Then he Yules himself, gets another root, and gets eliminated. It does have buyback, but you definitely don't want to pop it right now.
So what can you do to hold Megas? What can you do to win fights? They want to fight when Troll wasn't there. I guess that is a way to go about it. Just let Troll take your base while you do it. But can they do it again? Aegis just gonna expire?
Let's see. They were thinking about giving it to Snow. He does have Basher. He does have Swift Blink. Underneath the ward right now, this Observer ward in the lane, scouting things out. But the rest of the team is
OFJ. Charge. Nether Strike needs to leave. Force Staff. And the Yules. Global Silence. Now they're going to go into Jenkins. The Force Staff back for Neutron, but they're all silenced up and unable to do anything. The Gleipnir's not going to hold him back. Jenkins falls. Sonic dead. They all have buyback. They need this Queen of Pain to come through for them. Sonic's probably going to buy back once they've got the Queen of Pain available and look to make the jump, but I say that, and he still holds it.
Tiny also does have buyback,
Blink,
playing
silence,
against Mega.
on a 2. Siphon, and they're going to try and fear these heroes. Telekinesis on himself to get away, but they get the kill on FSJ. They'll call GG, and Fart Studios will lose game 1 to the Penguin Squad.
Nicely done by Penguin Squad. I mean, this troll pick, usually I'm a big hater, but in this game it looked really well. Like, from start to finish, pretty much. This last pick, Mars, didn't really work out for Fart Studios. Like, they kind of blocked this Nature's Prophet also from going to the off lane. Like, you don't want to play this matchup as well. They needed something different, I would say, but yeah, Penguin Squad showing up in game 1 and kind of dominating from start to finish.
Yeah, so it went pretty well from Penguin Squad, and FSJ and the rest of Fart Studios need to, well, maybe drink some gassy substances, eat some cheese, figure out where they can get the fart ready into game 2. But to break down game number 1, we've got the panel, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Lacoste, and eventually B-Cup rejoining him there for that cast. But it was an interesting game 1. The way that this draft played out and then the impact that it had on this game is something I kind of want to touch on. I know, Sheep, you want to talk about the Jenkins Mars and it being the overall last pick for Fight Studios maybe didn't really have the impact a lot of us were expecting.
Jenkins. He fell into the trap. He fell into the trap. Mars players, man, they can go 2 ways. Either they own and kill everyone off cooldown, or they just become poor. And he became poor. It's like illegal to have money. because you feel bad about being passive because your ult has impact, right? Your hero's good. So you smoke with your supports, you go use your ult, and we see that. Like bot lane, for example, they smoke down there and they kill someone. And then here's the problem. You see him look to his left, he sees a wave coming in. And then he looks to his right and he sees BSJ standing there with a bunch of treants. And he knows that he will never live to see another day if he takes that next wave. So his ult's on cooldown, he wants to hit creeps and he's not allowed, so he's forced to go farm like the hard farm in the jungle, and then ends up being kind of too deep on the map and just dies. And then it kind of just repeats in a cycle. And his net worth just continues to drop, devastating. He's just crying, there's nothing he can do. He's like, oh well, now my ult's back up, better go smoke again. He continues to be poor, and then he has a 17-minute blink and like a 35-minute Yule Scepter.
Oh, poor Jenkins, it was such a tough game. Like, that was just like the perfect image you painted for me there, Sheep. Yeah, he's probably not feeling the best of that one. We can look at the brighter side, though. Penguin squad had obviously significantly better game. They win this one out, and they picked up the Spirit Breaker. They go back to it, and it's another success for them, Fear.
Spirit Breaker, yeah. I mean, they do win with it a lot, but what I think was really interesting about this game is the fact that, when they were winning their first series against Eternity, it was on the back of, Snow playing carries in the mid lane. But now Snow is playing carry, and now they got a new mid laner in Flo. So they're making their adjustments, right? I've been saying for the longest time this team has had an identity crisis for a very, very long time. Who's their carry player? Who's their off laner? They made a couple of changes there. Snow now playing carry. He was doing it from the mid, now in the safe lane. Had a really good game here on this Troll Warlord. Was completely, dominating the bot lane, not being out of position, itemizing correctly. Same with Flo as well. This mid lane performance, incredibly good. He's going into a counter lane matchup. He holds his own. He builds the right items. There's no unnecessary feeding necessarily in this game as well. And they just played. I feel like I'm watching a new team. Or maybe that's just the effect that happens whenever I watch Fart play, but who knows?
No, I would like to think that it's because of the Penguin squad stand in a little bit of change up. Obviously we'll see if everyone's going to be playing the exact same roles when it comes to game 2, see if there's any flexibility in Penguin squad or if this is the new way that they do want to roll. I know that MVP is going to be Flo coming up on our screen, so Sheep, you get to have Flo, hype him up as MVP, but I do know there's an honorable mention that you want to have as well.
Yeah, I absolutely am not going to hype up this DP. You know why, DP? It's a fantastic game. It's because of Crawler, baby. My man on the Spirit Breaker, he comes charging in super early, gets that kill onto the Queen of Pain for his Death Prophet, sets him up for the time of his life. I mean, obviously DP had a great game and enabled them to take their objectives and such on, but I do really rate the Spirit Breaker. I think also Satoshi did a really good job in this game due to the fact that Crawler kind of just sacked him and let him be. And he did really good things in the meantime on the Spirit Breaker, but he was harassing Fart SJ in the jungle. He was sort of following him around. He was blocking camps with sentries. He was putting deep vision down and forcing them out of their own jungle, making it an unsafe space. And I think this is what enabled all their heroes to just go around and do whatever they wanted. It's free for them to go top with DP and take that tower. It's free for them to just farm in the enemy jungle. I'm a big fan of the Spirit Breaker.
Oh yeah, let's go Penguin squad. They're just really shaping up here in this series. They get the stand in, they're looking nice and clean, but Parts they obviously want a win for themselves. They're going to have to get one in game number 2 if they want the series win. Sophia, when you look towards it, what's a big change up? Which, not necessarily role, but which lane do you think needs to do better, or what plays in the mid game need to be cleaned up for Fart Studios?
I mean, Sheep said they fell into the Mars trap here, but I think they really just fell into the Jenkins last pick trap here. I think this is a no-go. I've seen it enough times now. It hasn't had enough impact for my liking. I feel like you can make the argument Mars could do a lot in this game. You have the Bulwark that can block the Troll when he ulties. Wow, really cool and everything, but his landing stage isn't good enough. And, Fard SJ, he could have picked a Drow here. He would have had more tools. The Gust would have been able to stop the charge from both of the chargers on the off lane there that they had, more so than the NP. NP's not supposed to get forced out of lane to jungle that early at level 4 or level 5. The lanes just went too poorly for them.
Hopefully it's a little bit of a change up in game number 2. They go back to the drawing board, but before we do have game number 2 on our screens, it's going to be a break.
No! Jill, even my lesson. Fence me in.
Dire's top
Welcome back. Penguin Squad and Fart Studio is going to be facing off. It's game number 2. Penguin Squad literally just felt like a whole new squad. Like they just got a whole new crew. What's a group of penguins called? You know how like a flock of, like a group of crows is called a murder of crows?
It's called
What is it
pengies.
for penguin?
Pengies.
No, like
If only we
Well-
had the internet. I don't know.
the scientific. I just thought maybe you guys were really smart and you knew it off the top of your head. Group of.
I mean, you spent enough time
I'm
with
just
us, you know
quickly-
that's not true.
I don't know. That I clearly didn't Google the right thing. But anyway, I'll find the answer. I'll find the answer for the next time. I'll know it. And we can call it whatever it is. In the meantime, though, Penguin Squad showing up. They're looking fresh. They're looking new. And for it to work again in game number 2, do you want to just see the same thing, Fear? Do you just want to see Snow go in the carry position? Do you think that that is clearly where he thrives?
Yeah, I mean, he looked really good there. Like, he also looked pretty good in the mid lane. It just, he was against the odds there. He's playing an outdated meta here. They tried to make it work. Maybe they thought they were on some 500 IQ things by like, or that was their way to get an advantage as a team, but it didn't work out. So at heart, he looks like a carry player. he's doing all the right things. He's a good laner. His hero choice was pretty decent as well. So I'd love to see him stay there as long as, Flo is one of those natural mid laners. And whether he had help or not in that mid lane, I feel like there's some players that would go against Annihilate even with help and still lose pretty badly, and especially in some lopsided matchups, and he did really well. So this squad looks fairly promising. And Satoshi, of course, he gets to actually play offlane now, which is nice to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Just gonna.
I like the Huddle is adorable.
Swimming penguins, though, have different names. They're called a raft. So if you see a group of swimming penguins, that's called a raft. And a group of walking penguins is called a waddle.
A waddle?
Yeah.
Adorable.
So it all depends on what they're doing.
Okay.
That's a nice little interesting fact for you there. But now we can dive on into this draft, the game 2 draft now on our screens. And the bands, I have no idea if it's changed up.
They have changed up.
There's no
Studios
DP.
banned DP.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
So
of course.
If we had been talking about Dota instead of penguins, I wanted to say that Far Studios, they took second pick or so, I think.
You are correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, obviously I can see on the screen. I just mean they selected that. That was their first priority.
What was their preference, Gosh, Fia.
Anyway.
Oh, you want to get into that? Okay. Well, I'm going to interrupt you because I love talking. So,
and I'm going to interrupt you because I love talking. So I'm glad they banned the Death Prophet so they could
And then they got Ricky! Let's go!
Whoa!
Hey! We don't see many Rickies, and I'm going to talk right now because I love talking about how this is good versus Tusk. Tusk, he loves to snowball in. That's what he does. Or he likes to blink in and snowball. You can't do that versus Smokescreen. You're instantly silenced. You can't punch. You can't use your spells to, lock down a hero. Sure, you can shards in the snowball, but you got, one opportunity to do that, and once that snowball stops, you're in a Smokescreen, and that's not so nice if you're playing Tusks, that's for sure. Off to you, Sheep. What do you think about this?
I mean, Tusk is I don't know, he has only 2 eyes, but he can't see invisible heroes, so Ricky is really OP.
Wow, first base Ember, your favorite, Fio!
Let's go! Ricky Ember, the synergy is insane. You got the Sleeping Dart, and you got the Searing Chains.
Holy
that's
heck,
pretty crazy.
That's insane synergy.
Alright, now Penguin Squad just gotta round this one up with a Huskar.
Straight up.
Just straight up.
I agree. I mean,
nice.
Maybe. So the thing
One
is,
of the rare occasions in which you both agree.
I mean, their logic is pretty simple here from Fart Studios. They think Tusk is gonna go mid, so they pick Ember. But this is kind of like the beauty of the first pick Tusk, which we saw Shopify Rebellion actually doing a lot of this. And if you pick the Ember right there or the Bat to counter the Tusk, which were the 2 matchups they thought were really bad for the Tusk, they would just put the Tusk on support and they'd hard counter your Bat or your Ember, right? Because they have that 8 pick there. So Fart Studios kind of falling into that trap of thinking this Tusk has to go mid, and Penguin Squad picks the Kunkka against it, which, you lose the lane pretty hard as an Ember, but you're pretty safe against his whole toolkit after that, unless you go the Orchid route. So very, very snowball dependent lineup for this Kunkka, but it doesn't crush nearly as hard as a Huskar would. So yeah. Yeah, Tusk snowball.
That's so funny. I feel like I'm so used to seeing Bat Riders on 8 that seeing Kunkka is just so weird. Yeah, it's different.
Unfamiliar.
Mm-hmm. This was very common. It felt like a year ago or so. And then Kunkka kind of fell out of favor. I do like it though.
I hate it, and I'll tell you why.
Such an annoying hero. Okay, go. Is it because he can't combo the Ricky?
Or the Ember. He can't combo anyone right now. And then the problem I have with this build...
Alright, I have a counterpoint, but I'll let you go.
Okay. Okay, the counterpoint is I hope it's not he buys an Orchid, because yeah, he can buy an Orchid and then he can hit his combo. However, that item build, I feel like once you die once or twice as a Kunkka, which you're really easy and vulnerable to be killed at that point because you have no HP, you're not going for the early BKB, you're not going in Armlet. I feel like he runs out of steam and stops scaling, so it's very risky if you do want to go that Orchid build.
Okay, my counterpoint is that he is intending to win his lane here. And what they are
Never
going to
die.
be able to do is ball up as a team with this run buff and just go sicko mode. And then he's going to buy an AC, he's going to buy a Hex. It's going to be really awful for both these heroes to deal damage through those two items, and it's going to be sick.
Do you have
I
a
love that
counterpoint to our
build.
counterpoint?
I also
No,
love
I
it.
mean, I think that's the best build you can do with the BKB AC into Hex build. It, however, does take a very long time to come online, and until you get that combination, you do have to worry about, or you have to find an alternative method of dealing with this Ember Spirit's mobility, because Kunkka will not be delivering in that department. Neither will
That is
Tusk,
true.
honestly.
Yeah.
And now you got a global silence to have to combat. Fatsu is getting the silencer, so it's going to be silencer, Ricky as the two supports sheep.
They're a bit weird. They're definitely not going to be doing a lot of movement on the map, and they're waiting for the Ricky 15-minute shot, which I think they're fine with. If I have learned one thing from watching Fox Studios, it is that they love cutting waves and being annoying and split pushing and farming and farming and farming and farming and oh, they're ancient blew up, but they're farming, and you know they're going to hit that Ricky timing for sure.
For sure.
They also have a lot of silence here with Ricky and Silencer.
True.
But they are lacking stuns. Like, Ember doesn't have a stun. I mean, none of these heroes have a stun. And typically when I see this Ricky most successful is when he's playing with a follow-up stun. It could be a Leshrac, it could be Lina, it could be Mirana. Something that's really easy. I mean, I like the Magnus one too because it sets up some pretty easy, like, skewer backs. Something that sets up something, right? Like the dart will set up the stun, and then you need to follow up on it. And I'm just not seeing that right now. But they have some time to figure out what that will be. But luckily, Penguin Squad banned the Mars for Fart Studios, because I didn't want to see that again.
Yeah, you know, Penguin Squad. The best thing they can do here is not pick their carry, and force Fast Studios to wait for the carry picks. So they have to last pick Jenkins, and then that way Penguin Squad.
Oh, they're
can pick
going
up an
to,
easy win.
right?
Yeah,
I see
for
Ember,
sure.
so.
Yeah, go on.
I mean, they already picked their mid. Sorry, I'm.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
okay.
The Penguin Squad should
Good.
pick their off lane.
You guys okay over there?
No,
No, I'm good.
Now
Yeah?
Far Studios
I-
can pick their off laner.
It's tragic,
You
honestly.
idiots.
Yeah, I mean, they should have gave
Oh,
Jenkins
they are
last
really
pick
is.
again.
I mean, we might still
No, I mean,
see it.
Drow. I mean, this looks like a absolutely terrible Drow game. I don't know why they picked this. I like.
told you about the
I'm being
group
very
up, bro.
critical and being kind of mean right now about a lot of these picks, but it's kind of true. Like, you're playing versus a Ricky as a Drow. You're playing versus an Ember. I don't understand why you would pick Drow here. Now you're playing versus Darkseer, which, I mean, it's a fun combo, right? You just put Ion Shell and Invisible Ricky, haha. I mean, it is
suppose.
pretty strong in other ways too. Like, so, like, it's a deceptively strong combo. They don't have stuns yet again, so BKBs are gonna destroy this lineup for. It'll be a power spike at some point from Penguin Squad once they get BKBs. But vacuum wall into smoke screen is very annoying to deal with. So they're going to need 4 staffs really early on supports. They're going to need BKBs on cores to deal with this. But how is Jenkins' lane going to go is my only real question here. They're either going to stomp this Drow and keep diving her, or Jenkins is going to have a rough lane. I don't think it's going to be any in between here.
Yeah. Penguin Squad seem like they can do really nice things early though. Like if they bring Drow mid, you know, with supports, it looks like it's hard for Fart Studios to contest that push in any way pre 15 minutes. So I feel like Penguin Squad can at least open the map up for themselves with this lineup so far.
Oh, I know what it is. They picked
Yeah?
Drow because they're debating Fart SJ to pick PA again.
Yeah.
That might
How's
be
that
it.
the debate?
PA is just a terrible hero right now. I don't know if you watched that game.
Whoa.
We watched a
we
different
saw-
game where she won.
Yeah.
So
Was it
I guess it's
Fardas
the
J
player, not
playing
the
it?
hero. Nah.
Nah.
All right, well, that game was it was an interesting one. They had PA, and let's just say it did not work out. So maybe they did their research there, and they're trying to go that route. I do like the ban of the Bloodseeker there, as that is a hero that could have been quite useful for Fart Studios here, but I'm kind of trying to think, like, Fart Studios has 0 stuns, other than, I guess, Sleeping Dart you can consider a stun. I don't know if FSJ here is feeling pressured to pick, like, a stun here. He will see his matchup here, so it is kind of a blind pick from Penguin's squad, so he needs to pick something.
You know he's picking Faceless Void for real, for real. The biggest stun.
Yeah, that is the biggest stun.
That AoE stun.
Yeah.
He's just gonna
The
get a
biggest stun.
massive chrono. Ooh,
All right, I'm calling it now. He's probably picking Sven.
He's picking Monkey King.
pretty-
That's my bet.
Oh no, don't do that.
I'm putting all my money
I
on
think-
Monkey King.
All my money
Monkey
on
King.
Sven.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
Is there Naga
I mean,
in
I
the
like-
pool? Because
I like
he'll
yours.
pick that if that's in the pool.
Intercontinental
he's picking-
CM? That seems sad.
I mean, against Lycan, Drow. I mean, it's fine. I'd like to see Sven.
Okay.
Sven or Naga.
No,
you get one more
Drow's
hero.
getting
You
against
can.
Naga.
Okay, then pick 2 heroes. We'll see who's right. I am taking Sven Naga.
Yeah. I know it was Tundra that spoke about the Drow's Naga matchup and said it's deceptively good for Drow because of the shard, and then all the illusions
Yeah, it
just
is.
explode and it hurts like hell.
There's
'Cause they
Ursa
thought it
too,
was good.
actually.
Yeah. Oh, I love the bear. It's okay. I
Yeah,
put all my
Ursa
money
could
in
be good.
already. I don't have any more to bet.
I mean, I agree. Drow
You're
is
gonna
pretty
pick a
good.
second hero?
They pick 2 carries?
No, that's
But
what
how-
he said.
okay.
He is like a backup. He gave himself a 50-50, and he said you
Oh,
can too. So
I
you get
can,
Monkey
okay.
King +1.
Sure. Monkey King plus Ursa.
Okay.
Good pick. Good pick.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you.
Great pick, great pick. 500 IQ.
All right.
I mean, the reason I can say the Naga could work is because they have the combo, right? Like, so if you do manage to sleep the Drow, get the vacuum combo, you won't be able to kill these illusions. Kunkka doesn't really kill them either in the late game. Lycan does absolutely nothing. So it is really up to like Snow and like the CM, I suppose, to really kind of deal with them. But it's going to be a net worth type of thing where you have to be very farmed. And if there's no way this Naga can lose against a Lycan lane, there's just no way, especially when it's a Tusk in the lane with it. They might switch that up, but even if they do, I don't think this Naga can lose. And then, you know, it's Jenkins in the off lane. Like, will they crush Snow or will Snow crush them? I'm putting my money on Snow.
Same.
I was gonna say that's bold though to say that Naga's not gonna lose at all.
Well,
In the lane, it
she'll
might
win
lose
the
the game.
lane. Yeah. I'm with Fear on this one. I think I've never seen a Darkseer win their lane, actually. I've always seen the carry free farm. So I'm assuming Drow's gonna free farm, Lycan will have a sad time, Kunk will have a good time, and then you have I just feel like the Naga Siren Tundra convinced me, man. I don't believe in that matchup. I think this is all Drow Ranger. I think it's free. Free, I say.
Okay. Free game eventually for Snow on the Drow Ranger. I like to see that both of you guys can agree. You're in unison here. Hopefully our 2 casters can be in unison. It's Beekop and Lacoste.
Thank you. Just kidding, Lacoste. I got you that time. Made you laugh. Whoa! Internet problems no more.
I was like, oh, I'm gonna need to do it one more time. I thoroughly enjoyed it, but yeah, looking at these drafts, Resident Sleeper draft from Fart Studios, or should we call them Dart Studios? Considering that they're playing Ricky, they have sleep from Ricky, they have sleep from Nagasar, and the only sleeps they're lacking is my own sleep. I didn't get too much sleep last night, and also maybe you could throw in a Bane in there, maybe Elder Titan. This is the full Resident Sleeper draft, but I'm not a big fan of it. I feel like they got outdrafted. The only they have decent combos. They have this Ember Spirit with Iron Shell on top of him. You have Ricky, the same thing. I don't see the combo. Like song into vacuum into literally nothing, a wall maybe. But yeah, it's not like Disruptor, Tidehunter, Enigma type of a combo that they can execute. I also want to see how Penguin Squad is going to set up their lanes. Is it going to be Tusk with Drow Ranger and then have Crystal Maiden with Lycan to have a bit more pressure against this Naga Siren? Because if they're laning Tusk plus Lycan, they can't really play the lane. They're going to need to start pulling. It just gets very difficult for Lycan.
Who's like your standout there for Penguin Squad? Who's going to be the leader of the Waddle?
Snow. I think he's going to be having a really good time here in bottom lane. But Nunushim is
kind of
putting some pressure. But then again, you're playing into Crystal Maiden. She has a couple of mangoes. It's like these two heroes can get the kills, especially when Darkseer hits level 3. You have 2 points in Iron Shell. But I want to see how much Snow is going to be able to get from this lane. I don't think, like, Drow Ranger is one of the heroes that doesn't like to farm underneath the tower. But still, I think Snow, especially the game that he had, the previous one, show that he can carry the game by himself.
So we'll see if he can carry it, what he can get done. And I'm just hoping this Naga game goes better than the last one we saw. Although I want to say the Naga we saw last time won, even though the combos were kind of off. We saw like Naga Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, what's Sonic doing here? That's a wrong part of the map, buddy. Pops.
Oh boy.
Fairy Fire just for the sake of popping it. Tusk will probably get a snowball, close the gap, or with the shards block.
Kind of blocked him out from being able to right-click there, though, for a moment. Sonic's still running, but eventually Sonic... Oh, can't juke there. Neutral's not going to help him out.
All right. So, easy first blood, top lane. Satoshi will be farming underneath the tower now. He has 3 creep waves because of this. So, looking really good. Good start for Penguin Squad one more time.
This is exactly what you want. Get these creeps, get this farm, the solo experience. Though I will say FSJ, good start, 12-2 already. And
yeah, as expected. This is last pick Naga Siren, so he doesn't get pressured by Lycan and Tusk lane.
Ooh, vacuum back. Iron Shell, they get the kill on a 1. They're going to look for a second under the tower. There's 2. Annihilate takes some heavy hits, though, from the Kunkka wall that's going on. Not enough to get the kill, but this is 2 kills bottom that are going to be big for Fart Studios. Maybe they, they loaded up on the beans, got the gas going.
So yeah, good start for them. Diving underneath the tower. Crystal Maiden was still level 1, so no points in the Frostbite. And she might die here one more time. They're starting to play a bit more aggressive.
And they're really just looking to dive. Crawler actually getting run down by Sonic. He wants revenge. Not level 2, doesn't have those glaives, doesn't have the damage to finish off Crawler. He'll throw down an obs and probably wants to kill himself to some neutrals, but actually has to find one before Sonic gets here. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
2 level 1 supports fighting 3 minutes into the game. Arcane Curse will eat a tango. He's gonna be fine.
This is all solo experience, I guess, for both guys in the top lane, so this eventually works. Crawler's like stopping, making Sonic believe he could catch up to him. Oh, he almost got me. Oh.
And Silencer will stun him.
Oh, no, just jokes. Come on. Almost tricking me like that. I was like, oh, Silencer has a stun? What? Did the patch come out? Did you patch the game?
Waiting for that patch for a long time. Last couple of weeks, last couple of months even for some people, considering what they've been writing. Yeah. Oh, and lane. This matchup should be Kunkka favored. Ember's getting, I'd say, way too much from this lane. Double bracer build on Kunkka. No bottle. I've seen like both builds. I'm a big fan of double bracer, but you can still get like a bottle after.
Ooh,
Crawler.
X in the torrent. Now the silence though coming out from Nushum. Crawler's here and shards. Can he get around the shards to get the water rune? Ooh. No, he just
denies it.
Okay.
Right.
I didn't think he was gonna do that.
Maybe he thought that Ember will
Top lane.
slide a fist and refill his bottle, but Slight was already used. Farthest J. Not gonna get the
Satoshi.
kill.
Living life on the edge of the moment. I understand you've got that Helm of the Iron Will with the extra regen in the armor, but it is not looking like that's enough just yet. That feels pretty bad at the moment. Ooh, Crystal Maiden, bottom lane, is gonna fall to Nusham. And in games that Fart Studios are winning, it feels like Nusham's doing the playmaking.
Pretty much. If he's the one like controlling the game, making the aggressive moves, and top lane, they're dropping very low. He will
Crawler.
take down.
Yeah, he's gonna die there to the last word, and then still Satoshi's about to hit level 6, but it feels quite dangerous for him in this lane, and a much better start for FSJ so far. Going quite all right for him. Mid, X, and I Annihilate pulled back. Scythe has this Tidebringer at level 3 to throw some damage out on the I Annihilate when available.
A bit low on mana. What is Kunkka bringing? Claws and Clarity. So wants to have a bit more mana. In terms of net worth, Ember...
Crystal made it again.
Not again.
They want the kill. They've got the Surge. They'll have the Gust. And now the idea is to go for this Dark Seer while the Riki gets your Crystal Maiden. And that's not an awful trade.
It's
the
a
only
good trade.
issue is Nusham, the scary proposition is he's getting gold, which means the 15-minute mark's going to hit and Shard's going to be picked up ASAP.
Yeah, he's way too farmed. He's sitting at 103 on Riki. Has 900 gold saved up 6 minutes into the game. He might even pick up mana boots before that, which is something that doesn't happen on this position for Riki. Like this is one of the Darkseer is one of the heroes that can like make Riki 4 work early on. Like usually your damage output is very limited. First
Chasing
usage
a Sonic
of that Wolf ulti and will drop.
Can they get FSJ too? Ensnare, TP attempt. Oh, nothing to stop it. No snowball. Only level 2. I didn't realize Crawler was only level 2 at that point. Didn't have the snowball ready to go.
Maybe if they started to hit the creeps, like they killed 2 creeps and then he gets the snowball, potentially a play, but some ancient stacking for Penguin Squad. Now Crystal Maiden's top,
Wow,
so
bottom.
they can't leave Snow like that. He needs to be...
Good Gust. Oh, good Gust enough to get the kill on the Nusham. Yes. Jenkins, too, is in trouble. They've got the X. Surge isn't going to matter. They'll bring him back into the ghost ship. This worked out.
Oh, good. It looked very awkward, but Snow, with that great Gust that you mentioned,
Yeah, hit them both.
Pushing them away, and then giving enough time for the rest of the team to connect. Kunkka running, Sonic doesn't have TP available.
Oh boy.
That seems like he's gonna be fine. Top lane. Lycan getting rooted.
But still surviving.
Oh, what is Fardas J going for? I see Ring of Health.
Oh, they
Can't
also
say
got
I've seen
Annihilate
that
here.
one.
So Satoshi's gonna die to the Slight. Meanwhile, Jenkins, bottom with 3 heroes, they get a kill onto Snow.
A Dry Ranger needs to have
somebody there
another
at all
hero.
times.
Yeah, pretty much. Or she needs to be, I would say that she needs to be in a triangle rather than just sitting at the bottom lane.
Yeah, that doesn't look like it can happen, really. Good shards to block in FSJ, but there is no significant follow-up to start immediately. And FSJ is just going to roll it all back and slither on down to the Tier 1 tower. And that means, well, while that's going on, the chase is there, and Snow had died previously. The Tier 1 tower bottom's gone for Penguin Squad.
Far Studios killing 2 towers at the same time, and now they can move to the mid lane with Riki. You put Iron Shell on him, surge him, he runs to the mid lane. You're still gonna farm the bottom lane. So this Dry Ranger needs to be slightly more careful. 2 supports on Penguin Squad, level 3 and 4, compared to Silencer 4 and Riki. Never mind. I wanted to sound smart, but for some reason I thought Riki's much higher level.
Well, considering the fact that Nusham's been involved in all but one, I would have thought the same, truthfully.
They killed Crystal Maiden like 3 times and she was level 1.
Here it comes again.
Not too much XP. Where's the follow-up?
Snowball, X, they've got it to land. They'll hit the torrent with the ghost ship by Annihilate. He is trying to run. Slight Song. Oh! He just gets away. They already got the kill on a Snow. The Drow's dead, and, well, Jenkins is in with the Ion Shell. They've got the Tidebringer, but the damage isn't quite there. Satoshi now running the Torrent Lance. Satoshi goes back in. Remnant back over, and the Sleight of Fist to get the finishing blow onto the Lycan.
Oh, they're
Fort
falling
Studios
apart.
Really, yeah, pulling ahead.
And now Crystal Maiden will die one more time. She just came back to life. I Annihilate.
Good
That
torrent.
Arcane Rune. Like even Kunkka.
Yeah, he
is
might
in huge
just die
trouble
too.
here.
Sonic is gonna fall. They do get Nusham. That's the Tidebringer. Now they've got the Snowball. I Annihilate. He's in. He's looking for a Remnant away. They've got the X. So Remnant, he'll get the kill on a Crawler still.
That's Ember Spirit. 3 points in Flame Guard. Has Ion Shell on him. That's level 4 Ion Shell with Arcane Rune. So he's going pretty ham in these fights. I want to see the damage done. 1.8k from Ember Spirit. And these numbers, like, you know, that Sleight of Fist, especially for supports. He's going to use that 4 or 5 times. And you die pretty much from 3 slights. Especially Crystal Maiden. Level 4 only.
Yeah. Crystal Maiden feeling like just another creep in the lane. Not great. And under Ward Vision again. So here comes I Annihilate. Looking to annihilate this Crystal Maiden's game. Arcane Curse, Remnant again. Trying to get the other way, but the Slight, the rundown, and the kill for I Annihilate one more time.
Crystal Maiden's not going to have mana to use her spells. Yeah, I think like only 4 were stolen so far from Silencer, but I think all 4 intelligence from Crystal Maiden, and she just doesn't have the mana pool. Oh, level 4, Jesus.
When do you get to level 6?
When do you get to level 5? That's the real question.
I'm skipping numbers, but not looking great.
Radiant's middle tower is
They really have nothing going on right now. FSJ and the rest of Fort Studios, it feels like, I mean, for the most part, they should be happy with everything they've got so far. Sonic in some trouble, has Global, and won't use it. Will die, but they're going to lose Crawler, and now Vacuum back. Their body blocks, but they completely blocked Satoshi. Song, oh, the wolf can run, but can he hide into the trees? The Song gets him just for a second, and TPs.
Good decision. Waiting until Song is done. TP's out. Knows that they have very limited amount of stuns. Ember Spirit, I Annihilate. Like, he's gonna be the one causing the problems in these mid-game fights. Maelstrom done. Blightstone going into BKB next.
Big fan of the Blightstone. Casual Blightstone. I used to pick that up on every hero at times.
This is why you're a caster, not a professional player. But yeah, Blightstone, good. I
still think it's
good
fun.
items. No, for sure, good item, especially on
It's, Ancient Apparition. Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
Got it.
make Ancient Apparition great again, please. Like this
So I
hero's
stopped
nowhere to
talking?
be seen.
But you were gonna say Ember, right?
tower is under attack.
Yeah, Ember, like position 4s as well. Let's see, Smoke from Far Studios. This Ember
Dire are scanning.
Guardian Greaves to protect him. Ion Shell on top of him. Dire are using a scan. They're gonna find Snow.
Snow dead again already on his screen. I don't think he gets out of this one, and certainly won't.
The rules of battle dictate.
Cloud will cause a lot of issues. You can't use the combo on Kunkka. Like, Crystal Maiden's gonna be a creep pretty much, as you mentioned. And also against Tusk. One of the better abilities. You can't snowball people out of trouble. Fardas J has thought about going Manta style, but going into Radiance. It's been a while since I saw Radiance Naga Siren.
That's the old school play. Ghost ship coming through. Nushim's gonna die. Walrus punch on Eye Annihilate. They're trying to go into the wolf forming chase, but they've got the
Arcane Rune one more time.
Remnant back. Looking the other way for Sonic. Looks like they're gonna lose this silencer. So 2 kills here for Penguin Squad, but Sleight of Fist once again. And now, freezing field. Is the damage enough? They've got some help from Snow, but he has a Remnant to leave. It was close.
They need a bit of
not
extra.
enough.
Like, they definitely need an extra bit of a control. You see this Crystal Maiden through points in the Frostbite, but if they have another layer of silence, if Drow Ranger has Gust available, like, this Ember could potentially die. And she's going into Shard next. I do like the early Shard pickup on a Drow Ranger to be able to deal with the illusions, like, because illusions explode, they deal damage to Naga Siren and other illusions as well. But yeah, man, Radiance. And he also did pick up
Crystal
Talisman as his first item.
Crystal Maiden gonna die.
I don't mind
FSJ
Radiance.
so far ahead.
Yeah, he's so farmed that I don't even mind this Radiance. Great against Lycan and his units, great against Drow Ranger, even Kunkka. The supports are gonna struggle. It means you're gonna be having even more farm on this Naga. I want to see what Kunkka builds next. Whether that's going to be like straight up AC or if they feel they need more control. So he picks up Sight of Vice just for the memes because of his name.
Nah, I think that works, right?
It could work, yeah. But I feel like maybe tanking up Slight from Ember and then again Naga Siren. I feel like just AC could work. I see an Armlet being built, BKB into Armlet. Usually it's the other way around. But if he feels that he needs to deal more damage against Naga, like the other way to think about this is, what if I get Radiance for myself against these illusions? Because I'm tanky enough to stay long in a fight. I think it's something to think about. He's not the most farmed hero in the game, but I've seen Kunkkas do it. If it's a good game for Radiance. Sleeping
Maybe
Dart.
it could be. Nothing doing, and that dart is available, and that could be a bit of a problem. FSJ just still farming, and he's got that Radiance now, so this feels like it could be a little bit of a timing that Fart Studios are looking for. Question is whether or not they're going to go off that.
Dire are scanning.
But we're yet to see just how much we'll pack a punch with this Radiance.
Middle tower is under attack.
I'm excited for it, though.
Definitely. Ancient Ice Shaman.
Oh, you're a big
up
fan
by,
of this.
yeah, big fan. Look at that face.
You love it.
It's my favorite creep, other than Kobold. Kobold with the
goblet.
Goblet, yeah, it just looks way too gangster. I love him. But
they found FSJ. Do they have the damage? BKB, Global Silence, Ghost Ship, New Shim come in, Song. They'll have Sleeping Dart to help out too. They may even want to turn back on this. FSJ doesn't have a lot of health, but they have the wall, they have the vacuum, they'll get the sleep, they'll look for the damage to get the kill here on a crawler as well as Scythe. And mega kill streak for Jenkins, a big 180 from that last game.
this Radiance and also having Pupil's Gift does make Fortis J very tanky and going into Manta style next. I want to see Lycan to pick up the Black Dragon just to have something to deal with the illusions. And he's going into Shard next. Very interesting choice. I guess he wants to be able to just push out the wave, having that extra wolf in the lane. But it could also mean extra gold for BSJ, because he's going to be farming 2 lanes at the same time, pretty much. 11,000 net worth on him right now.
So 5k lead here for Fart Studios, and I'm going to assume the odds are shifting in their favor too. Take a look as esportsbet.io has got it heavily in their favor. And just like this engagement feels to be heavily favoring Fart Studios, especially with the 2-man vacuum back, Snowball buying some time, and, well, eventually Satoshi's still going to die, and Crawler's going to be next.
Both of them are gonna die. Now we have the same issue that has happened in the previous game. Penguin Squad, limited amount of damage that they can do. Snow, he did go for that shard, has Brigand's Blade, but again, this vacuum, this wall that Darkseer can use on top of Drow Ranger, heroes that can get on top of her with illusions, like even Ricky to set things up pre-BKB. It's going to be very difficult for Drow Rangers to deal with. Now the teleports are coming out. Bottom, Snow finds a good spot to TP back home.
Cheeky spot. Freezing Field and Ghost Ship. Jenkins, that's good gold for this Kunkka. Naga Siren, Global Silence now has Song and will use it.
Top tower is under attack.
They're going to set for this, though. Nusham, Silence, well placed. So when the Song is gone, they're going to be in a bit of trouble for a second. The BKB gets popped here by Annihilate. Force Staff over to the side. Snow can't output the damage. They'll go for FSJ. They'll get the kill on the Naga Siren. But Annihilate starting to clean up and be his namesake. Goes after Snow, gets the kill into the Drow. Silent Sweep, both onto the Kunkka. Sleight of Fist once again. Satoshi chasing for Nusham, but doesn't quite have the vision to spot him. And not an awful trade for Penguin Squad, but certainly not the best.
They killed Jenkins immediately. Global Silence was on cooldown, and yeah, look at the damage. Almost 4,000 damage from Ember Spirit in that fight. Like, he's doing whatever he wants, pretty much. They can't control him. There is a punch, but it's not enough. It was like the cloud that connected on two people, but they just ran out of it because they were on the edges. I see Kunkka trying to go for... he's actually committing, going for Orchid, which I'm not a big fan of. I think it's a good pickup if you're playing from ahead. Orchid into BKB.
Crawler dead. Frostbite and the Crystal Nova. X onto the Ember, but with that sweep, not gonna matter at all.
Loaded to the gills.
It's all right there for Art Studios again. Is there a guide back in here for Penguin Squad? Feels like even if they just sit back and farm, Naga's just gonna get to.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're gonna get outscaled. I mean, Drow Ranger needs to get a couple of round of spells, like 3-4 multi-shots in a fight. She's getting very close to her BKBs. Another
and
sleep.
Silence.
Or staff.
And escaping. Bit of a surprise on the escape, I would say. But still works out just a bit to get that escape.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What can they do right now? And they need to find their way maybe to get a team fight win for the side of Penguin Squad and go towards Roche if they could find that. I don't even know if that's in the realm of reality, though.
I could see Penguin Squad taking a fight, maybe get a kill or two. If possible, use a buyback and try to secure Roche. I think it's very doable. They do have more than enough damage. Like, even with 1 point in tag team, Drow Ranger, you have sustain from Lycan. But they need to find this fight. Satoshi will be found by Fardas J. He's not getting out of this one.
Nope, they've got the sleep, and, well, you get to sleep as a wolf. I guess that's the benefit. Now you gotta get these creeps away, but that's not looking good. 250 more gold there for FSJ. He's going into the heart. They were able to kill him the last time, but with the heart, I don't even know if that's possible. Sleep again on the Crystal Maiden. Using that Force Staff pretty well, but...
There's going to be another Sleeping Dart in a second.
Not really fun for this Crystal Maiden. Dead for the 9th time.
Look at the lanes. I'm looking at Naga Siren and the illusions. All the lanes are getting pushed in. This Radiance is doing the work. 17,000 net worth on Naga at the moment compared to Drow Rangers 11,000. Fardas J did die one time, and you mentioned the heart. It's being delivered as we speak. A full heart, so I'm not sure if they can bring him down now. Like, they need to deal with the rest, but this, like, sustained damage that you get from Radiance in these fights. You reset with Song of the Siren, wait until Kunkka's both buff wears off, run buff. Now they're gonna be the ones inside the Roche pit, but look at the illusions one more time.
They're going to fight, but this feels like a last-ditch effort. Snowball forward. Roche should be in their hands. They go to the Song, and with the BKB from Scythe, he's not able to get into the pit. They get the kill on the Sonic. They take the Silencer. There's the Gleipnir. Down goes this Crystal Maiden. Snow trying to output some damage, but the Global Silence with the buyback, they should clean up here pretty easily. That's going to be 4 kills, and they get Satoshi. I could see the letters maybe jumping out from their keyboards. Satoshi run down onto the tower, and it's a full team wipe.
Yeah, I think they might wait, take one more fight, and then the game pretty much ends. They don't have enough damage. Also, fighting outside of the base like that is very difficult. They go on Silencer. They use most of their abilities on him. He bites back immediately, uses Global Silence, and then the fight looks very over. Annihilate, having a perfect game, has that Gleipnir that you mentioned, 13-0 and 5, playing with Darkseer throughout the whole game. Jenkins this time around having a much better game.
I know the farming game has been all FSJ, but I feel like Annihilate, he is 13-0 and 6 and just been super active this one. My MVP. This hypothermia is never going to activate if nobody dies here. They've got the Aegis on the Ember. Force Staff Ball. He's got the Torrent pushing him up into the air. Sleep on the Snow. TP back from Annihilate. They're going to wait for him to come back full health, full mana.
Let's see how they approach this one. Fardas J. We'll try to cut the creep wave, send one illusion bottom.
Orchid, BKB, Slight. Snow with the BKB of his own. And they're going to try and chase them out. There's Song in 12 seconds. They need to be careful. They'll go for Newsham. They've got the Torrent. They'll go to the Snowball. Sleight of Fist isn't going to avoid it. So Gust, Greaves, Vacuum into the wall. And there is the Gleipnir by the freezing field doing the damage to get the Aegis out of the hands of Annihilate. Crawler is dead. They'll get the Ember back to Force Staff. And now the Blink Strike on the Snow to get the kill onto the Drow Ranger. No buyback available.
This is going to be a set of barracks. There's still tier 2 towers available, so they need to kill those first. They can't just really go in and close out the game underneath tier 4 towers. Newsham. It's another sleeping dart. Oh, man. I think everybody experienced this in their pubs, in their professional games, in their bot games as well, where you're playing against Ricky, you get slept multiple times. They don't even have like the best combo to work with. It's just the setup for the rest of the team, and also it deals damage, cancels out the blink dagger, slows when you wake up for whatever reason.
Crystal Maiden dead so fast. Global Silence once again. They're working with songs, so whenever they're ready, they could just sing the Song of the Siren and set up for everything else. They don't have wall for 30 seconds, but they will give some chase. Annihilate, Silence, Stunned, Gleipnir, BKB from Snow, still trying to get the Hypothermia to pop on Annihilate, but they've got the Guardian Greaves. The right clicks in from FSJ. Gust on the 2, Jenkins trying to help out over on the side. Doesn't have wall just yet. Satoshi ends up dead. They'll go to Snow. With the Remnant in, the Searing Chains, the kill onto the Drow once again. They'll take out Scythe, and everybody dead once more on Penguin Squad as they waddle into their graves.
Still not calling it, but this one looks pretty over. Fardas J, complete free farm. Same goes for Annihilate. Jenkins did help out Annihilate, unlock his full potential in the team fight, getting the Ion Shell on top of it. Like, even the bottom lane went much better than I expected. I think if they swap the supports, put Tusk with this Drow Ranger, I think it would have been a better option. And then you have Crystal Maiden with the slow against Siren and the illusions. They're diving. I haven't found
diving,
them.
But they'll call GG. So the dive won't exactly matter. And they will take this game and even up the series at 1. So the gas was loose. And the Fart Studio squad take game 2. Look at that. Sigh of relief, happiness, Oh, look at the fist pumping. Everybody's so happy.
Jenkins trying to pump him up. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Give
Oh,
me that
yeah.
dog.
Let's go. Give me that drink, please. I need that Jenkins juice.
I want to
That is,
see GPM on Naga Siren. I think it's going to be through the roof. Uno momento. It's going to be...
What's it going to be?
GP.
It's 793.
793. It's pretty good, but this game didn't last for a long time. Complete domination from Fart Studios in Game 2. But, yeah, we got to check what our panel has to say about this game. And they will break it down to the smallest of details.
Take it away.
I am just as curious because both of you were on the same page that sure Naga might get a free lane win, but ultimately Snow and Dro, he's gonna pop off, he's gonna have a good time, but boy, he did not have an enjoyable game at all, Fia.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder, did I say that? I'll just go with it. Yeah, I'll own it.
Did you say it?
Of course I did. You said it, so it must be true. But yeah,
That's right.
This game. So in this game here, the Drow, I was questioning a little bit of the laning stage, right? Because it's not an easy Drow game whatsoever. The Naga was the least of the Drow's concerns. You're playing versus the Riki, you're playing versus the Darkseer, you're playing versus the Ember. They have tons of heroes that can get on top of the Drow, and that's exactly what they did in the mid game here. They really punished the Drow. Well, meanwhile, FSJ here on his Naga, there's pretty much no contention. They didn't have the resources to really deal with this Naga because they were too busy putting out all the fires that were happening in the other lanes.
Yeah, it was really hard for the Naga to play. Not Naga, sorry, the Drow Ranger to play. I think Far Studios did a really good job of putting emphasis on invading the triangle, and which forced Drow into the bot side of the map, where he has to play kind of close to his tier 2 tower, because otherwise he just dies. It was super hard. And I also, in these fights as well, you saw Fart SJ microing his illusions to make sure that one was always at least sticking near to the Drow so that she had that mischance. The damage was just lacking thanks to this evasion.
It's not all on the back of Dro to carry this game, though. There's other people on Penguin's squad, but they weren't really having the impact either. So in your eyes, feel like, why couldn't this Lycan or this Conquer really do enough to be able to give the Dro a little bit more space to maybe try and counteract some of those points that Sheep said Fart Studios were doing so well?
I mean, as far as Lycan's concerned, he's laning versus by far the worst hero to lane against as an offlane Lycan. You can't really pressure your tower ever because you're going to be losing always the trades with the Naga, and Naga's going to keep shoving the wave into you while farming the jungle. So you just don't have a real purpose of to pressure, and that's what your hero's supposed to do. So I don't blame him too much. As far as the Kunkka goes, yeah, I mean, the mid matchup he did fine, he was winning, but they kind of ran into the same issue where he didn't know what to get. He bought the BKB, we thought about him going into the AC, into the Hex, but it was too late by then. Him not going the early Orchid really punished them, and I think that's has a lot to do with the only lockdown they had for I Annihilate this game was on the Crystal Maiden, getting this Frostbite up. But she was level 4 at 12 minutes into this game. They had no way of dealing with I Annihilate in this mid game here, and slap an Ion Shell and a Surge on him, he's going to take over this game.
Yeah, put too much pressure on your support and she's just kind of going to get blown up in the midst or even before a fight really breaks out. So it is unfortunate for Penguin Squad. The draft is not really doing what we wanted. Fart Studios, MVP is going to go to I Annihilate. You mentioned him there, Fia. He went 17-0-10. He had 38.5k hero damage. That is just insane numbers and insane contribution, Sheep.
It was, yeah. It's just a very nice Ember Spirit game, like Fear said, no lockdown for him, and being enabled by Jenkins Docs here. So, as per tradition, I'm going to talk about a completely different hero instead of the MVP. I thought Jenkins did an amazing job on Darkseer. I said I'd never seen a Darkseer win his lane before, and guess what? He goddamn did it.
He proved you wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually impressive. I watched how it happened. It was that when they dragged the wave, you don't want to farm the wave under, as the carry that has their wave stolen, you don't want to farm the wave that's coming in under your tower, so you drag it behind the tower instead, in between tier 1 and tier 2. And when he did that, Nusham just followed and instantly used his blink strikes and harassed Drow down to low health, and then he decided that he was just gonna try and walk from where the lane was finished being killed back to his tier 1 tower, and then Jenkins just connected and they just instantly killed him, and then they killed his Crystal Maiden, and now your Darkseer is hitting an early level 3. He's feeling really happy, he got everything he wanted out of the lane, and then yeah, they just kept diving and diving and diving, and even though Kunkka tried to like TP react and did kill him once, he can't keep doing that. TP has a cooldown, he can't commit himself to a bot only, so Drow just died multiple times, and yeah, it was free for Jenkins. Free for Jenkins!
It's free for Jenkins. Maybe that's what happens when the last pick isn't all left to Jenkins, and because of it, there is going to be a game number 3 that's going to be happening after the break. But before that, we're going to do our sponsor shout out, esportsbet.io. If you guys are fans of the DPC, then esportsbet.io have you covered. They have an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. You can get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. So your chance to guarantee a win with no risk involved, and you can start betting on your favorite DPC team. So don't miss out on this amazing opportunity. If you want more information, you can head over to their Discord. The link for that is in the panel below on PGL's Twitch channel. So game number 3, it will be happening after this break. We'll see if Penguin Squad can step it up or if Bot Studios can continue the win.
Foundling's life is all a gift. I'm burning up. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Can this be?
Penguin Squad versus Fart Studios. It is a game number 3. Also, I just want to share a little tidbit for you guys. So I'm getting new curtains in my house, and there are 2 complete strangers in my house hearing me shout Fart Studios, and I am so embarrassed. So I hope they can hear me. This is an apology. I saw I'm getting paid for this, okay? I don't like to just shout it out randomly. I had to share it. It was sitting in the back of my mind because it doesn't matter how many people are listening to you say it online. 2 random strangers in your house hear you say Fart Studios, and that's enough to never want to speak again.
Now, I have a question. Who's the carry player for Fart Studios?
Fart Slammer Jammer.
I couldn't hear you. Can you say louder?
No, absolutely not.
How will I know who's carrying for this team if you don't shout it out?
I'll shout it out in whenever this game ends, and then I can swiftly apologize to the strangers in my house. But Game 3 draft is popping up on our screen. Via, do you think it is going to... I actually don't really have a question here. It was going to be about the Ricky. I lied. I was going to say, do you think the Ricky was going to get let through, and then it got banned, so...
It's a rhetorical question.
Don't worry. My question, it's now pointless. Instead, I'm going to ask you if you think Jenkins is going to get last pick again. Fart Studios get an overall last pick in this game number 3 draft.
Just might, but I think that'll heavily depend on if Penguin Squad show their carry. If they do, then Jenkins will pick early. If they don't, Jenkins will pick last.
All right, Penguin Squad, you know what you have to do for a win.
They're playing very logical. They're drafting very logically. But if they're looking at statistics, Jenkins' last pick has been some of their worst games. So, just saying.
I'm confused by the bans from Penguin Squad in this series. They banned Tree and Leshrac. I looked through Fart Studios games, and I don't see any Leshrac in first phase. And it is not banned by other teams.
Maybe it's just some weird PTSD they have, like someone played in a pub or a scrim somewhere, and they're like, I just never, ever, ever want to come up against this hero in an official.
Damn, maybe they just... have conditioned Fart Studios now. They see the Lesh isn't banned, they're like, guys, maybe we should pick this Lesh.
Oh, it's the bait for the bait.
Yeah.
I mean
they're
maybe
not
they're
going to do that because they just don't
drafting.
play.
Maybe they're just drafting with their hearts and not their minds. Have you thought about that?
No, she hadn't.
Nah. Yeah, nah. That wasn't even a consideration.
Is it now?
Please. Leave your emotions out of it, Fia.
Now it is.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Some of the best
lucky for
drafts
them,
come
they can
from
now ban Lesh
the
next
mind.
phase. Yeah.
Combo
what's
breaker,
that?
okay. You like that? Do I like that? Who wants to talk here?
You, Fia.
Oh, okay. Fira, go ahead. I know how much you like talking.
I love talking. So they picked the Magnus here. Could be a Sonic hero. Could be a Jenkins hero. We've seen it on Jenkins more so than Sonic. But I do like the fact now, if Silencer is fast enough, if he's got his R button like ready to go, he can instantly global after the RP and there will be no skewer. But Magnus in the offlane does like to buy Greaves. So he could actually dispel that. So I think they might want to consider putting this on Jenkins here, as he has played it before with, I think, mixed results. He's won some, lost some. Either way, it's been fun to watch every time. So, especially the Rubik in the lane, telekinesis back into skewer. Sometimes the carry ends up inside the tier 1 and generally don't want to be there.
See, that is smart, but Sheep, that's probably what Penguin Squad are thinking, that Jenkins is going to be on the Magnus, and Fart Studios are actually just going to hold it all the way to the end and make Penguin Squad think it's a Jenkins, and then the last pick is actually going to be a Jenkins hero, and it gets swapped to Sonic, and that's going to be the big old debate.
You're wrong, and I have data to back it up. All right, here's what's going to happen. This is going to be Jenkins Magnus. And they're going to pick a whole zoo of other silly heroes. And they're going to lose the early game. They're going to lose the mid game. They're going to be in their base. And just when Penguin Squad think that victory is within their grasp and that they're about to defeat Fart Studios, their carry is going to just lose control of his body, dive the base, and get skewered into the fountain. And then Fart Studios will win.
Yeah, that actually happens every game.
It happens every single time.
I mean, Jenkins also isn't talking on the player cam, so you know it's his hero. He's like, I don't have to say anything now. I've got my hero picked.
Look at him, he's just laughing. God,
Yeah.
I
You've
love
got them all
Jenkins
figured
so
out.
much. Yeah. His smile could just light up the world. What an angel.
I mean, Jenkins looks
world?
like he's just
Yeah.
really chill and enjoying life, while BSJ looks like he's rapidly aging by the second, just stressed out.
Yeah, he's
at all
contemplating
times.
whether he still wants to be here.
Sonic just phased out of existence because he couldn't deal with it.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick. Crystal Maiden.
All right, so this is confirmed to Jenkins Magnus. Can I have my $5 now?
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Who
whoa,
said we
whoa.
were giving you $5?
Me, right
Yeah.
now.
It was actually $5,000 from Fear.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Fear.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problem. I didn't say that at all, but here you go. Happy birthday.
There you go.
Oh, it's not even my birthday. Thank you. Well,
Well.
Is there more to that?
I'll spend this money. I'll give you $5, Fear, if you can predict the next Penguin Squad pick.
That is
Sorry, I meant
impossible.
$5,000.
Oh, I was going to say, that's a terrible deal, first of all. And
$5,000
second of
to
all-
predict it. You got this, Fear.
Second of all, they're probably thinking about picking their carry here,
Bat Rider.
but
So true.
I mean, I guess you pick Bat plus your carry. Like, I would have never guessed Bat. Like, why are you picking Bat here? I don't have a good reason for that. But they see the Magnus as an offlaner, so if you want to win your lanes, you can go ahead and just pick your carry here. And you're going to be forced at some point by Fart Studios to show a little bit more, but they do have last pick, so no matter what they pick here, they're just going to probably pick their mid here to counter the Bat Rider. We saw the Queen of Pain in game 1. That's a hero that's quite popular against the Bat mid. So I have a feeling they're going to go back for that. Unless, like, I mean, my mid lane matchups are, like, by far my worst, even though I'm pretty decent at it still. But I don't know what's countering Bat super hard mid lane that these teams like playing nowadays.
I don't think they can counter it super hard. I mean, I think at, like, top level, heroes like Pango Pango is kind of bad against the Bat, but in this level, honestly, it's completely fine. If they want to do just a Pango just for more team fight. However, I mean, the Queen of Pain seems like the obvious choice, unless they're planning on flexing this Bat Rider to the off lane and then countering the Quap mid somehow. Maybe a Kunkka. I don't know. That's those are my 8 Fort trains. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, if Fart Studios pick a Quap, then Penguins put the Bat off lane and pick Kunkka mid.
Yeah, that's disgustingly bad, I think, because Fart Studios has last pick carry.
Disgustingly bad, yeah.
Not even just bad, disgusting. Like, he had to put an adjective onto that.
The worst idea he's ever heard in his life. I won't speak ever again, I think.
Oh, no.
No,
Feel
it's okay. I might join you.
Great. Okay, so
With
then
how
it turns
bad
out
that
it's
suggestion was.
just me. Oh. Oh my god. Well, let's start talking about mid matchups then. The Spectre being picked up. Fear. Are you just not talking? This isn't a funny bit, guys. Stop it. I don't like this.
5 seconds.
I hate this. So anyway,
Spectre.
Bat Rider Puck mid matchup.
Oh,
yeah,
dang it. I
no,
started
I
too
love
fast. You were about to do it. I thought you
yeah,
gave
I
up.
literally was. I literally was. You came too soon. You came too soon.
Dang it, I was waiting.
I was willing
but
to
I thought
hold the
you-
bit for as long as Fear was. I thought you would crack way sooner.
Me or Fear?
No, Fear.
Yeah, I thought so too. That's why I was like, oh shit, okay, I might actually have to try and start talking out my ass.
Nah, it's
well,
fine. We're back now. PL banned.
We're good analysts, yeah. The Spectre, really nice hero, because it can just bring 9 mangoes to lane and free farm against like Magnus maybe. And then on top of that, you buy this nice blade mail. It's gonna let you just take any of these fights into CM, Rubik, even Puck is a counter pick, but I'm thinking that these heroes might struggle to deal with Spectre Blade Mail because they have such low health pools and big burst magic damage.
So Penguin
I
Squad.
want to pretend I listened to every word you said, but I am still in PTSD. Of you guys
I'm not
running
talking
that bit.
again. I hate you.
I mean, I also was in deep train of thought and didn't hear anything she said there, but I'm sure Twitch chat did, so that's all that matters at the end of the day. So Penguin Squad
you
ends
talked
up
about
like...
mangoes. No, she talked about mangoes. She talked about mangoes and health pool of Spectre. I remember. I was listening.
No, I talked about the health pool of Fought Studios. I said that when Spectre
Dang.
has Blade Man. You know, I don't care. I don't care. Go on.
Yeah, Fia.
All right. Yeah, sure. I'll continue here. So you see the bands here of Juggernaut and Peel kind of making you think in a way they might consider this bat offlane, but they missed one hero that is better than both those heroes if they do that. And that is your boy Lifestealer, especially with the Puck, with Empower. Against the Spectre, old school counter, I don't think it's like the same matchup as before, but I still think it's quite good. Why else would they ban those heroes if not for the Bat Rider? Very puzzling, unless they plan on picking a Mars here or something like that, which Lifestealer would also be good against. So I'm bold claim here, not a claim, just a bold prediction. Before I see Penguin Squad, I think they're gonna pick a Lifestealer for FSJ here, and I don't know what Penguin Squad's gonna pick. Okay, go ahead and just take Lifestealer and take your series win. Enjoy.
God damn.
Oh my god.
God
He's
damn.
so good.
He's way too good.
Yeah, you gotta try one up this now, Sheep. You gotta give me the best analysis you've ever given.
As I said, somehow, I don't know how, even though this is the best Lifestealer pick of their life, they will lose every single lane and eventually win by skewering into the phone. That is, it will happen. It doesn't matter how else the game goes, that will happen. It is an eventuality.
There will be at least one fountain skewer.
Yes.
All right. Sophia, just a free series win, free game 3, free series, all off the back of this Lifestealer. How do we get to the point where Lifestealer is going to be having the impact for him to be able to just straight up hard carry this?
All right, so here's what's going to happen. FSJ is going to be hitting creeps like he always does for like 30 minutes, but somewhere in between them, I Annihilate's going to be like, yo, bro, just infest me. And then I Annihilate's going to take him to the action, and that's it. And then he'll be joining the fights, and then it's as simple as that.
Wait, hold up. Can't Tiny just take over this game with like a blink timing and you just take your fights with global? Like Lifestealer, he's gonna have to buy like a manta or something. He's gonna suck. And then BKB piercing lasso? This seems terrible. This seems so easy for Penguin Squad. Alright. It's free for them.
Okay. Alright. The 50-50, I like the 180 there, last minute buy Sheep. Which means we're gonna 180 all the way over to our casters, Beakup and Lacoste.
Woo! A little 180 there. It's half an ollie or something like that. I don't know what it is in skateboarding terms, but I was able to pull it off in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and we'll see who could pull off this game number 3. Lacoste, thoughts, analytical presence?
It's a really good Lifestealer game. Like, the only ability he needs to be careful about is, like, he's playing into Batrider in the lane. You know that he's going to have a really good laning stage. Like, needs to be careful about the lasso, like, global silence combo with the charge from Spirit Break. A bit of a, like, global presence from Spectre, but I think he's going to have a really easy time. Like, playing with Magnus, playing with Puck. They needed to make some kind of an adjustment on side of Penguin Squad, because they did pick Batrider. Far Studios responded with Puck, which is a good matchup for Puck. By a good matchup, I mean, like, there aren't really many good heroes that you can put on a mid lane against this Batrider and just say, you know, good luck, do 50-50, I get the equal amount of farm. Puck is one of those heroes that tends to do okay, and that they needed to make a shift. So Batrider put on the offlane. It's been a while since I saw Bat on the offlane. Arcane Curse on too.
Ooh. Yeah, not really doing anything. A little Spectral Dagger, but a bash. Crawler. Doing some damage, and I saw, look at Crawler's webcam real quick. His setup's so blue. I don't know if you saw that, but look at that.
It's a lot.
He's like,
it's a lot
I couldn't
of
tell
light.
if it was like a green screen and it's just all blue, or he's on
It's
the
a blue
Enterprise.
screen.
Like,
Yeah, it's a-
yeah. You
He's
can
watching
chroma key and some
Avatar in the
stuff.
background.
Hopefully, Last Airbender, not the James Cameron movies.
What do you have against those movies?
I just think the Avatar from Last Airbender is better. And Sonic, he is going to die here for first blood as, well, he continues the trend of being a Crystal Maiden in these Dota games. Not good. It's not fun. Talk about a hero that kind of just gets bullied all day. But, coming back, not really able to do anything with that Frostbite. We just saw that triple split. Lacoste, it shows you all 3 lanes, so while it's fresh in your mind, what's the most important lane to you?
For Penguin Squad, I would say it's this Tiny. I think he needs to pop off. You do have Spectre as your carry. She's not an active carry by any means. Like, she might pop into a fight with one ulti and then goes back to farming. So Sight needs to be the one setting the tempo. He's playing into Puck, which is a good matchup for Tiny. You can always burst this Puck. You can kill Crystal Maiden, kill Rubik. I think he's set himself for a really good game. It's gonna be about how well he's gonna play. In terms of the game for Tiny, it looks really good. Also having something to play with the Spirit Breaker. Not the best hero that rotates against Puck because he can dodge things with the phase shift, but against other heroes, sometimes Tiny needs a bit of an extra damage to kill some of these heroes, and Spirit Breaker is gonna give him that.
Avalanche on to Annihilate. That damage you're talking about coming through for a second. Spirit Breaker, Crawler, just charging to get away from this Lifestealer for the moment, or kind of feinting it. Not really much doing other than that first blood that was on Sonic to start the game. Saw Jenkins bottom try to get a skewer onto the tower, but it didn't work out for him on Snow. And the early goings is when that's going to be most effective. But now the creep equilibrium more so under the Radiant Tower than anything, and that's not going to allow them to get that skewer under their own tower at all. Well, Arcane Curse action hitting Nushim as well.
It's a lot of spam on Spectre. She's getting some shared tangos here in the bottom lane. Magnus. 2 points in skewer. Misses. We didn't catch that one on camera.
Still
Thankfully.
not exactly working out for him in the skewer department. Not able to make any kebabs. But I think comparing the first 2 games to this game, it's certainly quiet. I'm a little surprised that the lanes are this quiet, but I don't really see the most killer lanes coming out from either team. And the variable is that skewer, which again, Jenkins misses.
Especially if spells are used like that. They're not going to get any kills. And yeah, Sonic here. This is pretty much a solo kill.
Yeah, got help from the tower. Crawler kind of crawled under the tower and prayed for death. And got exactly what he was looking for. So, full health, full mana. He's got boots now. And let's see. He's going to TP towards top and not use that charge to get all the way up there. But Sonic, still this level 2 Crystal Maiden, waiting for that moment when he could finally feel like he's got something to give. Oh, scare again. And that one, I think this time to get out. Not so much bring the Spectre with him. Annihilate takes a lot of damage over mid from a combo of the Avalanche toss from Scythe, but doesn't quite die.
They need to secure 6-minute rune for this Puck, or someone needs to die, refill his bottles. Scythe will start to play a bit more active. Fairy Fire is available. Mid lane gets tossed and almost gets a solo kill. Raindrop plus Fairy, keeping him alive.
Ooh, I'll get the kill on the silencer. That's just because he was under the tower. Meanwhile, top Sonic falls to the Firefly coming in from Satoshi. FSJ. He'll rage. And while that's going on, Annihilate mid is finally going to die to Scythe. They've got the charge on FSJ. They'll hit a bash. Crystal Maiden TPing in, so they won't get the damage off to kill that Lifestealer just yet.
I was looking at the mid lane, Scythe playing very aggressive. He comboed Puck 3 times, had Clarity running, had full bottle pretty much, and then used a magic stick, a magic wand, and got him. This is a bit of a difficult matchup, you know, for Puck throughout the whole game. Tiny, I said that he needs to have a good start, and right now he's on top of the net worth. 6-minute rune in 15 seconds. Let's see who from Penguin Squad's gonna rotate to the mid lane to secure it.
Yeah, Nushin was nearby, but let's see. He's just trying to stack instead. And the rune will be top. It's a double damage.
It's a big one for Tiny.
Like,
in this situation, you would prefer to get something like Regen. We'll pop that double damage immediately.
Maybe he can get a kill with this.
Yeah, if Puck's not careful enough, does have a point in coil. Again, 5 raindrop charges. But then again, Tiny is level 7 after all.
All that being said, it was Fart Studios that just had themselves a little bit of a net worth lead, almost about 1,000. They find the silencer. This skewer finally hits, which will allow them to get that kill. Jenkins getting credit for that one. Telekinesis, and, well, they don't have skewer for another 8 seconds, but they will output some damage onto Snow.
A bit of a different build from Snow. Panel did mention it. 9 mangoes on Spectre, something that Skeeter pioneered, I believe. And yeah, well done by Snow. I'm looking the way he plays. He puts Raindrop into backpack when Magnus is using Shockwave. So that he doesn't burn it early on. Let's see if he can do it one more time.
That one got burned.
Yeah, that one's impossible to dodge. Fade Bolt.
So, impossible to dodge. Just got to take the charges out that way, I would say. So, let's see how it goes. Who's really needing the best early game performance as this game starts?
I said Tiny, and Tiny's having a really good time. Look at the amount of pressure he's putting onto Puck, playing underneath the tower. Another rune in 10 seconds. If he's the one controlling, like, you don't want to give Tiny all the active runes. You see, Fart Studios, they have 2 supports here. None from Penguin Squad. Let's see where it's going to be. It's going to be, ooh, this is a big one.
Haste. So, Haste, Avalanche, Charge, but Phase Shift. And they do have Dream Coil if they want to use it. Crawler on the run, and eventually with that Frostbite, they'll get the kill there. No Coil even committed on that.
If Scythe picked up that Haste rune, he would be able to gank the side lanes, threaten a kill on Puck.
Oh, Avalanche tossing!
Never
Look
mind,
at that.
he doesn't need
just
it.
Dies. Whoa.
Puck not careful enough. He had power treads on Agi. I guess he was shifting mid the... When he saw that avalanche coming, maybe with the power treads on strength would be able to get the magic wand off. But now Crawler keeping mid, refilling his bottle, and now Sonic looks very dead here.
Yeah,
moving at the Sonic speed.
We're trying to run. That is not fast enough to get out of this. Flame break, right click, Satoshi with the kill. Easily done, and showing that they still have the power to kill this Crystal Maiden. And I feel like that is present at all moments in the game. I don't know what would keep a Crystal Maiden alive long enough. Even 6-slotted Crystal Maidens feel easy to kill. Satoshi farming up this stack. Farming up the other stack. Just burning it out, trying to get into his own BKB. They've smoked on the side of Fart Studios. But where can they pop up? That's the real question. They're going to pop up here, right next to the Bat Rider, who doesn't have health because he was taking the stacks and didn't get this big camp stack. He'll end up losing his life, and they'll take the stack themselves on Fart Studios.
They also didn't use Coil, so we'll have it available for potentially another kill. Scythe, 10 minutes into the game, almost has a Blink Dagger, just 300 gold short.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Lifestealer pressuring the top tower. Has armlet complete. Just needs to use the courier. it's a really good Lifestealer game. Like against both Tiny and Spectre, it's such a good matchup.
Right.
Like once Lifestealer gets the 3-4 item timing, things are gonna look very rough, I would say. Spectre, Haunt available if they want to make some kind of a play, but I Annihilate. He seems to be the one making the plays, popping the Invis rune.
Going towards top, but the lane is empty. Nobody's here. Satoshi might range back, and that would be a big kill to get back to back. But while that's going on, well, they'll lose Jenkins over bottom. That Haunt was used. And Batrider not moving up into this lane, so there's not really much Annihilate could do with that Invis while Nusham's trying to fight bottom still. Last word, and Seeds of Serenity healing up a little bit and just going back and forth. Spectral Dagger on Anusham, but not enough damage. And a Fate Bolt, all of a sudden, Snow taking a lot of damage. Nether Strike looking for the Crystal Maiden up top at the same time. So Sonic gonna get run down as bottom lane Illusory Orb and Shockwave hits onto this Silencer, and now they've got the Dream Coil onto Snow. So this is looking like a dead Spectre. Avalanche toss, the combo on an Annihilate, he cannot survive.
He's collecting all the tips from his team. He's the one that's been carrying this early game pretty much. Has another combo available, but does have Arcane Curse. Let's see, Shockwave.
Nether Strike. Oh, it's onto the Rubik. Not sure that was the combo he wanted, but went for it anyway. Crawler gonna die here to said Rubik.
Not sure. Tiny did not want to commit there with the full combo. Thought that maybe Toss will be enough. Thinking about going for Crystal Maiden. She's very low HP.
Yeah,
very low HP. I mean, full
100%.
HP. It's just
it's the same thing.
Yeah, her like total hit points pool is pretty damn low. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Farthest J did kill the tower, and then another active rune for Sight. Does have double damage going into Echo Saber. Then the things are gonna be even tougher for both mid laner and both support. It's just gonna be very difficult to survive this Tiny's combo.
Gonna be tough, that's for sure.
By tough, like they just die.
Yeah, they need to
even
hide.
Raindrop and the Fluffy Hat is not gonna save you if you have Echo Saber. Level 11.
They need to hide to get out of there.
Almost level 12, actually.
Yeah, while Annihilate's only level 9. They smoke up, they're gonna head towards top. They'll see if they can find FSJ. They'll enter the wrong point in the jungle, so he's able to kind of shift towards mid and escape where this smoke is going to. So they wrap all the way around. And they've got Blink Dagger with the double damage, so they're not afraid to really make this jump in, I don't think. But they don't exactly find anybody as the smoke from the side of Fart Studios goes the other way. So 1k lead advantage. Tiny still holding on to the double damage and just about looking for this Oblivion Staff.
You thought it was a full Echo Saber?
No. I was like, he doesn't have the other part, right? I looked at his backpack
it was
real quick.
too. Yeah, I was trying to look for it.
I got fooled by the...
Look at Tiny again. He might find Annihilate.
I got fooled by the Quelling Blade for a second.
Needs to be careful here. Blinks out. Good read.
And then just throws the tree in the toss.
Oh, look at this tower damage. Batrider, Spectre, and Spirit Breaker slow sieging the tower.
Whoa, that's the most building damage at one time I've ever seen. Look at
Very
that.
satisfying. Whew.
I mean, that is... Whew. Good stuff, good stuff. 2k lead, though. After all said and done, like, it feels like Penguin Squad were kind of controlling the game so far, but...
Yeah, Farthest J, he's been very active in terms of farming, sitting at 0-0-0.
Right.
He understands what his job is. Rest of the team needs to make the moves. Jenkins mech available, going into Guardian Greaves and Blink Dagger. Pretty standard on Magnus, I'd say nowadays, and especially against Silencer. Like, you want to be able to dispel things against the Batrider, keep your teammates alive. Sonic will find Crawler here.
Crawler, charge, and now going to get chased by FSJ. Use that Nether Strike, stolen charge coming through, and they go to the Global Silence. They're going to start to retreat on the side of Fart Studios as well as Penguin Squad.
So they popped Global.
Both will disengage.
BKB reveal on Batrider. They got nothing done. Now it's time for Fart Studios to get something done in this mid lane. But still got to be careful about Tiny. Tiny's combo, double damage again, spawn top.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So, let's see. FSJ gonna take that tier 1 over mid, and easy peasy. Look at that.
Haunt available on Snow one more time. Does have Manta Style, needs to use the courier. They're gonna go in with that double damage.
Ooh, Jenkins gonna die to Scythe. The charge going all the way after Sonic. They haunt. Nushum gone, and this is gonna be a third. Sonic nowhere to go. 3 easy kills in succession there for the Penguin squad. Looking like a tower is in trouble, but can they finish it off?
They pop the glyph out of spite just to try to tilt Tiny. Uses a full combo. Still gonna get the tower in the end, stopping him from taking the creep wave. Echo Saber done.
Charging Annihilate. Okay. Well done. Easy charge. So 1k lead after those 3 kills come through from Penguin squad. Sonic, he's still just level 6. Finally has that fluffy hat, though, so he's got a decent amount of HP. Ooh, charge in on a Jenkins and Nether Strike. They'll bop him into the ground. Yeah, while he was up in the air, they were able to get that kill.
Nether Strike during the toss. And there's so many cool combos with the toss. Like when Mars came out, it was super popular. Grief. So you grief your own teammates, spear cannot hit, or like you see these wonky spears during the toss when they're falling to the ground. Farnage J still sitting at 0-0-0, 18 minutes into the game, going into Deso next. I want to see some more aggression. Like, Global Silence is available. This Tiny doesn't rely on cooldown. Cooldowns that they have is one on Spectre, one on Batrider, but with Spirit Breaker Tiny, they can go around the map and just kill people. Sight going into BKB next. We'll disassemble that Echo Saber. Go back to Echo Saber one more time. Most likely get that Aghanim Scepter, which is extremely popular build on Tiny. I like how we've seen different builds on Tiny, like how Dota minds of professional players evolve during the time. Like, there aren't many changes. Satoshi
BKB?
pops a BKB. We'll get Nusham unless there's an infest
say
save.
that. They're gonna go after him, but like you said, there's the infest save to help him just bolster. Got a little bit worried that, they might get themselves a kill there onto the Batrider instead, especially once that BKB had run out. Getting a little bit scary in that situation. What is the tempo, or who does the tempo benefit the most at the moment?
I mean, going into super late game carry to carry matchup is good for Lifestealer, but the rest of the team is not doing so hot. So I think if this goes super late game, Penguin squad definitely have better chances. You have this Batrider scaling Tiny compared to Magnus. Like, he doesn't scale as good. He's gonna be the Empower bot. And also Puck didn't have that good of a time. They did manage to keep up. And now on top of Network.
Yeah, Silencer dies. They'll go after this Spirit Breaker. They get themselves 2. And just as we were talking about if the game was even, well, they break it open a little bit with those 2 kills. And I would say the odds are probably looking pretty close to each other, and actually Fart Studios getting a little bit of that Spectre treatment. They're not even the favorites in the moment.
Interesting. But yeah, Puck, I talked about iAnnihilate's progression. He did manage to find some really good farm. Like, even though he did have 3 deaths in the early stages of the game. Big pull.
Looking for the charge. Not going to get anything going from that at the moment. Just a 3K lead right now for Fart Studios, but it always feels like Penguin Squad are just on the cusp of bringing this one back.
Yeah. They could take a fight, but they popped the Haunt. Maybe they're gonna wait for Aghanim Scepter completed on Spectre, try to make a move, kill 1-2 guys, turn that into Roche, because with Manta style on Spectre, you do have enough sustain and damage for Roche, because like Deso works on the illusion, so...
And definitely...
Like Deso, I mean Desolate, yeah.
Definitely could see that coming with the Ags, the aggression from that. You know, obviously the Shadow Step giving you that extra Spectral Dagger when you go after somebody. And you see heroes like Crystal Maiden that feel very easy to kill. That are basically just food afterthoughts. And even Nushim on the Rubik, it might be a free one
Does
again.
have Glimmer, so he is relatively tanky. They need to have a Dust available. I don't see any Dust on the cores. He's been holding onto that Glimmer Cape for quite some time, but still no reveal.
So they're smoked up. They're searching.
Scan will connect. Radiant know exactly where they are.
You know, TP out immediately on Snow. Oh, Jenkins close. Global Silence even popped. They will go after Nushim, who's got this Arcane Curse. And, well, Shockwave, Crawler trying to run. Illusory Orb, Waning Rift, and a kill onto the Spirit Breaker. Not the intended target for their aggression at that point in time, but they still get something out of it. And they've got this Deso available on FSJ. They've got control of where Roche is. Is there any chance that we see Fart Studios being the ones who go for Roche?
Yeah, I thought they might just go in and try to take it. You have Lifestealer. You have more than enough damage with this Deso Empower. He's gonna pop off, and after finishing Casual Sange and Lifestealer, he did go for Open Wounds, so that's gonna be max HP, extra lifesteal on him. Very good against Spectre. Spectre does have Aghanim Scepter completed. So let's see how they approach this one. Now Fart Studio is going to go inside the Roche pit and try to take it. Sight, BKB available, 9-second BKB. I'm a little surprised that they are going to give this one for free, or will they?
So far. Oh, they're going to go. They've got the Shadow Step. And Crawler, he's going to get killed, but they go to the lasso. It's on the Fartus J, and trying to survive, runs towards his team to get the Infest into the Crystal Maiden, but they're still right here. RP onto a couple. Finally, Sonic dies, but not a lot of life left on FSJ. Avalanche on a 3. Down goes Jenkins. Down goes FSJ. Dream Coil not going to matter, and they will keep everybody alive for now. On the side of Penguin Squad is the Nether Strike, the bash, the kill on iAnnihilate. Fart Studios lose everything.
Roche is very low. Yeah, this is why we're here. This is why Dota is entertaining, especially Div 2 Dota. Like, you don't know who's going to do what. Nushim, he's underneath the sentry.
Oh, boy.
Killed here, so not sure what the plan was, but Tiny setting things up. You are sitting inside the Firefly. Want to see the fight recap. Yeah. Damage from Spectre, like, still pretty damn high. Almost 5,000 in the previous fight.
Yeah, now you've got this Aegis to work with. That first Aegis is going to push Snow even further in his item progression. Looking for the Scotty next. Like, I don't think the game gets much easier for Fart Studios now that they have lost that fight.
Okay, he
and they get
gets
the kill on
a
a crawler.
freebie.
Okay. That'll work.
Jenkins with an easy one. Horn Toss Skewer, Shockwave will get the job done. We'll see the fight again.
Yeah, Skewer back and holds the RP. Thought about it for a second. And just the combo from the
a lifesteal got isolated.
Massive.
Like you see Spectre hitting you, he gets infested into Crystal Maiden dies immediately. Batrider during the BKB, and then Tiny shows up. 3-man Avalanche toss. If they had like another round of spells from Rubik and Fardas J, he's like, yeah, it's
despair.
It's like, guys, you need to play around me. We all heard it. Carrie is blaming the rest of the team. Matchup against Batrider can be difficult in the laning stage. It looks really well for the Lifestealer, but having a BKB piercing ability that is going to lock him down. Same goes for this Nether Strike, Global Silence as well. So Lifestealer, in terms of lockdown for him during the BKB or Rage, whatever you want to call it. Ooh, he decided to go for SNY on Lifestealer, not the usual item that we see.
What would you rather than the SNY?
I wouldn't mind seeing something like even straight up BKB, even though they do have BKB piercing abilities. But if you pop a BKB, I'm fine with casual Sange that you can turn into Heaven's Halberd later if you feel like you need it, and then get AC done. Maybe even get Satanic. It's another way of dispelling things. Makes you super tanky.
Gonna die to Annihilate. Scythe comes in. Avalanche missing. Open wounds onto the Tiny. Global Silence is using. Gonna turn this the other way, but they've got the lasso from a distance. RP to turn this one around. They go to the FS. They've got the Silencer over to the side. Arcane Curse. Stolen Arcane Curse. And now Haunt used. But Telekinesis slams it down onto 2. They'll look over for Annihilate. Illusory Orb needs to get away with the Waning Rift. The Freezing Field from Sonic. A deterrent. It worked.
2 Deep Observer were placed during this fight. One behind the tier 2 tower, and one scouting things out here near the big camp. And also they have one sneaky ward that's gonna run out near the enemy triangle.
Yeah, that's an interesting little ward there.
Kroll is struggling a little bit in this game. He gets in, he gets lifted. Like against Buck, it's a bit difficult. He doesn't have the clear target to go for. And a lot of those deaths did add up, so needs another 1,000 gold to farm up his Shadow Blade. Things are gonna definitely get much easier once he picks up that.
Batrider, by the way, looking for the shard, trying to get that sticky napalm upgrade, and we could see the lasso range is quite a lot for him. Horn Toss Skewer. This would be a big kill if they could get it onto the Tiny, but look at the lasso again. Just from a distance, goes into the Rage. They've got the charge coming through on FSJ as the Rage runs out. The Nether Strike lands. They've got the last word, but he'll infest. And the Skewer, onto the high ground. Tossed him onto the high ground now. Crawler's in some trouble. They get the silence onto the Tiny. Can they get the kill? Yes, they can with a Dream Coil help coming in from Annihilate with the BKB popped here by the Batrider. The chase is on. Jenkins doesn't get to the low ground, though, so he'll probably burn out. Sonic might be next. 2 stacks of the sticky napalm. Nusham coming over. Flame Break, Telekinesis, down goes Satoshi, Scythe, now hit with the Stolen Avalanche and the right-click damage of FSJ. Annihilate gets the kill there onto the Tiny. They'll go after Nusham, they'll finish him off. Snow's got himself at least a double. And now, can they stop this Spectre TP? No. But a back-and-forth fight it goes.
There is no coil available, but very good fight for Far Studios. They did spread out the fight for a very long time, and you can see Lifestealer going ham in that fight. Like, these are type of the fights, if he's not the one getting isolated, if he's not the one getting killed immediately, and he's able to lock onto a target that he's still a menace to deal with. Almost 8,000 damage in the previous fight. As Mindbreaker, so extra attack speed, extra damage, and also silence on some of these heroes. Going into Link Sphere next. It's an okay way to protect himself against this Batrider, against Charge from Spirit Breaker. Puck has one. Maybe investing a bit too much in this Lincoln's department. If your supports are having a good time, I would love to see a Lotus Orb being picked up just to be able to counter. Like, you precast this Lotus Orb on a Lifestealer, and he should be fine. You can also, like, use it to dispel things, and then he can get the Rage off. Tiny is getting bigger, however. Having that Crystallis, having this Echo Saber that he can still disassemble and get that lasso on Rubik.
Yeah, onto the Rubik, and there's going to be +2 again for the Silencer. And they'll
This
also
is
find
exactly
Sonic.
what they need to get Jenkins,
Ogre Seal Totem, but now they've got the Nether Strike, and they're going to keep up with him. And they'll go to the Shadow Step. Skewer back, not going to matter. And that is going to be a double kill for Snow. So even with that double kill, still a 5k lead for Fart Studios, but you can feel the strengths of this Penguin squad lineup.
Spectre, like, if they have vision, if Tiny gets the jump, he can immediately delete one of these supports, and this is exactly what they need to do. Kill supports, then deal with the rest. Kite Lifestealer, wait until his rage is down, and then go for him. And also you have Spectre to provide you with vision in these fights. Spectre going for Moonshard as her next item. At least that's what's queued up. I would prefer if that's a Basher, just to be able to stop the people from deeping out, and then you can get Abyssal Blade. You can also get a Butterfly to protect yourself from this bad matchup that you're playing into Lifestealer. But if he feels that, you know, this Moonshard is a good choice, like having extra night vision does help, providing vision for the team so they get the better jump, and also like a lot of attack speed with the Deso works really well, of course, but it's more of a meme build, I would say.
So together is 5-man smoke for Fart Studios. And where will they go with this? 8 seconds for the potential Roche timing. You take back the outpost, and it's going to be a long Roche. 2 minutes and 20 seconds before this Roche comes back up. And I feel like that benefits Penguin Squad. Just to continue farming, and Fart Studios not really fighting without that Aegis at the moment. Even though they smoked, they didn't go for it. But Horn Toss, Skewer, and they'll find the Silencer right as I say that they didn't fight, but Silencer was a little bit too far out. You see the bait, you take it. Even if it's not really bait, it's just a free kill.
Classic space to die as a position 5. You cross the river, like you see the water, it means you're dead pretty much.
Yeah, can't be looking at the river like that. Just gonna be giving away all too much if you do that. So let's see. Fort Studios now playing across the river. They'll see a wild Spirit Breaker charge in front of their eyes. As I believe he might have crossed within sentry range, but I'm not sure. And maybe Fart Studios a little hesitant, or just kind of waiting for the positioning to find Roche in a fight before it.
We'll scout things out to see if it's there. Not there for another 50 seconds. As you said, it was a long spawn. Sight does have Aghanim Scepter completed and Crystallis. This is big. Also level 20 talent, so gotta be extremely careful. These supports on Fart Studios, not gonna have a good time. Like, they should die.
Yeah,
Spectre with the Haunt
is gonna be quick.
Shadow Step, 1 charge. Don't go for the big kills. Take out the supports, and then clean up.
Let's see if eventually somebody comes by, and right now it's just the Bat Rider bottom, FSJ Tuna Farm. He's going into a Silver Edge after he's picked up that
also
Lincoln's.
good item choice. I don't mind that. to be able to break Spectre, which makes this matchup even better for Lifestealer.
You can see the tree volley into the instant kill of the creeps, so easy way to farm there and continue to get a lot of gold as, yeah, he gets back into the Echo Saber. And I wait over to the side. Let's see. Do they want to go in on this? They've got some heroes over to the side towards mid.
I Annihilate died one time in last, like, 25 minutes, pretty much. He's been doing a very good job not getting caught by Batrider. Lincoln's proc by Spirit Breaker charge.
Oh, Global Silence coming out, and they're going to get this kill into I Annihilate.
I cursed him.
FSJ, he's right here, though. They've got the Telekinesis. They're going to try and get a kill here onto the Spectre. Charge now coming all the way through, but Snow is going to fall. And, oh, Snow falls as he uses that Haunt. Avalanche, Scythe coming in, Tree Volley on cooldown. They're going to buy back here on the Rubik. They'll take out Sonic. He'll buy back too. Right clicks on a Crawler. And, well, Batrider is going to get into the trees. However, FSJ, well, they've got the Telekinesis. They'll have the kill onto this Batrider and take him out again.
This is where you, as Spectre, ping out the amount of damage that Lifestealer dealt to you. Like, he did 7,000 damage in the previous fight.
Jeez.
It's just, it gets pretty ridiculous, especially if Spectre's, like, getting isolated. And now, Fardas J, infested Jenkins. Jenkins DP's mid. They're gonna go and finish off the Roche, or at least try. Scythe in a good spot.
Oh,
Use the
volley.
Volley! Not to half HP.
Ooh.
Needed another crit.
Jenkins needed just a touch more. Doesn't quite get it, though. So, now, coming over. Toss up into the air. Oh. Horn toss, BKB, charge, thinking about it. Now going the other way. Dream Coil down. It's on to 2, gonna snap on this Spirit Breaker. Scythe, though, Tree Volley hitting FSJ. And can they get the kill now on the Scythe? He doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. They're going to jump him. They've got the skewer with the Telekinesis and pause.
Ooh, Batrider dead. Pauses the game. Is anyone missing? Spectre's not there. No Haunt. No Shadow Step available. Very interesting pause indeed. Tactical. I don't think they're getting away with this one. They definitely look like the fight's already over. Spirit Breaker down to half HP. Lifestealer is just gonna munch on Tiny. There's nothing that is gonna help him out here. Doesn't have a BKB. Doesn't have Blink. Ogre Seal Totem on cooldown.
Is he tanky enough, though? Still 2,000 health to his name.
He dies in 2 seconds from Lifestealer, pretty much.
I'll be counting. So if you're wrong...
Once Lifestealer gets close, give him 0.2 seconds, and then count to 2.
Okay. I'll give him that time once they unpause. I guess, respect the pause. Batrider's technically got buyback, and you want to make sure that he's got a chance to potentially join the team. But for right now, chat, interaction time, under over 2 seconds after this Lifestealer starts touching the Tiny. Will he die?
Has open
1
wounds.
for yes, 2 for no.
Max HP as damage. Puck with the right clicks. Yeah, there's no way he lives there. Batrider just reconnected, so let's see if he's good to go.
Take a chance. Go when you guys are ready. Okay. There's the full reconnect. Know the feeling. We'll see when Satoshi wants us to go. Go, ready, go. Go when ready. No problem, no problem. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. And 1, 2. Oh, 4 staff. But there's the kill on the side.
Took him a second and a half longer. But
Ogre Seal Totem and a Skewer not landing onto anybody but the Horn Toss. They have found the Silencer, and they're going to get another kill here. He's got buyback available.
And now Lifestealer fully unlocked, sitting on 4,000.
Lasso, Global, and still in charge, but they've locked up this Bat Rider. Satoshi Falls, Telekinesis coming through on a Snow. They bought back on Jenkins. Arcane Curse isn't going to be enough. Oh, tries to juke, but not going to work out.
Lifestealer's just going ham in these fights. There's nothing to stop him with. Hits level 25 in this one, and like they should take the Roche. Crawler getting charged by Newsham.
And Dreamcoil to follow it up, so this is a dead Spirit Breaker.
They don't care about Roche. They want to end this game pretty much. 60 seconds without Spectre, no buyback on her. In the end, he decided to go for that Basher, but against Lifestealer, you can't really square up and take these fights. Artist J will start hitting the buildings. Deso, 20 charges on it. It will fall back, however. It's the safer play.
Now go for Roche.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Let's see, 69%. Nice. Now 70. Not nice.
Not nice at all. Roshan holding the Aegis, holding the Shard. Rubik doesn't have a Shard, so he should be the one picking it up. Full Abyssal Blade about to be completed.
Immediately a smoke out of the Roche pit. They're going to head right down mid. Except for Annihilate. He's going to go top. He's almost level 25 too, so we'll see that. Dreamcoil pierces magic immunity. And RP controlling the Tiny with the Force Staffs. Get him back into the base. They've got the Lasso. Jenkins, you got to remember, he bought back in the last fight. So he is in so much trouble. Newsham and Sonic and Jenkins all fall, no buyback. That goes horribly for Fart Studios.
Bash? Not working. This would be big. If they maybe managed to kill him once, he could definitely kite with the Infest as well. But yeah, as you said multiple times so far in the NADPC 2nd Division, these numbers on top, they don't matter. The score, timer, net worth lead,
they all don't matter. Not even in the slightest. I think with no buybacks, like, Tiny's gonna take these buildings very quickly. If they're
gets first seat
confident
Bash
enough.
and runs away.
Glyph. Gotta be careful. Lasso, Annihilate. Uh-oh! Tree Volley and Tree Annihilated. They get the kill. They'll look over at FSJ. Global Silence was used. And just hit the buildings. That's what it's all about.
I have to check who's holding the Aegis, because these fights, to me, it looks like Penguin Squad are the ones with Aegis, with that free shard. Now Tiny, like, look at his damage. Once he starts hitting on those buildings, FSJ getting bashed.
FSJ. Uh-oh, Infest, Avalanche, Toss. There's a kill. And that creep. Uh-oh. Well, it's going to sneak away.
Newsham needs to be more careful. Does have that lift available, the upgraded one. And the Eon Disc as well, but they just killed the barracks. They're the ones who are punching back. There is equal amount of barracks missing on both sides.
It's from a 12,000 net worth deficit.
Yeah, we also did hit level 25 on some of the heroes that we didn't mention. 5% extra dispersion on Spectre. Lifestealer, of course, picked up the rage duration. Buck did go for the obvious one. Dreamcoil pierces magic immunity, so that's a huge one. Keep them in place so Lifestealer can be the one dealing the damage. But there's been a big pickup on side. Like we talked about Crawler not having that good of a game. He had a bit of a slow entrance. Now, Shadowblade and also Haven's Halberd. If he manages to get that off on a Lifestealer in a fight, could save Spectre potentially. Could even like having something to proc the Lincolns with also helps out. So
Right.
the rest of the team can, like, you can use Nether Strike. Batrider can use the Lasso. Spell Prism on Batrider. He found all the CDR in the world. Quickening Charm. Octarine Core will replace that Quickening with Spell Prism. Level 15 talent, minus 10 seconds on Lasso. So, gonna be a minute.
It's everything you could hope for, that's for sure. But the biggest concern right now is Fart Studios losing these fights with such a lead. And they just continue to put themselves back into a deficit almost. They're up 5k right now, but it does not feel like they have the advantage going into the later part of this game.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter at this point. It feels like it's 5,000 net worth. That's 1,000 gold per hero. It's not even like half the item. It's like half the force staff.
Dire are scanning.
Let's see. As they sit back in their base. At least for right now, and nobody looking to cross the river just yet. Such a long time till the next Roche, because I'm going to say that, you know, this age is going to expire in the hands of the Lifestealer without a fight happening.
It's going to be a lot of sticky napalm charges in that fight. Batrider with the shard that he picked up a long time ago, and also level 25 talent, so having 2 flame break charges,
right,
and also applying 2 sticky napalm charges.
So when will they finally start to fight is the real question. And well, we'll go over for a second. Blink away. FSJ towards the front line. Over behind them. They go in. They've got this Dream Coil. They've got the silence coming through. And can they get the kill? They at least get themselves. The Batrider is going to buy back immediately. Artist J's hitting illusions. I Annihilate hit with the Abyssal Blade. They've got the invest to try and keep him alive. Phase shifting, trying to leave, freezing field over to the side. The lasso on FSJ. They get the kill. He's going to need to buy back if they want to win this fight. It's exactly what he's going to do. As they take out Jenkins, they don't have a Magnus in place anymore. But there goes the silencer as well. I Annihilate still on the run. They've got the silence. It's onto this Batrider. Phase shift, flame break, not going to land. And he'll survive. Well, they get the kill on a Scythe and take it the Tiny. They're charging all the way in. It's on the Batrider who's just going to TP out, but they hit the silence. They'll go to the Manta Style on Snow, but the overwhelming blink slowing him down. FSJ coming over, and now the open wounds, the buyback from this Tiny. So he's going to try and get back into the fight. The charges in from Crawler. They get the kill on the Snow. He's going to have buyback as well. The Tree Volley gets the kill on I Annihilate. Looks for Nushim, but he's able to get into the Glimmer Cape and hide it in the trees to survive.
Fardas J, he needs to be careful. He bought back in the previous fight, so if they manage to kill him, that's most of their damage gone, pretty much. And they have full 2 minutes to do whatever they want. Tiny hits level 25 in that fight, 2 toss charges, and you can see who's the one dealing the damage. Once again, on side of Fart Studios, it's Fardas J and Tiny. One buyback from I Annihilate. They want to get this kill. Where's the coil?
There it is, and this is a problem.
He bought back.
He's gonna die here and be dead for 2 minutes. No buyback.
Could mean that there will be a Roche spawn, and you know you're taking that fight 4 versus 5. Tiny. He can still get bigger. He just bought a shard. Does not want to throw away his 3. And, I mean, can get the Aghanim Scepter. He can eat it to get another item if he wants, like, more damage. Like, we might even see Divine Rapier. But for now, needs to farm his buyback. Because he doesn't... Oh, never mind. He doesn't even have it.
Oh, boy. Yeah. No buyback. Nothing doing. Bottom set of racks, those are gone. Just need one more set at the top. At least that's hoping what they're gonna get. But it's tough. Now you know where they're coming from. It's always that, oh, there's only one lane left. I can still defend. We know where they're
now
coming
you have
from.
advantage. You know where they're gonna come and strike, so you can prep. But they could be sneaky. Use that smoke. Enter from different angle. Jenkins, like once you hit that level 20 with Magnus and Ether Lens, it's just the skewers are gigantic. Look at that cast range.
He's just got to land them. That's the thing. He's been off the mark on a couple. But if he can land them, they are an issue, that's for sure. Moving forward on Scythe. FSJ. Got the break. They'll have the horn toss. There's the skewer away from the tree volley. RP, Dream Coil. They have the control. Scythe comes in. Avalanche with the toss out of the Crystal Maiden. But they lose the Spectre, who does have buyback. Crawler on the run. Bat Rider alive in just 1 second more. Roche alive in 3 seconds more. They'll go in with the jump coming out from Snow. Tree volley off to the side. Still trying to get a kill here on Anushim, who's got himself this Aeon Disc. They'll get the kill on Annihilate. They'll get the kill on Crawler. They'll take out the Spirit Breaker. He's going to buy back. No puck for 2 minutes. And now Jenkins next on the list. They will get the kill there onto the Magnus. He's got no buyback as well. FSJ has to leave. And it crumbles again for Fart Studios.
Oh, man, this game is so back and forth, and they're figuring it out. They want to get stuff done. Roshan does have cheese and Aghanim's Blessing. Who doesn't have Ags? I see Batrider not having one. Spectre did buy one, of course. They could give it to Spirit Breaker. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Spirit Breaker also holding double gem. So you're not going to hide.
Double gem means double vision, of course. That is how this works. So Roche, all in the hands of Penguin Squad. Let's see who gets what here.
Spectres, hoarding, prepping.
Sounds very carry-esque.
All these items are for me, right?
No surprises at all. I won't lie to you. I feel like that's pretty typical.
I mean, you gotta use it. You gotta give it to someone. They just gave cheese to Tiny, but what about that Ags?
Somebody would love it. It would be nice to give it.
It would be really nice to give it to someone. He's trying to give it to Batrider, I
FSJ, and he is dead. No buyback.
He's done so. 2.5 minutes without him.
He is gonna die too, and that is not good. Puck in 15. RP only skewer on a 1. It's long distance.
Cheese.
But he's got the cheese. Tree volley. The damage on the Jenkins. The flame breaker to the outside. The thrown in trouble. It's looking like the Penguin Squad have waddled their way to a victory. With the BKB being popped here by a Bat Rider, though, they're going to try and make a play, and it's not going to matter. They'll take the victory 2-1 over Fart Studios.
Man, these Div 2 NA games are freaking wild. You don't know what's happening. We can see Penguin Squad on camera. They do seem very happy about this one.
Right.
I think a well-deserved win for them. Being able to come back from like 13, 15k gold deficit in a game like this shows the strength of the team.
Yeah, so they get the victory over Fart Studios, and it's a big devastating loss there for Fart Studios, but a very big win for Penguin Squad. The Waddle has done it. I'm going to continue to say that word. It's the cutest plural of an animal out there, and I'm going to throw it over to the panel. That's 3 of them. Panelists. That's the plural. Throw it over to you guys. Take it away.
It's more of a collective noun, and I'd like to think our collective noun of panelists would be like a cabinet or something. I don't really know.
A mess.
We can sit on that one. A mess? The collective noun of panelists is a mess? Yeah, okay, that one works. That one definitely works. But this 51-minute absolute slugfest from Penguin Squad and Fart Studios, my, feels like the early game was ages, like so long ago. In fact, the last thing I really remember was Spear saying that this was going to be a free Lifestealer game.
I stand by those words.
Okay, well then why wasn't it so free for Fart SJ on the Lifestealer in Game Number 3?
I mean, he had a pretty free game. Dota's a team game, you know, and it is what it is. What I truly blame here is, Jenkins did not skewer any enemies into the fountain here. Did not show up the way I thought he would, and I think that was a major downfall here for Fart Studios.
He's spitting facts. He waited until the last possible second to skewer into the fountain, and at that point they had managed to accumulate the anti-fountain tech, which is just to eat cheese. So, yeah, it's pathetic, honestly.
Well, then, even if Lifestealer has that free game per se, it wasn't really a free game for either team. Like, neither team could hold a stable or a substantial lead in the later part of this game. It was so back and forth shit.
It was. They all just had really good tools to use to win fights, right? You have an RP, you have this Lifestealer who has really good matchups in the game. On the other side, they're playing really well around. This Tiny is a Scythe out of control, man. I've never been so impressed by a Tiny in my life. This guy was keeping his team in the game just constantly with his, even if his teammates fed, he'd find a way to snipe like 2 heroes or something. He built his items to scale. I'm sure we'll talk more about him during the MVP section. I hope pray up. But for sure he played amazing.
Do you have anything you want to add on top here of, I guess, why Penguin Squad were the eventual winners, why they could close it out, and this was one of the last fights that we saw? Was it all down to this?
Yeah, I don't think Sheep mentioned it, but I think Scythe on his Tiny played amazingly. For sure the MVP coming up here, without a doubt. He just did everything in the early game to the late game. He was a beast. No, but for real though, Snow, he actually is a very stable carry player. I really enjoyed watching him play throughout this series. He was very stable from the mid lane as well, but he's fitting into his new home of playing carry from the safe lane, as most carry players do. And yeah, I was just really impressed by his performance. It's very hard to be flashy as a Spectre, but you see a scoreline of 14-5 and 19 really held the late game down and had some pretty good decision making throughout, all the games in the series.
Great display from Penguin Squad. Everyone playing their roles that they had to. MVP though is going to be Tiny. It's going to be Flo.
Oh no!
He does have a what?
Should we explain again why he was MVP?
It's okay. I got more on the bank, bro. I was saving strats earlier.
It was on a back pocket. She's ready to whip it out, put it on display. All right, go shoot.
All right, his positioning is out of this world. His mindfulness of the game and what's happening around him is top notch. There was multiple times where he understands when Jenkins wants to come in. Like, you send in 2 of your heroes on Penguin Squad, and he's already backing up and playing into the fog of war. Like, he would play around trees and around the Roche pit in ways to hide himself, so that when this RP did come out, he was able to re-engage. Like, you saw that 3-man Ava toss combo next to the pit kind of in the earlier half of the game. It's just because he knows exactly what's going on, and that's how he's able to get so many kills, how he's able to die so little, and how he's able to maximize his impact. Chef's kiss. Mwah!
Chef's kiss. Nothing more to add there. I believe I was told in my ears that our interview is ready. I hope I heard that one right. Yeah, it's ready. Perfect. So we got an interview with Penguin Squad here. They take it 2-1. I do have to ask, how do I pronounce your in-game name? Is it Ace? East? I want to make sure I'm getting it right when we hype you up.
Ace is fine. Ace is perfect.
Ace? Okay, perfect. Well, Ace, you're
Ace.
joining us. Congratulations on the win here. How does it feel? You take it 2-1 against Spot Studios, and you get another win for Penguin Squad. Sorry.
Well, the last game was a little shaky. I feel like a little nervous. I have the energy, the adrenaline. But I think as a team, we did fine. We did much better than the other games.
How did you sort of calm those nerves, or what was the team environment if you personally were feeling a little bit nervous?
I think a lot of discipline. We were screaming a lot what to do, and I was telling them to let's slow down the game because I think we to check it too much. Very nervous. I felt as a team. We
see you guys playing with a sub now, and I want to know what why this change, if it's something that you guys just wanted to try something new out, if there's something else going on the backline, and how you came across Flo. Like, how did he fall into your hands of coming in and playing mid lane for you?
I think it did a lot better for us. We need a standing because the player we have, he is not used to play mid lane. We struggle too much. It was a destroyer, so we decided to swap roles there and find another mid lane. And I think it did really work for us in the scrims. So we just decided that at the end.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, so you haven't had sorry. So you haven't had a win and since the Eternity game, like since in between like all those losses, like what were the big things you guys talked about as a team to improve on so you can get your next series win?
In my opinion, I think it was the main roles. I think we have the other offlane we have. It wasn't working for us, so that's who we decided to change. And our mid lane was more like a main carry player. So yeah, we need to find another mid lane to stick with it, you know.
All right. So one more question for you here, since I've been asking this from everyone today. New patch, maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. Like, what do you want to see changed in the new patch?
Lina for sure. They should change the hero. I think he's really broken. I don't know. Lina, Trent, probably Silencer. I think the hero is really good in this meta. It cancels a lot of good heroes in the meta. So yeah, I think there's 3 heroes.
Are there any heroes that you like playing a lot but don't pick because of the meta?
Clockwork and I will say Bane too. Bane and Ogre Magi.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, my turn. Are you the drafter for the team? Sorry, who drafts?
Yes, me and Crowler. Me and Crowler are the drafters.
Okay, may I ask, why did you guys ban Lesh in the first phase against Fart for the first 2 games?
We've been talking about that because I think Far Studios play good Lesh, and in general, we struggle against playing a Lesh. So I think we decided to ban it because it's really broken against DP too, in my opinion. Like the hero can farm, can lane against DP, and we wanted to play it mid, DP mid, not offlaner. So we talk about it and we decide to ban it in first phase.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense. And then in a series like this, bans are getting changed up, drafts are getting changed too. Do you guys find it easy to sort of change your strats up each game, or is it something where you feel quite pressured by the clock and time's ticking down, and is drafting getting more stressful as these series go on?
I think it really depends against what team we are. And yeah, like we don't change too much in the roles. The last time we did, it didn't work for us because we had the other offlaner and it wasn't working for us. So in this time, we stick with the traditional roles, like traditional roles. So we stick with it.
All right, thank you. And last question: what is the name of your cat behind you? Can you show? Can you show us the cat?
I was going to ask that too. Please. He stole my question.
His name is Mike.
Mike, are you able to adjust your webcam just the slightest amount so we can see a bit more of him, pretty please?
Sure. I didn't see it though. He was sneak around.
Yeah, I saw him move like right in the background when we had you in the full cam there. But look, are you all done for question sheep?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much for your answers.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ace. It's been a pleasure having you and Mike on in the interview. Congratulations again on another win. I look forward to seeing how far Penguin squad end up going.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you guys. See you later.
See ya. He literally took the question right out of my mouth. I saw
the tail flick. I was like, yeah, let's go.
I was like, kitty. It's absolutely adorable, Mike there. But it's been a long day. Nice to end on a high note, seeing Penguin Squad pick up a second win for themselves, but also getting a little bit of a pet treat in that interview there, which means leaderboard. It's time to have a look where all the teams are standing after 3 best of 3s. Again, we haven't had Dog Champ play at all this week, so they've kept their #1 spot there. Felt now 3 wins, 1 losses, and C-Dub tied with Ant for the 3 wins, 2 losses. The cut just below them with 2 wins, 2 losses, Fart Studios with 2 wins, and now a third loss for themselves, which ties them with Penguin Squad. So those guys, it's a lot riding on the next few series for them to see if they're going to either end up in tiebreakers or if Fart Studios are actually going to end up falling down to relegation. And Eternity, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but down there are in 8th spot at the moment. In 2 days' time, our schedule is going to be Ant versus Felt on the upper end of the scale, and then Cut versus Eternity. So it'll be a good one. Ant versus Felt, I think, will be the most competitive one. At least if I asked Fear that question, I know that that's the answer he will give.
Excuse me, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, which one's the most competitive one for you?
Probably Ant versus Felt, most likely. As Eternity has not, they haven't showed up yet. Like, Penguin Squad, like, I can't really tell right now. Like, it's an anomaly, because Penguin Squad keep changing their roster, right? And they keep playing.
Mhm.
But previously, most teams have been stomping Penguin Squad pretty hard. But then you have, like, Fart Studios. Like, I thought they were actually a team favored to like be in contention to go to Div 1, but now I'm, clearly taking that back, and I just don't know their strength right now, right? I just don't know how good that Penguin Squad is right now, or how bad Fart Studios is right now compared to expectations.
And I mean, if Penguin Squad at any point can turn up like this after a few series losses, who's to say Eternity couldn't do the same, right, Cheap?
That's so funny. You're such a jokester, Nat. Yeah, no, Eternity is getting relegated for sure. What can you do about that? I mean, the biggest annoyance for me when I was trying to judge this was like when you asked us what the likelihood of Felt going to Div 1 was, I was like, yeah. I thought it was pretty low because the cut was owning, and then they lost B-God because they couldn't stand in with him anymore. Now they've gone back to their original player and they're getting owned.
So I'm gonna assume here, hopefully we get a cut win at some point so we can ask them. So definitely take whatever I am about to say with a grain of salt. It is purely speculation and an assumption. But they want to permanently be playing with Big God, but because their official roster has save on it, there's only so many games that they can play with Big God. They do have to have save actually playing for the other ones as per DPC rules. So I assume they just kind of hedge their bets, see which one's save, wants to play, which one's Big God wants to play. But again, purely speculation. So.
I know I saw B-God in the Twitch chat earlier of PGL stream saying like that he wasn't.
And you didn't ask him?
I wouldn't. Someone else asked him. That's what I was about to tell you.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I jumped in.
Someone's like, "Are you joining the team next season?" He was like, "I don't know." I think he mentioned wrist issues as well, so I'm not sure what will happen with that fate of that team. But either way, the cut is now starting to lose series, and Felt are doing really well for themselves. So actually, yeah, maybe they can. I mean, they're looking more and more solid every series. So I'm actually feeling a lot more confident about Felt when I look at the standings now.
Do you have something you wanted to add there, Theo?
I mean, welcome. I've been on the Felt train for at least a week now, so welcome aboard.
Well, I watched one of their series the other day, and it was like, was it the one versus Eternity? They looked like super shaky, maybe. There was just basically just a series where they won, but they looked off. I can't remember.
Was that against Fart Studios?
Yeah,
Maybe.
like 3 games, looking a bit shaky.
Yeah, I just remember them making like
3 games.
Exactly. There was like some disconnect. They weren't very coordinated in that series that I remember, which is why I didn't feel super confident. But everyone else seems to be falling apart too, like C-Dub losing to Fart Studios. That's probably a big hit if they don't make it a Div 1. And stuff like that. So yeah, I guess it is just a massive fight for who's gonna get in.
It is really hard to have a clear ranking at the moment. So many teams tied, so many teams yet still to face each other because we're only closing out week 2. This is it. Week 2 done and dusted, but there's a whole nother week. We have 5 more broadcast days, if I could do quick math there on my right. 5 more broadcast days in week 3. It's a little bit of an elongated one, a bit of a bonus stream day will be happening there as well. But 2 days time, we're going to be kicking it off with Ant versus Felt. We'll see you guys bright and early in the afternoon.